1-800-201-7611.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to make sure this is working. Let me just play back my audio for a second. How do I do that? It's not letting me.
You paying attention to China, Russia, and Ukraine? Any flashback to the Cold?
Let me see. Is it working? Alright, so I do have audio, so it seems like it's working. I'm not quite sure what is going on, but however, I'm connected, sort of, to the internet. So, I don't know, man. It's all weird. Let me turn the cellular data back on my tablet so I can see what is going on. But just bear with me a second. I think one of the routers is not connecting, and I think that's what the issue is going to be. I don't know. It's very odd. I'm at a McDonald's parking lot, if you can hear me, and I felt my ass because they mopped the inside of the place, and I fell really hard. Oh yeah, see, so there's something wrong with the Wi-Fi and it's not connecting. So that means I'm probably only going to be streaming. I'll have to fix that. Because that means I'm only streaming. You know what I'll do is I'll just reset this one. Because if it's not connecting, it's not going to hurt anything. And see if that maybe fixes it. Because there's something going on. When I turned on that router, I had no service whatsoever. But it was okay at first, and now it's not much. You sound like a robot, someone said. Wonderful. For a second. There's something. Oh, yeah. There's something wrong with the Wi-Fi, and it's not connecting. Alright, well, whatever. I'm just gonna keep trying to drive and see what's going on. And it'll likely fix. I mean, it's streaming at high bit rate, so I'm not quite sure what. But I'll just get driving a little bit, and then we'll figure it out from there. Hopefully it's tracking. I don't know. We'll see. It's really annoying. Technology is crazy. Like, for anyone that doesn't know, technology is quite difficult. You know, with all the live streaming capabilities that we're doing. We'll see if it gets any better when I'm driving. I don't know, it doesn't even look like I'm going anywhere. Yeah, there's a lot of wet floor signs. The incredibly slippery. Shouldn't have been as slippery. But yeah, I fell on my butt. Yeah, I don't know if this is, I don't know if this is working. There. We'll see. Maybe the internet will pick up. Don't know. That's what it's gonna do. It's gonna stay live, so even if my connection drops, it's gonna stay live, and I'll just put that placeholder up. The audio's way behind. Alright, well, we'll try one other thing. Bear with me 1 second. Because I'll switch to RTMP and see if that does anything better. I wanted to use the SRT, but that's the one thing I didn't test. Oh, the audio is fine now?
targets our children. The For You algorithm is a tool for TikTok to own their attention. TikTok's parent company. Is it accurate to say that you are in regular communication with the CEO of ByteDance, Jan Guo?
Chair Rogers, yes, I am in
Thank you.
communication.
Kelly Zhang is the CEO of ByteDance China, overseeing Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok. Are you in regular communication with Kelly?
What the fuck, bro?
I'm
Just
not
switch
in
over.
regular communication with her.
The ByteDance editor-in-chief is Song Ping, correct?
I believe so.
And Wu Zhugang is Beijing ByteDance technology board member and also an official of the Cyberspace Administration in China. Is this correct?
It's very confusing, guys.
I believe so.
I apologize.
They are not in the right.
Thank you. All of these individuals work or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party are at the highest levels of leadership at ByteDance, the company where you previously served as the chief financial officer, where you regularly communicate with their CEO.
Can you hear
TikTok
the
told us that you weren't sharing
hearing?
data with the CCP, but leaked audio from within TikTok has proven otherwise. In
please?
your testimony, you state that ByteDance
Or
is
if I
not
gotta turn it
beholden
up.
to the CCP. Who was reported to be the Communist Party secretary of ByteDance, and who was called for the party committee to, quote, take the lead
What the
across all party lines to ensure
contrary, China certainly thinks it is in control of TikTok and its software. Is that not correct?
Congressman, TikTok is not available in mainland China. And today we're headquartered in Los Angeles and Singapore. But I'm not saying that, the founders of ByteDance are not Chinese, nor am I saying...
Let me know. I seem to now have all four connected.
We do, use their expertise on some engineering projects.
But according all use social media platforms, are you aware of this phenomenon?
Any content that promotes human abuse is violative of our community guidelines, which dictates what is allowed and not allowed on our platform. We proactively identify and remove them from our platform.
It would be very helpful if you would share with
I'm gonna try this. I don't understand it. I'm very confused because my internet on the device is working. If it cuts out again, I'm just gonna keep driving for a while, okay?
help with transporting people with
Because I gotta keep driving it. I've been waiting for like an hour now, so I'm gonna. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. But if it does cut out, I'm just gonna drive for a while, and then I'll stop later and try to fix it later.
Gentleman's time has expired. Here's recognizes the lady from California, Ms. Eshu, for 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Chu, thank you for being here today. As members of Congress, our very first and top responsibility is to protect and defend.
protection. And the for our national security. So, in examining TikTok, ByteDance, I'd like to ask you some questions about that and how the severance in terms of the relationship with ByteDance, how user data, American user data, would be protected. Now, under Beijing's security laws, Article 7 compels companies to provide data. Article 10 makes the reach of the law extraterritorial. Now, this is very clear. I don't need to read all of it into the record, but those are the laws of the PRC. How does ByteDance, how does TikTok, rather, how do you convince the Congress of the United States that there can be a clean break? Why would the Chinese government sidestep their national law, including Article 7, Article 10, in terms of user data?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I'm glad you asked this. As I said in the opening statement, our plan is to move American data to be stored on American soil.
I understand that, but you're sidestepping, or I haven't read anything in terms of TikTok, how you can actually say, and you spoke in your opening statement about a firewall relative to the data. But the Chinese government has that data. And how can you promise that that will move into the United States of America and be protected here?
Congressman, I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data. They have never asked us, we have not provided.
But you know what? I find that actually preposterous.
I have looked in, I have seen no evidence of this happening. And in order to assure everybody here and all our users, our commitment is to move the data into the United States to be stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. So the risk will be similar to any government going to an American company asking for data. If that.
Well, I'm one that doesn't believe that there is really a private sector in China. And when you look at their national...
I'm on 81 South.
But specifically, these two articles, Article 7 and Article 10, are very clear. So I think that there is a real problem relative to our national security about
is running in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. Yes, initially there were parts of the source code, especially at the infrastructure layer, that doesn't touch the user experience. That's a collaborative global effort, including built by engineers in China. It's like many other companies, but use drive is a global collaborative effort. Now, but today, the business sides and the main parts of the code for TikTok is written by TikTok employees. And what we are offering is third-party for source code. I am not aware of any company, American company otherwise, that has actually
is part by Congress enacted Section
functioning as a massive surveillance program, collecting vast swaths of personal data from about 1 billion people worldwide. This includes data from personal devices of federal employees, contractors, and those concerning U.S. military service members and their families in places like Fort Bragg in North Carolina. As Fort Bragg's congressman, I have serious concerns about the opportunities TikTok gives the Chinese Communist Party to access the non-public sensitive data of our men and women in uniform. This personal data and location information can be harvested and could be used for blackmail to conduct espionage.
attention to this, and we'll get back to you when we have more specifics.
So if
I totally understand. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's an ongoing debate, apparently with China, so it's hard to say with any certainty that China would not have any influence. But let me ask another question. Last fall, along with Gospel Robbers, who were chair and co-chair of a subcommittee together, we're told that TikTok had surveilled, was involved in surveillance of users, very personal information. And you might say, well, not more than other companies, and I agree with Ranking Member Malone that I really don't want to go by that standard particularly, but that TikTok's in-app browser surveilled everything from Americans, including passwords and credit card numbers, etc. So I just want to ask you if TikTok did track and collect this sensitive data that Americans don't want to have disclosed.
Thank you. I'm glad you asked this question because, like you pointed out, we actually do not believe we collect more data than any other social media company out there. A lot of these reports, and we can talk about which specific one you're talking about. A lot of them are not that accurate. Some of them we have contacted them. We have actually gotten in touch with the authors to help them understand the data that we're collecting. A lot of it is speculation. This is something they could do. But if you look at the subtext, this is something that every company could do.
I'm running out of time. Let me just say that if TikTok chose not to take this sensitive information that you don't need for a transaction and support our comprehensive privacy bill, that would be very helpful. The other thing I wanted to ask, so really this is a yes or no, that does TikTok share user information from companies, from parent companies, from affiliated, or send user information to overseas?
In the past, yes, for interoperability purposes. Now, after Project Texas, all protected U.S. data will be stored here with the access controlled by a special team of U.S. personnel. Again,
1080 is turned off. I'm streaming at 720, but it's still lagging. I don't understand it because I'm streaming 5.5 megabytes per second. That should be more than enough. I got a feeling that the issue isn't with my technology, that the issue is with the fallback software I'm using, but I gotta wait for that tech guy to let me know. Something's wrong, and I don't think it's me. I'm streaming good. I wouldn't be streaming any bytes if I didn't have any service.
But my point is, how does that happen that employees of the company are saying that in fact that's not true?
I don't know who this person is, so I cannot speak to what the person has or has not said. What I can say is, based on my position in this company and the responsibility that I have, the statement is just true.
Unfortunately, I'll close, I guess I'm over my time. We need to look into the facts of this, and so do you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Florida, Ms. Kamek, for 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Shou, are you aware of Chinese Communist Party leader Chairman Xi Jinping's comments in May 2021 during a Communist Politburo study session where he instructed colleagues to target different countries, different audiences with short-form video? Are you aware of these comments? Yes or no?
Congressman, I'm not aware of this.
Okay. Well, and as was pointed out by Chairwoman Rogers, you have regular contact with Chinese Communist Party Secretary, Mr. Zhang Fuqi, who is your boss at ByteDance, correct? No?
He's neither my boss nor do we have regular contact.
But you have regular contact with ByteDance.
With the CEO of ByteDance.
Who is
Mr. Zhang Fuping is the editor-in-chief.
He's not.
My colleague, Representative Burgess, a few minutes ago exposed that TikTok and ByteDance share legal teams. You confirm this, correct?
Our general counsel is
Yes.
an American lawyer.
Yes.
Microsoft.
Also, my colleague, Representative Latta, confirmed that your parent company, ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes?
We have to be more specific.
Yes.
After
You
Project
say-
Texas, no.
I'm not asking after Project Texas, I'm asking now. Yes.
Some user data is public data, which means
You
everybody
confirm that.
can search.
What's interesting to me is that you've used the word transparency over a half a dozen times in your opening testimony and subsequently again in your answers to my colleagues. Yet the interesting thing to me is that ByteDance, your parent company, has gone out of their way to hide an airbrush corporate structure ties to the CCP, the company's founder, and their activities. You can look no further than the fact that ByteDance's website has been scrubbed. In fact, we found web pages from the Beijing Internet Association, the industry association charged with Communist Party building work of internet companies in Beijing. They have been archived but since deleted. Makes you kind of wonder why. Yes or no, ByteDance is required to have a member of the Chinese government on its board with veto power. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. ByteDance owns some Chinese businesses, and you're talking about this very special subsidiary that is
Mr.
sold
Shou,
Chinese business
Mr.
license.
Shou, I'm going to have to move on. You've said repeatedly that there is no threat, that this is a platform for entertainment, for fun. I have to ask you then, if there is no threat to Americans, if there is no threat to our data, privacy, security, why did an internal memo from TikTok corporate headquarters explicitly coach senior management to, quote, downplay the parent company ByteDance? Why would they say downplay the China Association and downplay AI? This is from an internal memo from your company. Why, if you had nothing to hide, would you need to downplay the association with ByteDance in China?
Congressman, I have not seen this.
You can't answer that question. Mr. Shou, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind. Mr. Shou, that video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F. At the House Energy and Commerce Committee on March 23rd of this year. This video was posted before this hearing was publicly noticed. I think that's a very interesting point to raise. But more concerning is the fact that it names this chairwoman by name. Your own community guidelines state that you have a firm stance against enabling violence on or off TikTok. We do not allow people to use our platform to threaten or incite violence or to promote violent extremist organizations, individuals, or acts. When there is a threat to public safety or an account is used to promote or glorify off-platform violence, we ban the account. This video has been up for 41 days. It is a direct threat. The people in this room still remains on security of 150 million Americans, where you can't even protect the people in this room. I think that is a blatant display of how vulnerable people who use TikTok are. You couldn't take action after 41 days when a clear, a very violent, to the chairwoman of the you damn well know that you cannot protect the data and security of this committee or the 150 million users of your app, because it is an extension of the CCP. With that,
Can I respond? Chair?
gentleman yields back.
Yeah, it was just for show.
Lady from
They won't even let him risk.
Thank you very
Why
much.
even have the
Chair.
hearing?
And I'm really glad that we're having this very important hearing here today. And let me just say, make no mistake, the Chinese government represents a real and immediate threat. Look no further than even the portable gear and still not telecom networks that needs to be ripped and replaced. But we can't lose sight of the important internet governance issues TikTok and other social media companies represent. I'm especially committed to demanding transparency from large platforms about the algorithms that shape our online interactions, especially for teenagers and young users. That's why I introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Platform Transparency Act to bring greater visibility to this ecosystem. We can't lose sight of the required internet
How do we turn off the audio?
to discriminate on the
So
basis
the audio sucks.
of age, gender, ability, and other protected characteristics. It also would establish a safety and effectiveness standard algorithms for.
So it is streaming. I didn't even know it was streaming that whole time.
Now, this bill would require online platforms to publish annual public reports detailing their content moderation
Quality
practices,
sucks.
which I believe should be a baseline requirement to enable meaningful oversight and consumer choice. Mr. Chu, just yes or no, do you believe a requirement for annual content moderation practices for social media platforms would be beneficial? Yes or no?
Yes.
This transparency bill would also require online platforms to maintain detailed records describing their algorithmic process reviewed by the Federal Trade Commission in compliance with key privacy and data de-identification standards. Mr. Chu, does TikTok currently maintain records describing their algorithmic processes? Yes or no?
Congressman, I will need to check and get back to you on what kind of specific records you want.
Okay, I wait for that. Over the past few years, alarming information brought to light by whistleblowers have shown that social media companies are intimately aware of the effect our products on young women, political extremists, and more. Despite this, they withheld those studies or declined to investigate further. In either case, it shows a pattern invasive or negligent behavior that I find concerning and extreme. Mr. Chu, does TikTok conduct its own studies on the effect of its algorithms and content distribution models on mental health or safety? And if so, how and when are those findings made public? And if not, do you believe they're necessary?
Congresswoman, we rely on external third parties and fund their research to help us understand some of these issues. For example, we work with the Digital Wellness Lab at the Boston Children's Hospital to understand the 60-minute time limit that we put for all our under 18 users. And we are supportive of legislation that provides more funding for research, like, for example, for the NIH.
TikTok tailors its recommended content based on user activity to encourage people to spend more time on the app. But this practice is by no means unique to TikTok, given the prevalence of young users and the digestible nature of short video. I'm concerned about the app's tendency to exacerbate existing mental health challenges. Mr. Chu, does TikTok have different policies for amplifying content that would be related to depression or dieting versus content like gardening and sports? If yes, describe these policy differences. If no, why not?
Congressman, thank you for that. This is a great question. The answer is yes. We are trying out some policies together with experts to understand certain contents that are not inherently harmful, like extreme fitness, for example, but shouldn't be seen too much. And these are models that we're building, and we are trying to understand, together with experts, how to best implement them across our platform, particularly for younger users.
In cases where users have been engaging with potentially harmful content, I believe it's imperative that the app takes steps to moderate that behavior rather than continuing to promote it. That means, in a sense,
I apologize. I wasn't clear. First, anything that is violative and harmful, we remove. What I meant to say were content that is not inherently harmful, like some of the extreme fitness videos that are about people running 100 miles. And it's not inherently harmful, but if we show them too much, the experts are telling us that we should disperse them more and make sure that they're not seen too regularly,
So
especially
you're
by
very
young people.
intentional about that. And it's something that you
We are working on it, yes. Yeah.
You're working on it.
Yes.
Okay. I yield back.
Jenny, gentle lady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bill Rockus, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you guys hear it okay, or is it really choppy?
Hearing. Mr. Chu, your algorithms prioritize providing.
I only see the YouTube chat, so if you could tell me on YouTube,
challenges.
is it very choppy still?
Just 3 days ago, Italy opened an investigation into TikTok over user safety concerns after the so-called French scar challenge went viral on your platform. I know you know about the blackout challenge, which others may know as the choking challenge that encourages children to bring them to the point of unconsciousness or in some cases tragically death. If that isn't enough, I want to share the story of Chase Nasco, a 16-year-old boy from New York who tragically ended his life a year ago by stepping in front of a train. I want to thank his parents.
Thanks, Kat.
They're here.
Yeah, I was having a lot of issues before.
Being here today and allowing us to show this. Mr. Chu, your company destroyed their lives. Your company destroyed their lives. I admire their courage to be here and share Chase's story in the hopes that it will prevent this from happening to other families. The content in Chase's For You page was not a window to discovery, as you boldly claimed in your testimony. It wasn't content from a creator that you invited to roam the hill today, or STEM education content that children in China see. Instead, his For You page was sadly a window to discover suicide. It is unacceptable, sir, that even after knowing all these dangers, you still claim TikTok is something grand to behold. I want you to see what Chase would see. And I think if you want, again, would you share this content with your children, with your 2 children? Would you want them to see this? And again, I want to warn everyone watching that you may find this content disturbing, but we need to watch this, please.
Parenting. You gotta kill yourself.
Or sad, very sad.
It's very sad.
This is why Congress needs to enact a comprehensive privacy and data security law to give Americans over their information and to protect our children. We must save our children from big tech companies like yours who continue to abuse and manipulate them for your own gain. Now I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, it is urgent that the Congress pass an online data privacy law that protects the personal privacy of Americans online and particularly our kids. While this hearing shines a light on TikTok, this hearing also should serve as a call to action for the Congress to act now to protect Americans from surveillance, tracking, personal data gathering, and addictive algorithmic operations that serve up harmful content and has a corrosive effect on our kids' mental and physical well-being. For many years, I've sounded the alarm in this committee of how big tech platforms like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram incessantly surveil, track, gather personal private information, and use it along with data brokers to target and influence our behavior. This is a much broader issue than TikTok in China. There are other malign actors across the world
Motorcycle car.
gather data to use it as an
see that
element of
much.
social control and influence peddling and worse. And as I detailed in this committee last year when we passed our online privacy law, the harms to children are very serious and demand swift action. Big tech platforms profit immensely from keeping children addicted. They do not care about the privacy, safety, and health of our kids. They are the modern-day tobacco and cigarette companies that for so long resisted and misled Congress. And it took action by the Congress to actually protect our kids and to outlaw smoking by young people. In early 2020, based upon the growing body of evidence to harm to kids online, I introduced its Privacy Act and the Kids Act. And I want to thank all of the researchers, the young people, the parents, depression, self-injury, suicide ideation, and cyberbullying. Heck, Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, was right here and testified to us that Facebook and Instagram conducted research on this topic. They knew and understood the harms, but they continued to elevate profits over the well-being of children. And TikTok does the same. Last Congress, when we passed the ADPPA, the committee incorporated many of these important child online privacy and safety provisions from my bills. But we can make the 118th Congress's version of this bill, of this new law, even more protective of children. And I look forward to working with the chair and the ranking member to make that happen. Mr. Chu, TikTok has incredible sway over children in the U.S., but you don't have a very good track record. In 2019, TikTok was hit with the largest civil penalty by the Federal Trade Commission in a children's privacy case. 4 years later, TikTok still has not taken sufficient action to fix the problems. I assume because child users are incredibly profitable to your bottom line. So answer me this. TikTok allows advertisers to
I'm going to try one other thing, seeing how this seems like it's working. So I'm going to turn it off for a second and try to kick on SRT and see how that is.
I do want to.
Now that I
between 13 and 17, if you don't mind, I'll check into my team and get back to you on those answers.
You know, TikTok could be designed to minimize the harm to kids, but a decision was made to addict kids in the name of profits. And it's our responsibility, members, to act swiftly to address this. This has gone on for too long. We've dilly-dallied too much. This committee, thankfully, we've taken responsibility and acted, but we have an enormous responsibility to act swiftly and get this bill to the floor of the House and passed into law as soon as possible. Thank you. I yield back the time. Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is now with SRT than it is with RTM?
I've been doing it for most of my life. Evasive any of your answers, I'm going to talk to you in some language that maybe you'll better understand. As it goes. Okay? Let's talk about the Citizen Lab report. This is something your team frequently mentions in hearings as a way to exonerate yourself. For example, in the limitations section, it reads, "We could not examine every source code component and test in the apps in every circumstance, which means our methods could not find every security issue, privacy violation, and censorship event." So it's an incomplete assessment. The report notes that TikTok's data collection using third-party trackers was inapparent. Is preserved.
Was the audio better
So
before?
while Citizen Lab may have been afraid to say the obvious conclusion, Mr. Chu, I am not. TikTok's source code is riddled with backdoors and CCP censorship devices. Here's the truth. In a million lines of code, the smallest shift from a 0 to a 1 on just one of thousands of versions of TikTok on the market will unlock and access to American data. Mr. Chu, as CEO of TikTok, why have you not directed your engineers to change this?
A lot better now.
Congressman, thank you for the question.
Have you directed them to change the source code? Have you directed them to change that source code?
Congressman, if you give me a bit of time to just...
No, I don't. It's a yes or no question. Have you directed your engineers to change that source code?
I'm not sure I understand.
Why are you allowing TikTok Congress within China, you that Citizen Lab exonerated TikTok from any information sharing with China.
Yeah, we're still in Virginia.
Citizen Lab saw this and issued a statement correcting the record yesterday.
We're going to be in Virginia for a long time.
The director of the lab. I am disappointed that TikTok executives continue citing
more miles.
Labs research in their statements to government as somehow exculpatory. I've called them out on this in the past, and it's unfortunate that I have to do it again. Unquote. He goes on to say, and I quote, "We even speculated about possible mechanisms through which the Chinese government might use unconventional techniques to obtain TikTok user data via pressure on ByteDance." Mr. Chu, you sent Congress written testimony citing this lab as a support of your claim that China cannot access user data, U.S. user data. And now this lab has come out to say, we never said that. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, I hope you understand what that is. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, this is yet another instance of TikTok attempting to mislead Americans about what their technology is capable of and who has access to their information. Madam Chair, I'd like to respond to that.
They don't let him respond, which is really annoying.
Without objection.
With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair yields to the gentleman from Maryland. Mr. Sarbanes, 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm going to pick up on a theme we've already covered here, which is the effect that your platform, along with many other social media platforms, by the way, has in terms of mental and behavioral health in this country. I won't speak to what's happening elsewhere in the world, but we've talked about the impact that it's having on children, on teens. We took some action last year in this committee to try to improve access to resources. We authorized critical programs to address mental health needs, but we need to do even
Congressman, thank you. We do want to be leading in terms of safety of our users, particularly for teenagers. We were the first to launch a 60-minute watch limit.
And let's talk about the 60-minute launch.
And I'm very glad to see people, others in our industry follow. Many of the recommendations, we study them very seriously. We actually have a series of features. Like, for example, if you're under 16, you cannot use a direct messaging feature because we want to protect those younger users. If you're under 16, you cannot go viral by default. If you're under 18, you cannot go live. And
let me go back to the 60-minute limit, because my understanding is that teens can pretty easily bypass the notification to continue using the app if they want to. I mean, let's face it, our teens are smarter than we are by half, and they know how to use the technology and they can get around these limits if they want to. Are you measuring how many teens continue to exceed the 60 minutes of time on that app?
we understand
how that's working.
We understand those concerns. Our intention is to have the teens and their parents have these conversations about what is the appropriate amount of time for social media. That's why we give the parents what we call family
Let me
parenting.
ask you this question before I run out of time. If you concluded that putting some reasonable limits in place and trying to find a way to enforce them would lead some percentage of your users to leave TikTok and go somewhere else, is that something that you're prepared to accept?
Yes.
Really? Well, I'd love to get the research on how these limits are being implemented, how they're being bypassed, and the things that you're taking, measures you're taking to those issues going forward. Please bring that information back to our committee as we move forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman. Kentucky, Mr.
I appreciate the time. Mr. Chu, your terms of service specifically state that TikTok does, and I quote, not allow the depiction, promotion, trade of drugs or other controlled substances. Despite this content meets your terms of service, and I brought this up with other service providers, but despite this content against your terms of service, content or
first of all, the majority of the content on TikTok is fun, entertaining, informative, and very positive for our users. Like the other companies that operate in this country, we have to deal with some bad actors come and publish some content on illegal drugs, other
Bad actors don't seem to be able to access
the TikTok US experience should be compared to other US companies because this is common.
But your parent company has the technology to prevent it because you prevent it in China, but you can't prevent it here. Why is the difference? That's what I'm asking.
Congressman, there is no technology that is perfect in doing this. We have to deal with the reality of the country they were operating in. And here in the United States, as with other companies, we share this challenge. We are investing a lot to address the challenge. It's a shared challenge.
You invest a lot to seem to be addressing China, but not here.
Again, I think the comparison has been within the single country. We face the same set of challenges here in the U.S.
I'm sorry, what's the difference in China and here?
Let me give you an example, Congressman. In my home country, Singapore, there is almost no illegal drug content because Singapore has very strict drug laws.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned that TikTok's algorithm preys on vulnerable people, including those struggling with addiction, eating disorders, and other mental health conditions. The platform is designed to push content to users that will watch more frequently and for longer periods of time. Unfortunately, for many people suffering from certain mental health disorders, videos that reinforce negative self-image or engagement. On top of that, TikTok has received sensitive patient health information and records of browsing activity companies like BetterHelp, and Cerebral.
I'm watching it on my tablet, and it looks fine. I'm watching on YouTube.
People should be able to seek help to address serious medical concerns without being afraid that their information will be shared with social media companies trying to push your products, services, or content ethics. So, Mr. Chu, will TikTok continue to get information from third parties on its users' health, including their mental health? Yes or no?
We'll continue to work with experts. Yes, if that's the question. We'll identify these issues.
Will you continue to get information from these third parties, including their mental health? Yes or no?
Congressman, I'm sorry, I may not understand your question. If your question is if I'm working
It's a yes or no answer.
It's not the question. It's will you continue to get information from these third parties on its users' health?
get information. We do not get any user health information from third parties.
You've talked a lot about user privacy and safety. Will you commit here today to no longer using data about users' health, particularly their mental health, to push them content or sell ads? Yes or no?
reminder, if someone wants to buy me lunch or someone wants to pay for some gas, you can do that via Cash App or Super Chat if you are so inclined. You don't need to, but that would be helpful. If you want, yeah. I don't know where I am right now, but it's a 4-lane highway, so I must be by a city or something.
It's hard for us to believe what you're saying. Let me move on. Following up on what Mr. Latta asked about data access by Chinese engineers. Responding to Mr. Latta, you talked about where American user data would be stored in the future. The question was about access today, storage in the future versus access today. This is total redirection. This blows up any trust we could desire to develop. So to be clear, Mr. Chu, today
identify our users. We do not. The only face data that you get, that we collect, is when you use the filters to have, say, sunglasses on your face. We need to know where your eyes are.
Why do you need to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated?
And the data is stored on your local device, and we read that off the user filter. Again, we do not collect body face data to identify filters to have.
Hold on, I'm testing stuff. Testing things here, so bear with me. Just testing.
Where we look at the public profile to go through the videos that they post to see whether.
That's creepy. Tell me more about that.
Testing things. That's better now. So bear with me. Let's see.
Now, this is a real challenge for our industry because.
All right. Well, we'll give it a shot like this for a little bit. Testing things. That's better now. All right. So we'll give it a shot like this for a little bit. I got to run to the restroom. I'll leave my car on so you can still hear this.
Can you tell me how many children in America?
But I gotta make sure I can lock it from the outside. Stand by. All right. Stand by.
Positive experiences.
That's not what I asked. I asked you, tell me the number of children, of U.S. children that died because of these challenges.
Congressman, again, the majority of people who come on our platform get a good
I'm not talking about the majority of children. I want to know a number.
Dangerous strangers are not allowed on our platform. If we find them, we will remove them. We take this very seriously.
Obviously, you found one today and you removed it. We had to bring it to your attention, and I know I'm out of time. Thank you for being here. Welcome again to the most bipartisan committee in Congress.
Gentleman yields back. We will now take a brief recess and resume in 10 minutes. The committee stands in recess. Break down the testimony from TikTok's CEO, Cho Chu, and this is before the Energy and Commerce Committee, 52 members, so still many questions to come, but so far a very unified front. Democrats and Republicans all asking pressing questions, sometimes frankly not waiting for the answer, hitting issues ranging from China's relationship to TikTok, to the influence of the Chinese Communist Party, to the mental health and privacy of teenagers and children in America. I'm Libby Casey. I'm joined right now by James Hohmann during this brief break, opinions columnist here at the Washington Post. James, we heard the last member say this is a bipartisan panel, and so far it certainly is sounding unified in their criticism and concern about TikTok.
Yeah, Buddy Carter's comment really rings true there, as we just saw Anna Eshoo, a very liberal Democrat from California, talking to Kathy McMorris Rogers, the chair of this committee, very conservative Republican from Washington State. And it really was striking, not a single defender during that first 2+ hours of really rough questioning. The TikTok CEO getting pounded on not just national security concerns that we've heard a lot of earlier in the first hour, but a lot of concerns about teen mental health.
So the sound's better now, right?
Well-being during the second
hour.
Let's
see.
Really,
it may still drop off when I start driving.
Every member of Congress trying to...
Like the audio shouldn't now, because I have a microphone on it.
The TikTok CEO and really... the TikTok CEO going out of his way.
The video may drop.
Chill as possible, not really losing his cool, but also...
Don't leave your car running when you go through Little Rock, Arkansas.
Really not a lot of kind of what you can...
They can't, the car was locked.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, senior congressional who is there in that hearing room. Rhonda,
wait, did the hearing end?
Who has shown up for today's hearing?
Did the hearing end?
Well, I can tell you that it is kind of a chaotic scene over here. There are a lot of people. I stepped out into the hallway during this short recess.
Let me know if it ended.
There are a lot of people in the audience who probably fit the TikTok demographic. The largest demographic on TikTok.
Oh, no, it's recess.
That graphic.
Hopefully this doesn't drop off too much. I have a feeling the internet is going to drop off. I have a feeling the internet likely will drop off this way. Because right now I'm using RTMP versus SRT. I wish I could have RTMP audio versus SRT. But I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it stays. Oh, I should have grabbed the damn charger for my my tablet. But I had to use the restroom. Now we're back on the road. We have 17 hours left. We're going to Waco, Texas. The Save America rally that is going to be on Saturday. So it's a don't leave your car running in Memphis. Nah. I just left it running for you guys so you could keep hearing the audio. Because otherwise you would have just heard nothing. Next time I'll just leave it on nothing. I should have grabbed the longer mic cable. I think I have one in the bag. Because that way I could have left the mic up somewhere else. I don't know. But I don't know how... Did anyone catch how long of a hearing they're taking, or how long of a recess they're taking for the break? Oops. I don't know how long of a recess they're taking. Like if I was in my motorhome, for one, I couldn't drive fast, but secondly, I would have already had to fuel up once. That would have been like $150 or something like that. It's so fucking expensive with a motorhome, but it's nice because it is like a apartment on wheels, but it is expensive. Look at this car. Is it a Camaro? He's got the number 3 on it. Good wrench. He's trying to race me. He wins. I think that's a Camaro. It looks different though. If you see the top of the Landstar truck there, it looks like his roof is getting ready to peel back. If you can see it. I don't know what, yeah, that's his roof. You gotta get that fixed, homie. Actually, it looks like a flashing. Damn, traffic, bro. It's not even showing on my map. It also smells pretty funky here. I don't know if it's like sewage or whatever. Stinks though. Smells no bueno. No bueno, no J, no bueno bueno. No bueno bueno. But at least this has been one continuous live stream while I've been driving, even though I've had all the issues. Because if I was streaming without the remote server where this is going to, it would have, I would have had like 15 lives today, so there'd be no notices of when I go live. Because essentially I started at what, I started at 10 o'clock. So in theory, I'll be good live until like 6 on Facebook. So I'll probably restart the whole feed around, well, so probably what I'll do is at 6 p.m. when we're at the 8-hour mark, I will, I'll take a little break and listen to the news and music and stuff like that, and then maybe turn it back on around 8 o'clock. And then we'll do the night crew, live on the roads, the night crew, you know what I'm saying? And I'll drive until I just get tired. We'll see. But we're on our way to Texas, to Waco, Texas. I've never been to Waco before. Been to Dallas, so I'm gonna go through Dallas. I know I'm gonna go through Knoxville, and then Nashville, and then Little Rock, and then so I go through, I think it's Knoxville, Nashville, or Nashville, Knoxville. I don't remember which way it goes. And then Memphis, which I'm going to just try to get straight in and out real quick. I don't want to be anywhere near Memphis. And then Little Rock, Arkansas. What the fuck you honking for, homie? He's using his train horn for some reason. What's he doing? What is he doing, boy? Oh, because of this exit? Yeah, they're taking this exit. Oh, no, they're not. What are they doing? I don't know what they're honking for. Maybe because he was going too fast? That's some weird stuff. Yep, just cruising on by down the road. To be on the road again. It'll come back sooner than later. I've been back for a while, since I passed that yellow truck. There's such a delay from the feed I'm watching, so I can't see it. You know what I mean? So there's like probably a good, I don't know, 15-second delay. I can kind of tell when I'm coming back because I can see the megabytes that it's streaming go back up, because it drops down when it like switches cell towers. But you know, it is what it is. But pretty soon, and I kind of like this with the microphone better. The next time I stop, which is probably going to be another hour and a half or so, I'm going to try to find the longer cable, because then I will have easy access to that microphone, because I believe if I turn the microphone off, you'll have no sound. It allows me, like, I can talk to my wife and stuff with the silence of not having a bunch of you guys listening to me talk to my wife and stuff. But now that it's working, if you guys do want to support the stream, you can do so via Cash App or Venmo. My Cash App is Freight Broker Live. All one word, Freight Broker Live. Now it drops, doesn't it? Right when I'm doing that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, Freight Broker Live. Freight Broker Live is the Cash App, and then my name, at Steve Oatley, is the Venmo. If anybody wants to support it. Thank you, April, for putting that in the chat. I was going to try to get all fancy with the overlays, but I have to pay $100 for the software, and I didn't make enough money to do that. I really wanted it for when I was at the Trump rally. I'm sure we'll have more viewers. I do have the hearing up, so as soon as the hearing does come back, I will turn up the volume, but right now they're still in recess. I just wish with this hearing they allowed him to answer some questions. Like when he tries to give an answer, I would prefer that they do it. Because I'll be honest, the more they're talking, the more I'm like, you know what, they shouldn't even ban this platform. I'll be like, seriously, that's what's going through my head. It just seems weird. You know what I mean? Think about it. If Democrats and Republicans are working together, they're up to no good. You know what I'm saying? They're up to no good if they're working together. I just don't trust them. I just don't trust a lick of them. Not no Democrat, no Republican. Don't trust a single one. They're all freaking worthless. You know what I'm saying? Chill. But the hearing is still on pause. On the break. We've got approximately, I don't know how many more, 92 more miles. No, sorry, 94 more miles before we cross into, what do I cross into? Someone look it up on a map. If I follow 81 all the way down to, what's the next state? Kentucky? No. Tennessee? You can't go right into Tennessee, right? Oh shit, there's the Bristol Speedway. Hell yeah! Let's go to Bristol. Is that, no, that's in Tennessee, isn't it? Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe I go right to Bristol, Tennessee. I don't know. Yeah, I'll stay in this lane. Cruising at a good clip. I'll let this car go by. You're driving like an idiot. I mean, shit, I was doing a little bit over right there, and this car came up on my ass fast as hell. Unbelievable. You Marylander. And then, of course, you brake the second you get in front of me. Unbelievable. Let me tell you what. I don't care who you are right there. I don't care who you are right there. That's unbelievable. Oh, yeah. This is what I do when I'm driving in a car by myself, just so you guys know. I like make stupid sounds and be like, you're unbelievable, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's what I always do. Because I'm goofy. Just a little bit goofy. Tennessee, you think? Someone said. No, West Virginia would be done. West Virginia's to the west, because I'm in Virginia. But I think West Virginia would be done by then. I don't know. I'm also driving, so I don't know if anything's transpired with the, whatchamacallit. The thing. You know, the thing, that thing, yeah. On that, but that's what I think. That's what I think happens. Still waiting for this TikTok here to come back. Still waiting. I really wish the SRT worked better with the audio, because the SRT the picture was quite a bit clearer. Someone said the grand jury got put off today as well. No shit. Now they're not coming back until Monday. Yeah, I wonder if it has anything to do with that letter that was posted. Donald Trump posted it. Fox News was talking about it this morning, where Michael Cohen in 2018, through his attorneys, wrote a letter where he said that the payment that was made to Stormy Daniels was made without the knowledge of Donald Trump. And it didn't concern Donald Trump, which is kind of interesting. And I wonder if there's any proof that, or I wonder if Michael Cohen tried to get a pardon from Donald Trump when Donald Trump was in the White House. I wonder if that happened, because if Donald Trump didn't give him a pardon, and that's documented somehow, either by emails, that is more proof that he's just making up his story and doing it out of a vendetta. You know, I wonder. I think I heard something about that. I'm not quite sure. But I think I heard something about it. I don't know how bad the audio is because I can't hear it. Here, hold on. Let me listen for a second. And doing it out of a vendetta. You know, I wonder. I think I heard something about that. Actually, the audio is not bad now. The audio is not bad. It drops out and then comes back and then drops out again and comes back. Unfortunately. Audio is pretty good, they said. Seeing it's funny because, like, if it seems like if I go out of line of sight with these cell towers, because it's so hilly, like there's a cell tower right there. Now I'm streaming, like, now I'm ripping, streaming real good. So I wonder if it just has to do with, like, line of sight for these towers, if the system isn't getting a good one. And I'm actually using a bonded signal, so I'm using 2 Verizon hookups and 2 T-Mobile hookups, and then they're bonding it as one signal all the way up into the sky. That's what this technology is. It's called cellular bonding. And really, I could have got more inventive if I had, like, AT&T. I don't think there's a 4th cell provider. But if I had AT&T, I could really one-up it by utilizing like Starlink. If I had Starlink, run, you know, Verizon 5G, T-Mobile 5G, AT&T 5G, and then Starlink, and dude, I would have a connection that would never drop. I ain't never scared, you know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, I don't have that kind of money. You know, I wanted to try to buy Starlink before we do our camping trip. So that way I'd be able to upload, you know, videos and, you know, do a lot. But I just don't have an extra $900 for the Starlink, unfortunately. There's other shit I'd use $900 for if I had it right now, extra. You know what I'm saying? Got a bit of a stomach ache, so I think I'm hungry again. Which it is around lunchtime. But I also forgot my gallon of water and my juice stuff to put in the water. So that sucks. I meant to have that, but I don't. Alright, the hearing's back on. I'll shut up now.
That we all may not agree on everything.
Give me an audio check. Let me know how that's sounding.
Be respectful of our audience members, our viewers, and our witnesses. The chair appreciates the audience's cooperation in maintaining order as we have a full discussion on these important issues. The chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Mr. Chu, you are here because the American people need the truth about the threat TikTok poses to our national and personal security. TikTok collects nearly every data point imaginable, from people's location to what they type and copy, who they talk to, biometric data, and more. Even if they've never been on TikTok, your trackers are embedded in sites across the web. TikTok surveils.
It sounds like they started it over.
The Chinese Communist Party is able to use this as a tool to manipulate America as a whole.
There.
Has TikTok at any time sold or shared with third parties logarithmic inferences that were made using, in part or in whole, precise GPS information collected from U.S. users? Yes or no?
Congressman, I need to check on these specifics. What I can tell you is right now we do not collect precise GPS location data in the United States.
All right. Does TikTok still use inferences that were made using, in part or in whole, precise GPS information collected from U.S. users?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Does TikTok still use inferences that you gained that were made using, in part or whole, precise GPS information collected from U.S. users in your algorithms?
That will be a very technical question. I will have to check and get back to you.
Has TikTok at any time provided the Chinese government with either precise GPS information collected from U.S. users or inferences made from that data?
That I can give you a straight no.
Mr. Chu, even if Congress were to ban TikTok, I'm concerned that China or others would still have access to U.S. consumer data by purchasing it through data brokers. Will you commit not to sell any of TikTok's data to data brokers now or in the future?
We do not do that. We do not sell data to data brokers now.
Will you commit to not do it in the future?
There are certain members of the industry who do this. I think this has to be broad legislation to help us, the whole industry, address this problem.
I think I'm out of time. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
Generally yields back. Chair yields 5 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. When the Chinese Communist government bought a share of ByteDance, it's been described as the Chinese Communist government's way of acquiring a form of control, and that companies have little choice in selling a stake to the government if they won't stay in business. And what I'd like to know is, when the Chinese Communist government moved to buy shares of ByteDance, were you informed beforehand?
Thank you, Martin, for that cash app or that super chat.
Were you or anyone on TikTok asked for your opinion about the sale of shares of ByteDance to the Chinese Communist government? Yes or no?
This hasn't happened.
Did you or anyone employed by or affiliated with TikTok state any objections or concerns about the possibility of the Chinese Communist government, once they had shares in ByteDance, exercising control over content, using your platform for conducting misinformation campaigns, or restrictions ensuring nothing is posted that reflects badly on the Chinese Communist government, or for surveillance and data collection for use against anyone? Did any of you or anyone affiliated with TikTok raise any concerns about that?
Congressman, we do not collect, we do not promote.
I didn't ask you that.
We do not promote.
No, did you raise any concerns about it? Because that's why we're here.
But we do not promote or remove any content on the behalf of the Chinese government.
Did you communicate in any form or fashion with the directors of ByteDance that there might be concerns about government control over content? Yes or no? You either did or you didn't.
Congressman, I just want to make this clear. We do not remove or promote content at the request of the Chinese.
TikTok insiders have already said that the company is tightly controlled by ByteDance. It even gets down to the hours they work. So obviously you didn't say anything. There's a serious concern by Chinese companies, privately held companies, about doing anything against what the Chinese Communist government wants. I want to ask you this: does TikTok screen against manipulative content from child predators? Yes or no?
Do we screen?
Do you screen against them?
Yeah, we do.
How about drug cartels?
Drug cartels, child predatory content. This is all
violated. You had a drug cartel that was engaged in a police chase with Spanish authorities, and they posted it on TikTok and got over 1 million views. Why was that taken down? And are you doing it with human traffickers or terrorists? I mean, do you withhold content from nations that might be committing crimes against humanity? Yes or no?
Congressman, our platform is a place of freedom of expression and users.
I know you talk about that, but yes or no, do you screen against content from nations that commit crimes against humanity?
Congressman, our users comment.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Comment present any points of views that you want, and it's a commitment to keep this.
Let me ask you this: Michael Beckerman, who is your vice president and head of public policy for the Americas, right? Is he part of the team that helped you prepare for this meeting? Yes or no?
Can I clarify who you mean?
Michael Beckerman.
Yes, he is.
Okay, where is he at this moment?
I'm sorry?
Where's Mr. Beckerman at this moment?
He's probably here.
No, you know he's here. He's sitting right behind you. I want to know why, when Mr. Beckerman was on with Jake Tapper on CNN and asked repeatedly to condemn Chinese Communist government's treatment of the Uyghurs, when that treatment has been classified by the United States as a genocide, when a UN report classified it as a crime against humanity, why, after multiple questions, Mr. Beckerman refused to address that? Are you afraid of the Chinese Communist government?
No, because you can find that content on our platform. Any content that our users want to express their views on this issue is really available.
Why won't they let him fucking answer, dude?
In an American television news channel, why couldn't he say something? Why couldn't he condemn that?
I think it's very important to look at our platform, and if you use our and open our app
I'm not
and
talking about
search
your
for any
platform. I'm
content.
asking about your personnel now, because personnel is policy. Everybody in this room understands that, except maybe you. Personnel is policy. Let me just conclude with this. And I hate to bring this up because this is part of the stuff that I've said, but deception is fundamental to the Chinese Communist Party's political, intelligence, and military strategy. And you have repeatedly used the word transparency throughout this hearing. And every time you've said it, what I've heard is deception. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from Texas, Mr. VC, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to tell you, Mr. Chu, as a father of a 16-year-old that likes social media, a lot of your evasiveness today in answering many of these questions really disturbs me.
They're not letting them talk.
I can tell you that
I hate these guys.
the teenagers of today, they really don't want to be on Facebook. They want your platform. And you were asked to come before this committee to testify about many things, and a lot of us are worried about our kids' personal data. As the co-chair of the Congressional Voting Rights Caucus, I also worry that TikTok is the world's most powerful and extensive propaganda machine, allowing the Chinese Communist Party to use TikTok's platform to influence public opinion and undermine the integrity.
You got it pretty loud, unfortunately.
I have a report called TikTok and Facebook Fail to Detect Election Disinformation in the U.S. while YouTube Succeeds. And this report was published by the nonprofit Global Witness and the Cybersecurity for Democracy team at NYU. And the purpose of the study was to test platforms like TikTok and whether or not they can detect and take down false political ads targeted at U.S. voters, young voters, ahead of last year's midterm elections. And according to this report, 90% of election disinformation ads tested were approved by your platform. Again, that is 90% of ads containing false and misleading election misinformation went undetected on TikTok. And just to add some color to the type of misleading ads that were approved by TikTok,
let me try this
that
too.
Were live on TikTok that said the wrong election day.
Let me know if that's any better.
People to vote twice. You do know that voting twice is a felony, Mr. Chu. You do know that it's legal to vote twice.
Let me know if that's
Congressman,
better.
Any misinformation that comes around a political action is something we take very seriously.
Let me. I'm particularly troubled about this type of information because it can run rampant on TikTok. And given that TikTok, again, y'all are appealing to a very young and diverse user base, that is exactly the people that we've seen targeted time and time again with voter suppression campaigns run by malicious actors. Mr. Chu, do you agree with me that it is completely unacceptable that 90% of these ads were undetected on your platform? And can you detail for us right now TikTok's policy regarding election misinformation and paid political ads, and how the company monitors such information, and how you plan to get that number down to zero?
While TikTok is a place for our users to come and express their points of views freely, we do take misinformation, dangerous misinformation, particularly around an election, very seriously. We will work with third-party experts to identify misinformation.
You call allowing 90% of false content, political content, on your platform to be taken? You define that as being taken seriously?
I need to look into the specifics. I'm not sure where the number came from, but I can tell you, Congressman, that we are the only platform that I know of that doesn't actually take political ads. We don't accept money. I don't think other platforms can say that.
Mr. Chu, can you detail how you responded to that report? Did you respond to that report that I just mentioned?
I need to look at the specifics of the report, Congressman, and I can get back to you on that.
Mr. Chu, I want to shift to Project Texas. I know that we've discussed this initiative throughout today's hearing, but I want to dive deeper into your notion that promises about Project Texas should give us any confidence in TikTok's ability to localize U.S. data and discontinue access to that data to ByteDance employees in China. Why? Because we've already had a TikTok executive appear before Congress and give sworn testimony about the comfort that we should take in TikTok's U.S.-based resources. Well, TikTok data security practices were being scrutinized by the U.S. government, and unfortunately, we've since found out from journalists and recorded conversations that those assurances were worthless. In your testimony, you also mentioned that Oracle has already begun inspecting TikTok's source code and has access to the platform's recommendation algorithm. Why should this give the American public any great assurances, particularly given that Oracle now owns a stake in TikTok and stands to gain monetarily the more revenue that TikTok and its algorithm generates?
Congressman, not only is Project Cactus unprecedented in our industry in protecting U.S. user data and interests, we are inviting third parties to come in and monitor this, and we will, be transparent in that process. And this is more beyond all companies that I know of in my industry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm out of time.
Back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm aware that on arriving in D.C. this week, you appeared on TikTok and posted you had 150 million U.S. users, 5 million U.S. businesses. That represents a lot of data. You also referenced your appearance before this committee as a chance to share all that TikTok is doing to protect Americans using the app. Mr. Chu, has ByteDance spied on Americans at the direction of the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record this October 20th, 22 Forbes article entitled TikTok Parent ByteDance Plan to Use TikTok to Monitor Physical Location of Specific U.S. citizens.
Without objections.
Thank you. The project assigned this to a Beijing-led team, and they were going to follow individual American citizens. I ask you again, Mr. Chu, has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it. This is ultimately
we can differ on that.
This is ultimately an internal
Any TikTok or ByteDance data that is viewed, stored, or passes through China is subject to the laws of China, one-party authoritarian state hostile to all American standards of privacy. China's court system reports to and falls under the Chinese Communist Party. And like fentanyl analogs, which we all know are also manufactured in China, although they are illegal there, I fear TikTok will grow into a much bigger problem.
I forgot my Tic Tacs too, damn it.
I'm deeply worried it may be too late to stop the spread of this cancer. Like fentanyl, another China expert, which causes addiction and death, dangerous algorithms in Chinese Communist Party are not good for Americans, not good for our families, and definitely not good for the United States. Mr. Chu, prior to serving as the CFO of ByteDance, you served as the CFO and Director of Global Operations for ShowMe from 2015 to 21. Is that correct?
Are you asking me in 2015?
Very good.
Would you mind repeating that, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to
I'm going to turn off my
into evidence.
I can't see the chat for a while.
The National Cybersecurity Center in Lithuania.
Without objections, so ordered.
Thank you. This report outlines numerous data security risks, including how the privacy of European users was violated in clear cases of unauthorized collection of user data by ShowMe. This sounds exactly what many of my colleagues have been talking about today. Worse yet, the ShowMe phones sold to Europeans had a list of 449 words and phrases which would be automatically censored on the device. Censored phrases included the Voice of America and Democratic Movement, among others. This analysis was conducted on devices which were manufactured and sold to Europeans while you were the head of operations for ShowMe. It does not follow that you expect us to believe that you would not censor on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party, since you've already done so.
I want to be unequivocal on this. We do not remove all promote content on behalf of
TikTok, in your words, strives to deliver on their mission to inspire creativity and bring joy to American users. I assure you that is not the mission or goal of the Chinese Communist Party, which runs the People's Republic of China, that TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, is domiciled. Mr.
Congressman, you can check with our users to see the experience that they're getting.
You have not given straightforward answers. We don't find you credible on these things. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the balance.
Congressman, you have given me no time to answer your questions. I reject the characterizations.
I yield to
Who are you
Mr.
yielding
Obernolte.
to, Dr. Dunn? Mr. Obernolte? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'd like to continue our discussion of Project Texas, if we could. Part of Project Texas is that engineers at Oracle will review the algorithms used by TikTok to confirm that they're free of foreign influence. I have a question about that because we're talking about AI, that's a very generic term. Do you use machine learning to influence the algorithms at TikTok?
This gets very technical, and we have published several blogs about this, which I can forward to your team.
Okay.
But yes, it's mainly based on interest signals.
Right. Okay. So here's my question: how could looking at the algorithm confirm that it's free from foreign influence? Because the algorithm is just a neural net architecture with inputs and outputs and weights, and how to train that. I mean, the influence is an external factor. So I'd appreciate it if you could give us. I see we're out of time again. A written answer to that. But again, I'm concerned that what you're proposing with Project Texas just doesn't have the technical capability of providing us the assurances that we need. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Custer. Ms. Barragon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, TikTok warns users when content is graphic or disturbing and labels state-affiliated media accounts to ensure the viewers aren't seeing propaganda. Does TikTok provide similar information to Spanish speakers, users, as well as English speakers?
I believe so, Congressman. I will get back to you on that.
Okay, and do you know if TikTok has a specific strategy for tackling Spanish language content that violates its trust and safety guidelines?
We do. I will get back to you on the specifics on that.
Okay. When offensive English language search terms or hashtags are blocked for violating community guidelines in English, is the Spanish translation of the term or the hashtag automatically blocked as well?
I believe so, but let me check the specifics and get back to you.
Do you have any idea how many people that you may have working at TikTok that addresses Spanish misinformation?
I know ballpark it's quite a significant team, but I can get back to you on the details.
You said significant, so are you saying it's... You have a ballpark at all you can give us? Would you say it's like 10% of your force or more?
It's an important number, so I want to be precise, and I'll get back to you.
Do you happen to know if a TikTok can effectively ensure that Spanish-speaking users between the ages of 13 and 17 are not being targeted by ads promoting harmful content?
We have very strict policies for our users who are in the teenage age group, and regardless of what language they speak. So we want to make sure that they are given a very safe experience on our platform, regardless of the language they use.
Well, I know, I'm just trying to... Information and misinformation. It remains an urgent priority for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus as Hispanics across the country increasingly turn to social media for vital information. We heard earlier in this hearing that there was, video, there was a TikTok post threatening the chair of the committee, and it took some 40 days to take it down. So I guess I'm a little concerned if your team doesn't have the resources and the capability to flag that, what kind of capability is it going to have to bring down misinformation, disinformation to Spanish speakers, which I'm assuming is a smaller fraction of the workers that you have at TikTok?
TikTok is a place for all our users to come and express their very diverse views, and we are open. I have seen these news articles. I would like to address that. My kids live in Singapore, and in Singapore, we do not have the under 13 experience. If they lived here in the United States, I'll let them use the under 13 experience.
Okay, so you're saying it's because of the country you live in doesn't have the same mechanisms. Is there a reason you don't have those same mechanisms everywhere?
In principle, we want to provide a good experience for our users in general. We don't want to monetize from people who are under 13. In the US, we are COPPA compliant, and as part of that, we were deemed as I want to get the specifics right. We were deemed as a particular type of mixed audience app. Want to make sure that that's right. And as a result of that, we have to provide an experience to our under 13 users in this country as well.
My time has expired. Thank you. I yield back.
Wow, they actually let him answer a question.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Pretty impressive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, my children are getting ready to run a marathon, and I noted during this hearing that they'll be running for about the same amount of time that you'll be sitting in that chair today. Unfortunately, I only get you for 5 minutes, so instead of a marathon, I'd like to do a sprint with you. And I want to go back up to that 30,000 feet
nice
level.
Nice joke, buddy.
Would you agree with me that Section 230 was created to protect platforms like yours from lawsuits when you distribute information? Don't overcomplicate it, just like 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
So then would you agree that there's a line drawn between publishers of information and distributors of information? Specifically in the Section 230 language.
I think 230 is a very complex topic.
I understand, but remember, we're at 30,000 feet. So in short, your platform distributes content that other people's publish. One of the early challengers to Section 230 was when AOL refused to take down a post of somebody that had inappropriately put associated a phone number with the Oklahoma City bombings. The courts ruled that AOL was not liable for that post because of Section 230. Now, I want you to do a hypothetical with me because I'm going to use the absurd to try to make a point here. Let's suppose hypothetically that AOL, instead of just posting that, actually wanted to magnify that voice, and so they took out an ad in the Wall Street Journal linking that phone number with the Oklahoma City bombing. And let's suppose they didn't stop there, but they went further and they took out a Super Bowl ad linking that phone number with the Oklahoma City bombing. And let's suppose hypothetically they didn't stop there. They sent a flyer to every home in America linking that phone number to the bombing. And I guess the question is, would AOL have moved from a distributor to a publisher in this made-up example?
Congressman, I think respectfully, I think
everybody can see that they would. This is not a hard question. Moving that far away from the intent would have moved them to a publisher. So my question is platforms are protected because they post content, but I want this room to see, not just you, the protection has limits. And if AOL moves to a distributor instead of a publisher, they go outside of those limits. Now let's talk algorithms just super quickly. We've thrown that word around a lot today. Let me hear it go 30,000 feet, and we'll use another platform so it's not sensitive. But Pinterest, I like to go on Pinterest. My wife and I are building a home, working on the yard right now. If you went on my Pinterest page, you would see swing sets and things made for my grandkids. Now, another hypothetical, let's suppose that there's some devious intent inside Pinterest, and they decide they want to influence John Curtis with these algorithms, and they want me to believe it's the end of the world. And all of a sudden now I'm buying bomb shelters instead of swing sets for my kids. Have they become a publisher and should not be protected from Section 230? And if you don't feel, I'm pretty sure the room understands that they have crossed this line, and you can tell me if you think they have or not.
Congressman, I will have to study that specific example and get back
It's
to you.
a hypothetical, but you can see at some point they've crossed the line and they have become a publisher and a distributor. So we've touched on this today, but I want to be super specific. Is it possible that TikTok had enough data, could get enough data on me, that you could use artificial intelligence and your algorithms and machine learning to write an algorithm that could persuade me to change how I view a policy issue? Does that possibility exist?
The way we look at it,
30,000 feet, on the sprint.
I'll stay very high level. The way we look at it is our users come in and express whatever views they want.
That's not the point. The point is,
let him fucking answer. God
We've actually
damn it.
seen the Washington Post reported
They don't let him answer
Stop the Willow
anything.
campaign shows how TikTokers are tackling climate change. I think that's all fine.
right, and all good, unless somebody has interjected into that and magnified or diminished voices in that. And what I'm proposing to you today is that pushes them across the line from a distributor to a publisher if they make those decisions. Now, serious allegations have been made against your platform and others, many of them here today, and you're not new to these allegations. This isn't your platform, but some time ago there was an allegation that a platform recommended ISIS-related videos. We've talked about the weight loss videos. We didn't talk about it, but the still in the elections. Whatever the motivation, I'm trying to point out that as you move from a publisher, as you manipulate this data with algorithms, that you step out from the protections of Section 230. Do you see that logic?
This is a very complex.
I understand it's very complex, but you see the logic. In your mind, has TikTok ever stepped across the line from a distributor to a publisher?
Congressman, again, this is a very complex topic. I will need to get back to you.
I understand that. Okay, and finally, very quickly, you produced a video that now is well known about your visit here today in Washington, D.C. Can you tell me 100% that no TikTok employees manually manipulated that to get more views?
I checked, and as far as I know, there was no boosting and heating. I went viral organically.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm sorry I'm out of time. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Rochester.
You got that one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, as I'm sure you know, this hearing is part of an ongoing effort by our committee to examine data security and other concerns with social media companies broadly. And I have to tell you, I came to this hearing interested to hear the actions that TikTok is taking to combat misinformation, protect our young people, and ensure our national security. But I've not been reassured by anything you've said so far.
Because they're not letting...
I think, quite frankly...
In all reality, well, hold on. So I'm going to talk over this, lady. They're not letting him answer any questions. Everybody that's watching, everybody that's listening knows that they're not letting him answer any questions. It's what they do in every single committee hearing. It sucks. I hate it.
Misinformation and disinformation. That's why I will be reintroducing the Detour Act to mitigate this harm. Mr. Chu, yes or no, would you oppose legislation that banned the use of intentionally manipulative design techniques that trick users into giving up their personal information?
In principle,
it's just a yes or no.
In principle, I agree that that kind of practices is not.
And can TikTok users opt out of targeted ads? Yes or no?
At this moment in time, we believe that this is a very important part of the experience.
Yes or no? Time is ticking.
It is an important part of the experience.
Even if someone wants targeted ads, do you give a user a clear opportunity to prevent TikTok from using tools like pixels to collect their data and track them off of the TikTok platform?
We give our users a lot of tools to control their privacy settings on our app. And by the way, if you're below 16, it's private by default. So you cannot even go viral.
In August of 2022, response to a letter I wrote to your company on abortion misinformation, TikTok asserted several actions to address abortion misinformation. In light of recent attacks on safe and effective medication abortion, I'm remained worried by this misinformation. And following on Ms. DeGette's questioning, how many posts did you actually take down that contained abortion misinformation?
Contents and views on both sides of the on abortion is allowed on our platform. It's just freedom of expression. If it's dangerous misinformation, we rely on third-party experts to help us identify and remove them. I can get back to you on specifics.
Yes, please get back with us on the specifics. Mr. Chu, in your testimony, you indicated TikTok has taken several steps to implement Project Texas. You said you've spent, in your testimony, $1.5 billion. You've hired 1,500 full-time employees. Can I ask for some specifics about the implementation? This $1.5 billion, what was it used for? The employees, were they people that you already had that you just transferred over? And what types of roles will they have?
Oh, okay. This $1.5 billion US is spread across many things, including the infrastructure we have to build, the migration of the data to a new cloud infrastructure, and all the third-party security partners that we're hiring, and of course the new employees. Now, this team will now be run by a gentleman who used to be this, who has spent his career as a chief security officer in other companies, and another gentleman who used to work, I believe, in
if you could just follow up with us, that would be very helpful.
I will.
Because we would really like to understand the details. Where's the money going? How many people are, and what will they be doing?
Who cares?
You know, as I put just kind of a finer point on this, one of my concerns is that we came here hoping to hear some actions that would alleviate some of our concerns and our fears. We got family members. We have a lot of folks here that are constituents, that are content creators. And for us, we were looking for action. Until Project Texas is supposedly stood up, engineers in China still have access to personal data, and that means engineers in China have access to personal data of 13-year-olds in the United States. And I think that really summarizes why you see so much bipartisan consensus and concern about your company. And I imagine that it's not going away anytime soon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady.
Government has persecuted the Uyghur population.
Congresswoman, if you use our app and you open it, you will find our users who get all sorts of content.
That's not my question. My question is, do you agree that the Chinese government has persecuted the Uyghur population?
Well, it's deeply concerning to hear about all accounts of human rights abuse. My role here is to explain what our platform does on this.
It's a pretty easy question. Do you agree that the Chinese government has persecuted the Uyghur population?
Congresswoman, I'm here to describe TikTok and what we do as a platform. And as a platform, we allow our users to freely express their views on this issue and any other issue that matters to them.
Well, you didn't answer the question. Earlier today, Chairman Rogers asked you, and I quote, have any moderation tools been used to remove content associated with the Uyghur genocide, yes or no? Your answer, we do not remove that kind of content. Yet, in 2019, TikTok suspended the account of Feroza Aziz, an American 17-year-old, after she put out a video about the Uyghur genocide. So, your answer, sir, does not align with history.
That particular case was a mismoderation. I believe that video had a picture of Osama bin Laden, so we thought it was content that was inappropriate.
Yeah, I looked it up. That was a different post that they banned. TikTok.
I can get back on the specifics. Yes.
My next question. India banned the use of TikTok in their country in 2020. New Zealand has banned the installation of TikTok on devices connected to the country's parliamentary network. Canada banned the installation of TikTok on government devices. The United Kingdom has banned the TikTok app from government-owned devices. Belgium banned the TikTok from government phones. The European Union banned the installation of TikTok on government devices. All cited security risks with the company's data collection and connection to the Chinese Communist Party. Recently, our U.S. FBI Director Christopher Wray said about TikTok, quote, this is a tool that is ultimately within the control of the Chinese government, and to me, it screams out with national security concerns. Mr. Chu, how can all of these countries and our own FBI director have been wrong?
I think a lot of risks that are pointed out are hypothetical and theoretical risks. I have not seen any evidence. I'm, eagerly awaiting discussions where we can talk about evidence, and we then can address the concerns that are being raised.
Yes, my next question revolves around an article. India banned TikTok in 2020. A March 21st Forbes article revealed how troves of personal data of Indian citizens who once used TikTok remain widely accessible to employees at the company and its Beijing-based parent ByteDance. A current TikTok employee told Forbes that nearly anyone with basic access to company tools, including employees in China, can easily look up the closest contacts and other sensitive information about any user. This current TikTok employee also said, quote, "If you want to start a movement, if you want to divide people, if you want to do any of the operation to influence the public on the app, you can just use that information to target those groups." Why would Mr. Chu, why would a current TikTok employee say this if it wasn't true?
This is a recent article. I have asked my team to look into it. As far as I know, we have rigorous data access protocols. There's really no such thing where anybody can get access to tools.
All right.
So I disagree with a lot of the conclusions.
Madam Chair, I request unanimous consent that the Forbes March 21st, 2023 article be added to the record. And I would like to turn over the rest of my time to Mr. Abernow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'd like to continue asking the question that I ran out of time last time. So, as part of Project Texas, you're going to have engineers at Oracle review the algorithms, the machine learning algorithms that TikTok uses to ensure that they're free from foreign influence. But as you and I were discussing, reviewing the algorithms doesn't do anything. The algorithms are simple. That's not where the secret sauce is. The secret sauce is in the data used to train them and the outcomes that you're asking them to predict. Would you agree with that?
No, I actually believe that with third-party monitoring, you can identify a lot of the motivation of the code. And with enough third-party expert, you can identify a lot of what the code is designed to do.
But how would you verify that you couldn't ask the algorithm for a different outcome than the one that the rest of the source code is asking for?
The algorithm will be trained with this. Again, it's very technical, but it will be trained based on weights, for example, and those are things that we can verify. You know, what weights are you putting on likes?
If you could give us a written response to that, I'd appreciate it because I'm interested. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Lady yields back. Lady yields back. Chair recognizes for 5 minutes. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The genie's really out of the bottle on this now, so to speak. 150 million Americans are now on TikTok. That's almost half of America. They're expressing themselves in art, music, poetry, short film, comedy, among other creative expressions, and many of them are inspiring, talented young people. But we also on the committee recognize there's a darker side to it, right? Violence, adult themes, drug and alcohol, sexualization, suicide, all major issues on TikTok, but also Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and other social media platforms. So the solution, as I see it, is to regulate TikTok and other social media platforms. And that job, Mr. Chu, as you know, really falls to us. There are real concerns, bipartisan common ground we've already had. We had a federal device ban that was voted on bipartisan in the omnibus. And I co-introduced a bill with my dear friend, Representative Kamek, about notices of that federal ban. Madam Chair, I think the first key is privacy. We have to pass comprehensive legislation that got out of this community but eluded us in the last Congress. I'm really hoping we can get that done, and I'm really excited about hearing that from folks. The other thing is that TikTok needs to be an American company with American values and end its ties to the Chinese Communist Party. This is something that'll be critical as we look and go forward. And then 3, we all agree we have to protect our kids. The committee should consider banning the use for children under 13 of not just TikTok, but all social media platforms, or at least empower parents. In addition, have rules of the road for teens that are 13 to 17 so that families can do what's right for their families. So for privacy, that's on us. Internet privacy is on us. As far as being an American company, Mr. Chu, as you know, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States at the Department of Treasury reviews foreign investment that affects national security. Right now, they've negotiated with your company about this Oracle setup that you talked about, servers in an American company in America, in Texas, and then Oracle would monitor the algorithms. The pressure is mounting. So, Mr. Chu, would TikTok be prepared to divest from ByteDance and
I do think that
That's
it's not
pretty
about
funny.
ownership. It is a lot about making sure we have Project Texas, making sure that we're protecting and firewalling U.S. user data from unwanted foreign access, giving third parties to come in to have a look at this, and making sure that everybody is comfortable. We're giving transparency and third-party monitoring, and that's what we're doing for Project Texas.
Well, I would at least encourage you all to start having the dialogue, should that be where the president and the Congress ends up going. The third thing is on parents. I had a constituent of mine, Brandy of Lake Nona, say, I'm a parent of two teenagers, 14 and 18 years old, both of whom have been harmed by social media. TikTok's algorithms supply my 14-year-old son with a continuous stream of inappropriate content and has negatively influenced his perception of all females. I noticed the attention span of both of my teens has changed or decreased dramatically. Social media has made my daughter insecure, leading to an eating disorder and ultimately depression. What safeguards do you have, and what should we tell Brandy of Lake Nona about how we can help her protect her children?
We have a differentiated experience.
Be a mom, that's what I would
mentioned
say.
just now about the experience if you're below 13, very, very restricted. If you're below 13 to 17, Congressman, we actually have a whole series of things. First, the content that you see, we make sure that we remove things that could be mature themes from your feed. We also, by default, do not allow under 16s to use direct messaging. We do not allow under 16s to, we set their accounts to private by default. They can go viral. If you're below 18, we shut off some features for you. Like, for example, you're not allowed to post live streams. Neither are you allowed to send virtual gifts. So we take this very seriously, and we want to continue to build to ensure that we're giving our under 18 teenagers on our platform. Although today they are only a minority of our user base today, but we still take it very seriously.
Mr. Chair, I encourage you to continue thinking about how to get the word out to parents across the nation on some of these tools, as well as we here craft a privacy law that will help provide well-needed regulation to social media companies across the nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone, for holding this hearing. I love both of your opening remarks. Like my colleagues have discussed today, our increasingly digital world leaves Hoosiers and all Americans in the dark about who has access to their information. For TikTok users, that could be third-party data brokers, advertisers, or the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok aggressively feeds addictive content to users to glean massive amounts of personal data that's worth a fortune. For Hoosiers watching at home, this isn't just data about your favorite sports team. You know, if there really are 150 million users in the U.S., this suggests to me that the CCP has a finger on the pulse of almost half our nation's population. I find that hard to believe. But this week I decided I would ask my constituents in southern Indiana to share their stories with me. Went out Monday night and we got 800 responses in less than 12 hours, okay? Let me share a couple of those with you. One of my constituents shared, I quote, "I'm a mental health counselor. Most of my teenage clients are on TikTok. They spend hours online being negatively influenced by others. I have seen kids experience self-harm, gender dysphoria, and many mental illnesses they have picked up from TikTok. I will not allow my children to have TikTok. The creators know the algorithms are addicting our children. They know that children are suffering more anxiety and depression from screen time, but they do not care. They will not change their algorithms because it's financially lucrative for them to keep their kids addicted." Another parent said, "We let our daughter try it out. The feed was continuously suggesting sexually explicit, stupid, and vulgar videos. We discontinued it within a week." And there's been many more. Like I said, 800, okay? In your testimony, Mr. Chu, you walked through a number of supposed actions taken by your company to create a safe environment and empower parents to oversee content shown to their children. But virtually everything we've heard reflects the opposite. Some of your answers are a little confusing. You know, all of those sitting here and maybe watching on C-SPAN, this is the 32nd hearing we have held about privacy and big tech. Each hearing I've been part of, we've heard the same stories about our constituents' experience and the same promises for big tech to do better. The truth of the matter is, this disgusting and dangerous content littered across your platform is not justifiable and it's uncontrollable. Americans' data is not safe and big tech is doing nothing to protect it. Putting aside the dangers of the CCP involvement, and after these 32 hearings, I believe it's actually time to change the narrative, change the focus, and change the outcome by talking about the money you're making at TikTok.
Conversation. How social media generally, and TikTok specifically, is affecting our kids and teens. We just heard a lot about this from testimony from a psychologist. Last year, the American Academy of Pediatrics sounded the alarm about our children's mental health crisis. And as a pediatrician, I know this has been going on for more than a decade. In fact, it tracks perfectly with social media engagement. And during the pandemic, teens who were missing out on in-person interactions turned even more to social media to connect with friends. Social media is designed to be addicting. That's the business model. And your platform is the most addictive of all. And this endless, mindless scrolling takes teens away from human relationships. And here's what's important, it keeps teens awake all night, well past their bedtime, at a time in their lives when sleep is critical for brain and physical development. In fact,
that's why you don't let your kids use the phone. Oh my God.
Content alone can cause depression, anxiety, social withdrawal, inattention, poor coping skills, and academic failure. So Mr. Chu, I just want to follow up a little bit on what my colleague Mr. Sarbanes was discussing. It is your business model to keep eyes on the app, to keep it addictive. I know you likely have experts who have advised you on how to design this to keep those eyes on your platform for the longest possible time. So I want to know if you have psychologists or other health experts on staff looking at screen time, hours of use, and sleep.
We worked with the Digital Wellness Lab, Congresswoman, and at the Boston Children's Hospital, and we came up with a 60-minute default limit for any users under 18. We were the first to do it in the industry.
That is an opt-out, and I can tell you, they're going to immediately opt out. It is addictive.
Yeah, we also give tools.
A teen smoker not to take the next cigarette. It is not going to happen. And by the way, first I have a question, then I'll go back to Boston Children's. Mr. Sarbanes asked earlier, what is the percentage of teens who actually adhere to the 60-minute limit?
I would need to check on those numbers and get back to you on specifics.
I'd appreciate those numbers. I'm guessing it is an incredibly low percentage who actually heed that. Now, as far as Boston Children's goes, I know you're referring to them as a source for these ideas about go outside, get some air, take some time out. But I can tell you as a pediatrician, I'm guessing their suggestions were a little stronger than that. And so I'm wondering what is the next step? What are you doing when you find out that almost nobody is really opting out after 60 minutes to take this burden off of the kids and off of the parents and change your algorithms to make them not so hooked?
We give our parents, as you pointed out, the family pairing tool. And in that tool, if you pair it with your teenager's phone, you can actually set a restriction, how many minutes. And we believe it's very important for parents to have these conversations with their teenagers, so to decide what's best for their family. I also, Congressman, a lot of people come to our platform to have a really informative experience. Like I said, there were 116 billion pieces of content on STEM. And we're creating a feed dedicated to that. Book Talk has 115 billion.
We've also heard today that well over 20% of the information is misinformation. We heard that about medical remedies that are not really remedies. We've heard it about mental health topics. I mean, this becomes very dangerous, especially when people who are not trained to think very critically are being given information and thinking that it's true. And you've said many times that the destructive information isn't available to kids, but it is. Like, we keep seeing examples here. And so I'm just wondering, what are you going to do with the algorithms? I mean, just because you're removing something that says anorexia, bulimia, or eating disorder, that doesn't do it. If you show girls repeatedly skinny bodies and advice on how to cook meals that are less than 300 calories, that's dangerous.
We have worked with, first of all, anything that glorifies eating disorders, we remove that from our platform. It's violative. We're working with experts now. It's a challenging problem for our industry, but we are actually identifying some of these themes that you're talking about and trying to build models where that kind of content is not chained up for the younger users. So it's something we take very seriously too.
We're seeing eating disorders in elementary age kids now, and I need you to expedite that process as much as possible, because parents out there are worried, and I'm worried as a pediatrician. Parents can't take themselves off of these platforms. Kids, there's no way they're going to take themselves off, and we need you to do your part. It may affect your bottom line, but it could save this generation.
I share your concerns and I commit to doing more.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Thank you, Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone, for holding this hearing. According to an August 2022 article in the New York Times, TikTok's in-app web browser can track every individual keystroke made by a user. We have heard today about the various ways in which the app's code could be used to monitor or track users, and likewise, we've heard concerns that this data may not be fully isolated from access by the Chinese Communist Party. That said, I'd like to know more about the historical, non-public U.S. personal data that your company has already amassed. Mr. Chu, you have publicly stated that the non-public information of TikTok users in the United States is being transferred to an Oracle-based cloud infrastructure because of safety concerns. Will that be completed by the end of this week, by the end of this month? What's the outline for dealing with that data that you've already amassed?
All new data is already stored by default in this Oracle cloud infrastructure with the.
No, I'm talking about the data that you've already amassed.
We are in the process of deleting.
What timeline will that data be able to be stored?
I believe we'll be able to get it done this year. I'm hiring.
This year, thank you. It's not going to occur anytime soon. To be clear, until that data transfer happens, user data remains accessible to the Chinese Communist Party. On March 1st of this year, the committee asked you when you plan to delete non-public historical U.S. user data. Are you aware of this?
Congressman, I disagree with this assessment that the Chinese government can get access to the data. It's really for, this is a private company. This is what Chinese employees.
You responded. You responded in writing to this committee. I have the response that we got back from you on March 7th, just 6 days later. Your attorneys wrote, the company, I'm quoting, the company plans to begin the process of deleting non-public historic U.S. user data this month and anticipates that the process will be completed this year. You came up.
Sorry, phone call. It'll come back in a second.
Up with a supposed plan in the summer of 2022, specifically based on our concerns that the Communist Chinese government was spying on U.S. users. But you only just came up with the idea to delete historic non-public U.S. data just 2 weeks ago? Let me read it again. On March 7th, your attorneys wrote, and I quote, the company plans to begin the process of deleting non-public historical U.S. data this month and anticipates that the process will be completed this year. Mr. Chu, did you just come up with this plan only because we asked about it on March 1st?
No, we started deleting this.
Because that's what it looks like to me.
We hired a third-party auditor to help us with this.
Wouldn't you agree that waiting even minutes for this personal privacy protection is absolutely wrong and it is not in the best interest of your users?
Congressman, respectfully, there are many companies that use a global workforce. We are not the only one. We are just taking action after hearing
Given the delay in
many other
deleting
companies
this
have
data
not.
and what we've already established about the ability of the Chinese Communist Party to access personal user data, would you agree that no U.S. government electronic devices should have access to TikTok platform as your lackluster security currently stands?
I disagree with that characterization. Like I said,
Do you think
the US,
that any individual should be utilizing that on any government platform?
I think the government devices shouldn't have no social media apps, to be honest.
And
not targeted to us.
Mr. Chu, during this hearing, you have mentioned several times that there is a, quote, different experience, your words, for children under the age of 13.
That is correct.
Different experience. Mr. Chu, do you allow your children under the age of 13 to participate in TikTok? Yes or no?
I did just explain this in detail. This experience doesn't exist in Singapore where my children live. If my children lived here, then yes.
Based on what we've heard today, it's clear to me that TikTok as a company cannot be trusted and that Americans remain significantly at risk because of the TikTok app. I still contend that TikTok is the spy in Americans' pockets. I want to acknowledge that TikTok does have the ability to make those changes. And unfortunately, we have not heard that from you today. We have not heard a commitment to be able to protect the personal privacy that Americans expect and that Americans deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Tran for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, many big tech CEOs have sat where you're seated today and tried to run out the clock during a hearing like this one. They were trained not to answer questions and just wait for the news cycle to pass so that they could get on with business as usual. Those same executives want this moment, TikTok's moment under the microscope, to distract Congress and the American people from the very real issues that exist on their platforms. You have an opportunity to turn the tables on them. While US-based social media giants have regressed on protections for children and teens, on protecting our data privacy, and on embracing transparency, you can lead, and you should lead. Last month, you announced that TikTok would expand access to its researcher API, but I'm concerned that your new policy could be more bark than bite, that it won't actually lead to the rigorous research that we as lawmakers and that parents and everyday TikTok users need. In fact, your terms of service demand that researchers delete their data at TikTok's unilateral direction. It puts onerous restrictions on how researchers' findings can be published, and it only allows access to public data, which researchers already have access to within the app. In order to actually address the content moderation and algorithmic amplification concerns that my colleagues have raised here today, and that I've heard about directly from parents in my home state of Massachusetts, independent researchers, not just other tech companies like Oracle, need to be able to evaluate how TikTok's algorithm is making decisions to promote content. Mr. Chu, will you commit to expanding your API to include data that would let researchers investigate how your algorithm is pushing content to users, whether it's showing up on your For You page, the hashtag page, or somewhere else?
We are, one of the commitments I gave in the opening statement is a commitment to transparency and third-party monitoring. So, Congresswoman, I will look into the details of that and get back to you.
And as well as the algorithm, including data on what types of users were targeted by the algorithm so that researchers can fully understand what content is being prioritized and who it's being pushed to.
Again, we have a commitment to transparency. These are very important questions, and I will get back to you on the specifics.
Under this same proposal, you require that researchers give TikTok, quote, worldwide, free, non-exclusive, and perpetual, end quote, rights to their papers. This threatens to clash directly with well-established practices of exclusive publication rights in research journals. Mr. Chu, why does TikTok need those rights?
I will need to get back to you on the specifics, if that's okay.
Yes, I don't see how we can expect researchers to do their work under these terms and then tout transparency. I'm going to shift gears with the time that I have remaining, Mr. Chu. I'd like to talk about TikTok's efforts to protect children and young users. In 2021, the UK's Age-Appropriate Design Code went into effect, mandating 15 standards that companies like you need to follow to protect children on your platform. You still operate in the United Kingdom, which means you should be in compliance with this code. So my question is simple. Will you commit to extending the protections currently afforded children in the UK to the millions of kids and teens who use your app here in the United States?
We take the safety of the younger users on our platform very seriously.
It's a good way to prove it.
Every country is a little bit different in context, and let me look at the specifics and bring some of the best practices across the world. But
well, those best practices they're being executed around the world. We just want the same for our kids here in the United States. I mean, Mr. Chu, when we spoke a couple of weeks ago, you indicated interest in taking steps to earn our trust. And to me, it hasn't happened today so far. But rather, you've ducked behind industry standards and comparables to your competitors, which we know are woefully insufficient. I strongly urge you to consider these terms, these commitments, make the case for why you're different from your American competitors, and do better than them on transparency, which you've mentioned countless times today, but which we don't really have anything tangible to point to.
Yes, I don't want to make excuses.
Well, we're in Tennessee.
I think there's a lot of work that
Welcome to Tennessee.
We take this very seriously. Nothing is it's not perfect. We need to keep investing to stay ahead of our growth. So I agree that we need to prioritize safety and continue to do that as part of our company.
Well, I look forward to getting back your comments and your commitments and those updated terms of service when you write back to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard a lot today about the procedural safeguards, independent code review, server locations, and the corporate independence between ByteDance and the CCP. But I think there's something else a little more telling. When you were asked about Chinese censorship, you pivoted immediately to drug use in Singapore. You have absolutely tied yourself in knots to avoid criticizing the CCP's treatment of the Uyghur population. And I think it begs the first question, before we ever get to Project Texas, which I'll get to in a section. If the CCP demanded that ByteDance hand over all of the data that they had on U.S. users in their possession, and ByteDance refused, I wonder what would happen. I wonder if Jack Ma might have an opinion on that, and I wonder if he'd be allowed to give it. But let's talk about Project Texas for a second. Project Texas envisions a new U.S.-based TikTok subsidiary. You have stated that this arrangement is unprecedented. I'd argue the reason it's unprecedented is because it requires continual oversight and monitoring by the U.S. of a private business because it poses a national security threat. The new subsidiary's board would report to and be approved by CFIUS. CFIUS will also specify hiring requirements as well as interact with Oracle as it performs its data role. That is an extraordinary corporate governance structure. I have questions whether it complies with corporate law and fiduciary duty to shareholders. Yet the core concern is that the proposes unparalleled integration with the U.S. government with a private company, which would require significant government resources. All of that to allow a continued operation of a social media that has serious national security implications. And CFIUS's work as we speak. Mr. Chu, can you identify a similar corporate arrangement that requires federal government to expend such resources to monitor an alleged data privacy and national security risk?
Congressman, I'm not an expert on this matter. I believe that there are certain similar arrangements, but I'm not the expert on this matter.
Well, the only one I could find was the UK created the Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Center in 2010 to assess Huawei's tech and to detect malicious activity and guard UK's networks. That's worked so well that the United Kingdom is now planning on kicking Huawei out of Great Britain. You stated that TikTok has invested $1.5 billion in Project Texas. Are you aware of any discussions or proposals that entail TikTok funding or offsetting the costs of CFIUS' role?
Those discussions are, I need to get back on the specifics, but I can tell you, yes, we did spend approximately $1.5 billion on our side.
You spent $1.5 billion on Project Texas. But do you have you agree that if CFIUS takes on this role, they're going to need a massive influx of dollars in human resources, right?
I cannot speak on behalf of CFIUS, Congressman.
Should the U.S. government expend such resources to create this extraordinary arrangement for TikTok, especially considering alleged data privacy and national security risks?
Congressman, I cannot speak on behalf of the United States.
Well, the Project Texas doesn't work without CFIUS, right? Project Texas, as you guys have proposed it, does not work without CFIUS involved.
The idea behind Project Texas is the firewall of U.S. user data. Make sure it's stored by an American company, overseen by American personnel, and we will invite third-party monitors to monitor this. So that, in essence, at least as far as I know, is the majority of the cost, because it will rely on not just us building the infrastructure, but us, finding and hiring these third-party monitors who are vetted to come in and monitor this structure.
You talked earlier about the shareholders' ownership of TikTok. You said 60% is global investors, 20% is employees, and 20% is original founders. Are all those voting shares the same?
No, the founder has weighted voting rights, as is common in our industry.
So, as far as a voting block of shares owned in ByteDance, do you know if the Chinese Communist Party, not Chinese government Communist Party officials, the Chinese Communist Party, do you know what their percentage of the actual voting block share of ByteDance is?
The Chinese Communist Party doesn't have voting rights in ByteDance.
Chinese Communist Party members is a different question. Do the founders control the voting block of ByteDance's shares?
I do know that the founder himself is not a member of the Communist Party, but we don't know the political affiliation of our employees because that's not something we ask.
Does the Chinese government know the political affiliation of their Chinese citizens?
I cannot answer that question on their behalf.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Yield to the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Wisconsin. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I just want to say I agree with all of the comments of many of my colleagues today that we need to take a close look at whether TikTok poses a national security risk. For today, I'm going to focus my limited time on how TikTok can better protect its youngest users. And I think a number of us have identified as parents today and have serious concerns as we relate to you. Just this week, I heard from a parent in my district in Nashua, New Hampshire, whose child was served harmful content on TikTok and has needed counseling as a result. This experience is not unique to this family, and it underscores the need for better protections on your app.
Yes, I said
I'd like to dig further into TikTok's current safety and privacy controls for children. I understand that TikTok restricts certain app capabilities for users under age 18 and has additional restrictions for users under age 16 or 13, such as limiting who can interact with them on the platform. However, these protections are worthless if any savvy child can easily bypass these age restrictions by deleting their own account and creating a new one with a different age. And by easily, I mean you can literally go in and open another account using the same email address. So I've been made aware by child safety groups, including Fair Play for Kids and Common Sense, that it is that simple for young users to bypass the age restrictions on TikTok. Yes or no, are you aware of this issue?
I apologize. I think that's a great question that you raised. If a user inputs an age and is blocked, my understanding is that if the user tries to do it again within a short period of time, and I won't disclose.
We did it in our office yesterday. You can go right back in, use the exact same email address, and open a new account. So can I get your commitment that you will at least fix that bug?
I will go and have a look at it. Yes.
Thank you. If we're here today to talk TikTok and not other platforms, but I'm happy to look at legislative solutions. In the interim, TikTok has a responsibility to do more to protect its young users, and I will accept your commitment to take a look at fixing that issue. Will you, let's see. Sorry, I recognize that TikTok has made efforts to provide parents and guardians increased options
that's all they
to
do is
monitor and limit their child's activity on the app, including family pairing and time limit features. But I still have concerns. In order to access family pairing, parents then must download the app onto their phone. And this sounds like a design to lure more users onto the app rather than a practical safety feature. Furthermore, downloading the app may not be a viable option for many parents. Mr. Chu, will TikTok commit to developing other methods for parents to monitor their child's use of the app without having to download the TikTok app on their phone?
I can look into that specifically and get back to you. But the family pairing that you mentioned is a very good tool that we developed. I encourage parents with teenagers
But it's not a perfect tool. And let me just say, one of my concerns is that the minimum time limit TikTok lets parents set for their children is 40 minutes, which for a young child is a very long period of time. Actually giving parents control would mean providing them the freedom to set the screen time that makes sense for their family. Now, I've got a copy of the app page that shows just the 4 options. Would you commit to adding an other option so that the parent can easily set their own screen time limit?
I can take a look at that.
I think it's important. I think parents are looking for control. They're looking to allow their family to use these apps without TikTok taking over their child's media use. I've heard reports of users struggling to access the feature, and so I will look forward to hearing back from you on adding an other so that a parent can add a custom limit. So finally, I ask that you commit to report back to this committee and the American public on how TikTok addresses these safety issues and the steps that you are taking to default children's accounts to the most protective.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for being here today. I would like to start by inserting into the record a report entitled TikTok, ByteDance, and Their Ties to the Chinese Communist Party, which was published by the Australian Parliament just over a week ago, if I could add that to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, we know that your company's algorithm has been exposed for delivering videos to China that encourages them to develop eating disorders, promotes challenges that have caused children to accidentally commit suicide, glorifies the use of drugs and pornography. Despite the constant media coverage,
of this issue, your company continues to feed our children this dangerous and harmful content. Can you explain to parents back in my congressional district why it should be their burden and not TikTok's to set up the guardian parental controls for their children so that they do not view content which encourages eating disorders or committing suicide?
Congressman, I take these issues very seriously. If the user is a teenage user on our platform, we actually have a differentiated experience, including certain models that we are building with experts to help identify certain content that's not inherently harmful but could lead people to eating disorders. Anything that glorifies eating disorders is violative of our platform, and we remove that. And I want to assure you that I take this very, very seriously, this commitment.
Mr. Curtis, my colleague, mentioned the use of heating tool on your platform to make specific videos go viral or get more views. Does TikTok use a cooling tool where employees can manually limit the amplification of content that TikTok should hide, like content that promotes eating disorders, drug use, or suicide among children?
The only promotion tool that we have is approved by the local teams, so in the US by the US team, and it's for commercial purposes like Taylor Swift. I think when she onboarded, we heated a little.
Yes or no?
I just want to make sure that I'm answering your question with specifics.
If this tool exists, why isn't it being used to cool then the spread of dangerous content? I mean, why is it still happening?
The dangerous content that violates, we remove them. When we see them, we actually remove them from the platform.
The fact of the matter here is that despite whatever action you take, that TikTok is taking to protect teens, your algorithm continues to promote harmful content. Wouldn't you agree that indicates there is something inherently wrong with the algorithm your platform employs?
I do respectfully disagree with that. The algorithm drives a great user experience for many, many users. I talked about STEM content. That has 116 billion views on our platform. I want one more example. Book Talk is a trend that happened on our platform. Is to encourage people to read. And globally, it has 115 billion views, and it's fantastic. I've heard people telling me that they are reading more because of Book Talk. So there is a lot of good and joy and positive that can be derived from the TikTok experience. Yes, there are some bad actors who come in and post violative content, and it's our job to remove them. But the overwhelming experience is a very positive one for our community.
But if it's your job to remove them, it's been said many times here today about the 41 days that video stood up addressing Mrs. Chairwoman.
After this, I'm going to go and look into the specifics of that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, for 5 minutes.
Texas, that's where I'm going.
And thanks to Ranking Member Pallone for holding today's hearing, and thank you, Mr. Chu, for appearing today. It's been a long day, but we're here to learn about a complex set of issues that relate to TikTok and how to address them. And I think that's what we're hearing from colleagues on both sides of the aisle today, is a real effort to grapple with the challenges that we see for national security and for the safety and protection of American citizens, especially our children and young adults. And we've already covered today a lot of the information about the extensive use of the app, the number of users who are children and young adults. But I think it bears repeating, as Mr. VC mentioned, that TikTok is the preferred platform of young Americans. And they use it for all kinds of creative and important things. And we have seen that. But there are also some dangerous things that we know it has and continues to be used for. And that also, that the data that's collected is posing additional dangers. And that's what we're here for. Most people using TikTok do not realize that TikTok is collecting data about their keystrokes or about their browsing history on other sites and so much more. And I agree with my colleagues that we need a comprehensive set of data privacy laws here in the country, and we've heard some very good ideas today. Mr. Chu, you've mentioned several times today that these are industry-wide issues, and I agree with you that there are industry-wide challenges here.
SK, you commented on YouTube about April getting the Jelly Roll tickets. She already has those tickets. The concert's not until August, I think, but I already bought and sent her the tickets as well. She can confirm. I don't think she's in the chat, but I wanted to answer you.
Ongoing investigation into possible violations of consumer protection laws by by TikTok as they pertain to TikTok's effect on the mental health of American children and teenagers. As part of this investigation, states have requested to review internal TikTok communications that takes place on LARC, right? That's TikTok's primary instant messaging system, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and does every TikTok employee have a LARC account?
It is very similar to companies that use Slack or any other instant messaging tool.
But LARC is a proprietary instant messaging tool, it's not Slack.
It is something that was developed, yes, by ByteDance.
It was developed by TikTok?
No, it's developed by ByteDance.
It's developed by ByteDance, okay. And so, a couple questions stemming from that. Is it true that LARC video conferencing has a translation feature in which Chinese is translated to English text and vice versa?
That is correct. It helps with global cooperation.
Okay, and those translated conversations are somehow saved into the LARC system?
We need to get back to you on the specifics. There is, I'll get back to you on the specifics.
Okay, that would be great to know. And I neglected to ask, but does every TikTok employee have a LARC account?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Including you? Do you have one?
Yes, I believe so.
And then do you have there's some kind of profile for your instant messaging system. So every employee identifies their manager and their department, who they work for, what they do. Is that all included in their LARC profile? Do you know?
It's very common for companies to have enterprise messaging tools that companies use.
It does, and I guess I'm asking specifically about LARC since it's specific to TikTok, whether it includes information like identifying who, for example, your manager is. Do you know whether that's something that's identified in LARC?
Yes, again, some of these HR features are built into a lot of enterprise tools that we use, and yeah.
So like for your own profile, does it identify who your manager is?
Yes, it does.
And who does it identify as your manager?
I report to the CEO of ByteDance.
Okay, and so that is Zhang Yiming. Is that identified as your manager? That's the former CEO.
He has stepped down from the board and as the CEO. Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Rubo is identified now as your manager on
yes
system. Okay. And as you mentioned, it was developed by ByteDance, so it's not just used by TikTok employees, it's also used by ByteDance employees, is that right?
Also by other companies now. I think LARC is selling it, and it's a good tool for instant messaging.
So LARC is available to third parties outside of the ByteDance system as well, like
yes.
Slack? And do you personally ever use LARC to communicate with ByteDance?
With employees at ByteDance? Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I'm running out of time, and I'm sorry to say, because this is really interesting. I do think it underscores some of the concerns that have been raised in this hearing. So I think it's clear we have work we need to continue to do here in the Congress to address data protection and privacy. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I thank you, and I will yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The committee stands in recess and will reconvene immediately following the third vote being called.
Oh, snappy doodah, they're in recess, so you guys get to hang out with moi. That's how you say me with a French accent. Moi. You know? Isn't that nice? You like it? I know you do. But I can't see the chat, unfortunately, because I am driving. But we are approximately 88 miles east of Knoxville, Tennessee. Mile marker 49 on Interstate 81. About to get on Interstate 40 in approximately 48 miles. 48 miles from now, we will be on, which is roughly, let's say, 42 minutes. We've got a smooth flight for you guys. Not too much turbulence. Knock on wood. Hopefully not. Yeah, we're just cruising along. I don't even know if this is still streaming because I'm not previewing the video anymore, but I'm just going to go under the assumption that it is in fact still on. As a reminder, if you guys want to support the stream, you can do so via Cash App, which is Freight Broker Live, or Venmo, all one word. Should be in the description of this video, but that's going to be used to help buy food and gas and hotel rooms along this trip. Because we are going right now. We're on our way. Hell yeah, we're we're on our way to see the Save America rally. We're going to be outside the rally for 3 hours, probably from 12 o'clock local time to 3 o'clock local time. Catching some interviews, talking to some people about what is going on with them, saying hello and all that good stuff, talking about the state of the country and what they think about it. And then when the rally does get closer to beginning, we're going to actually depart, and I'll start driving up and just listen to the rally in my car as I skedaddle all the way home. I know, it's crazy, right? I'm driving 19 hours to only be there for 3 hours. But to be honest, I'll be in Waco the night before. I'll be in Waco tomorrow night, and I'll get a good night's sleep and all that good stuff, get a shower in, you know. I haven't decided whether I'm going to get a hotel now or today. I mean, I'm still quite a ways away. I'm 15 hours and 12 minutes away from the destination. So we're trucking along. We're making good time, you know, driving, making good time. I'm hungry. I'm going to have to stop for gas here in a few minutes. So you guys may just get to hang out for a bit. But yeah, this hearing is very similar to all the other hearings that we always see, where they're kind of just not allowing him to speak. Like you may have heard me a couple of times just yell out, because I find it incredibly frustrating that they hold these hearings and then they ask questions, which they're not really questions, they're statements made so they can get promotional clips and stuff like that. And yeah, they don't. Kat said, I need to stay for the rally. No, you said, you know, you need to enjoy it. I'll actually enjoy it more in my car driving back up. That's how I like to enjoy rallies, because I don't like a lot of people. I've never been a big fan of like big crowds and stuff like that. So I find it quite a bit more enjoying, just either being at home watching the rally. I like going to the rally. Like, I like the beginning of the rally. I like talking to people. I don't like going into the rally and standing around for an hour or 2 hours for them to start speaking, and then the weird 45-minute to an hour and a half pause between when the last speaker speaks and then Donald Trump speaks, and then Donald Trump then speaks for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, depending on how much he's got to say. And I think it's going to be a lot today, right? Or tomorrow, or no, sorry, a lot on Saturday. He's probably got a lot to say. So for me, I find it more enjoyable just driving home, listening to it in the comfort of my vehicle. And then likely what I'll do is I'll have everything all situated so I can kick on the live feed as soon as the rally's over, and then I, discuss what we listen to and stuff like that. But should be good. Pretty excited about. Then it just continues on and continues on. Hopefully it's working pretty well. I know it just dropped out there, but hopefully it's like when the hearing was going on, it wasn't dropping out too much. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell. Like right now I have it on, but my tablet's almost dead, so I can't really tell. Someone said you just go to stream before the rally. Yeah, that's exactly what I do every single time I go to a rally. I only stream during the rally. Typically, I'll listen to it while I'm like packing up. Like when we used to go and sell the shirts and the coffee, that's what we do during the rally, because nobody's outside. You know what I mean? And they denied the press credentials, so it's not like I can go in with cameras. So for me, it just makes more sense to go down there, to film, to interview people. I also like going, for me, because of the experience, to like talk to all the people. like going to them, you know. But that's just me. I'm a little odd in terms of what I prefer at those, in terms of the rallies. I just like being around, you know, so many people that just truly love America. It is a unique thing. And it will be interesting to see how many mainstream media people are at the rally this time. Especially with all the controversy surrounding the indictment and the fact that it's not happening at least this week. All of that's going to draw a lot more attention. It's going to draw a lot more media to the rally itself, which is going to and unfortunately it's sad, but they do it at every event. If you go to all the events, that's what they do. The mainstream media will find the one guy, I'm not trying to, my teeth suck too, but the one guy that's got one tooth and is wearing like an offensive shirt or something like that, and they'll use that person as a representation of the entire group, and it frustrates me. And normally I try to highlight it, so if I see them doing it, I try to record it. I try to capture it with the camera. And I'm hoping that the internet, when we go to the rally, is okay. I know it keeps dropping out right now, but I'm hoping that, when we're stationary, it's not going to be as bogged down. But I will have the big camera, and I'll leave that running the entire time too, even though I'll be switching back and forth between cameras. But I'll leave the big camera running for most of the time, so even if the internet drops out at the rally, I will still be able to upload, the complete rally experience, I suppose. Like, this video is quite a bit behind, or it just dropped. Oh, so I don't know what is dropping out. It may be actually my internet on the tablet and not the live stream. I don't know. Is that a McDonald's there? I kind of want McDonald's. Kind of want me some McDonald's for lunch. I'm gonna have to get gas, but I don't want Arby's. Maybe Arby's is good. They have a good chicken sandwich. Maybe I'll get that. Is that Arby's? It doesn't say. I just don't want to stop at Subway. That's a Subway. So I'm not stopping there. Ain't gonna do it. I don't want no Subway. Do you know that one of the ingredients, or one of the things that they use in Subway sandwiches, and I don't know if there's any validity to this at all, but whatever, so don't hold it against me if I'm wrong. I heard it, that one of the ingredients in the bread at Subway is the same chemical that's used to manufacture yoga mats. I don't know, ever since then, I still will go for a nice Philly cheesesteak from Subway, because I like their Philly cheesesteaks, but I'm not a huge Subway fan after reading that, considering I used to work at a Subway and I used to eat entirely too much Subway back in the day. But, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy stuff, man. But like I said, it's kind of hard because the internet drops out and then people get discouraged and they go somewhere else. But at least it's just one consecutive live feed. When the internet drops out, it rolls back to the other video. So that way we don't lose, we lose the viewers, but whatever. Someone said Subway's rotisserie chicken is good. I've never had that. Subway also, like, they used to do a chicken bacon ranch that I actually liked way back in the day. There's like chicken and bacon and like ranch dressing. But I don't like vegetables. Like, I always hated making like the cheesesteaks, and then people get a shit ton of vegetables. Like, I just get like a tiny bit of onions, tiny bit of peppers, put those on before you toast that son of a gun? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. So far, I don't know how long I've been live. 4 hours. I've been live for 4 hours so far. We got a $5 super chat from Martin. So I thank Martin for that. So I have essentially lost a shit ton of money so far. But I can't really blame anybody. The quality of the show is sucked ass because the internet's been really choppy. April said the internet in Waco is decent, so hopefully that is the truth, and internet down there is good. You know, because I've got 2 5G routers, so they should be pretty good. I'm hungry. I am hungry. Now that I just talked about Subway, I'm like, shit, I should have stopped at Subway. Yes, sir. But this hearing is going to come back in a little bit. I do see it on my phone, so as soon as it comes back, I'll turn the volume back up so everybody can see it and everybody can hear it. Keep in mind, however, when I do go into the gas station, I will likely not leave my car running at the truck stop, depending on where we are. Even though I can lock the car and nobody can drive away with it, but because it's a key fob, so they can't drive away without the fob in the car. It doesn't let you do it. Doesn't let you do it. But I'll probably turn it off. So when I turn it off, unless I do it, there is a way to keep the stereo on. So maybe I'll try that. If I double press it when I'm turning it off, I believe it does. I don't know. But now I'm really hungry. Someone said you prefer Jimmy John's. I don't know. Jimmy John's, the Philly cheesesteak is pretty good. I've had that before. The Jimmy John's Philly. But, no, that's Jersey Mike's. I don't know if I've ever had Jimmy John's before. Like, the Jersey Mike's large Philly cheesesteak is massive. It's huge. It's like each half is like 8 inches. See, this is the Arby's. So this is there a truck stop at this one? Do I want Arby's, man? I like their curly fries. It's gonna suck. You guys are gonna hear me eating. I do need fuel. This is the Loves. I'll just pull in here. Try not to cut off that truck too much. So it looks like Arby's it is, boys and girls. Arby's it is. Yeehaw! I'm hungry anyway. Like I said, once I'm gonna grab a charger out of my car, out of my trunk as well for the tablet, so it charges. But I'm gonna get gas first, and then I'm going to go into the Arby's and get some food, some grub in my belly, and then yeah, probably use the bathroom while I'm here as well because you guys care. Curly fries and the cheese sauce, nah, that's too messy when I'm driving. Can't do none of that stuff. But get some fuel first, and then we'll go in and get some food. Because I don't like to stay parked in the fuel aisles, even though there's not a lot of people here. I don't like to do that much. Actually, there's more people, but I don't like to block the fuel aisles. All the truckers know what I'm talking about, because you guys also hate it when people block those fuel aisles. But go this way over here and give look at that, they got RV parking here. That's pretty nifty. Oh shit, where am I going? Forgot what side it was on. We'll go over here and then back up so you guys can watch propane tank. How about that? Nothing like, look at that view, huh, boys and girls? Get to watch a propane tank for a few minutes. All right, I'll be right back. Hopefully nothing, you know what? Actually, I'll leave the car on for right now. All right. it will charge. It almost just fell. You guys heard I fell earlier in McDonald's. Did you guys hear that when I said that? Yeah. The floor was really wet and I slipped. Look, now you got a clear, nice view. Haha, shit, yeah, bro. Alright, where am I gonna park? Where am I going to park? We'll go over. Look, you guys can look at a reflection of yourself the entire time. Isn't that nice? Oh wait, are you not gonna have service here? That would suck, huh? So one spot that I parked doesn't have service? It does. Alright, I'll be right back. I wish that this was... Here, hold on, let me try to get this. There. I think that's tighter. Because it was moving, so I kept having to move it. But alright, I'll be back in a minute. took a long time. I was hungry. Still am hungry. Said was like I wasn't anymore. Anyway, the hearing is back on.
Being able to do a better job. And I'm concerned that TikTok's features make it users uniquely vulnerable to the spread of this misinformation. For example, TikTok makes it extremely easy to reuse audio and videos to create content, which allows misinformation to quickly spread through the platform. And TikTok's algorithm to recommend videos means that a user viewing one video containing misinformation can easily result in their quote-unquote For You page becoming filled with videos containing similar misinformation. This is a dangerous feedback loop. So is TikTok taking any action to modify these features so that they no longer facilitate the spread of this misinformation or this misinformation feedback loop?
Congressman, again, like I said, any dangerous mis or disinformation, we work with third parties to recognize that, and it's proactively removed from our platform.
Okay,
so it doesn't need to get into those loops at all.
So I can go back and read you the data, and the Journal of American Medical Informatics. 30% of videos after searching for hashtag coronavirus had misinformation. Almost 1 out of 3. Your third party and your company are missing almost 1 out of 3 misinformed videos. So you're telling me what you're doing. I'm telling you the data shows that you are grossly failing at that effort. The other question I have for you is that TikTok is also in Spanish, and Spanish-speaking populations have been specifically targeted to misinformation when it comes to many aspects, especially medical misinformation. And as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we reached out to you last Congress on this issue. So what is your intent, or how does your team look like to address Spanish versus English? How many staff do you have focusing on Spanish versus how many staff do you have focusing on English misinformation?
I was, like I explained just now, the Spanish-speaking population is very important to our platform. We do have a lot of Spanish-speaking moderators, and we will continue to.
So how many Spanish-speaking staff versus English-speaking staff for misinformation do you have?
I can get back to you on the specifics, but dangerous misinformation is moderated regardless of language.
Not to the degree that it needs to be.
We can continue to work hard.
When there's misinformation, people base their decisions that oftentimes put them at risk in exposures, and their families at risk. And with the coronavirus, especially prior to the vaccines, the risk was their life. Thank you. Yield back.
Madam Chair, I would like to clarify something. In the follow-up question to Representative Dunn's question just now, I misunderstood the follow-up about ByteDance spying on behalf of the Chinese government. My answer to that question should be a no, because it came very, very rapidly. I just want to clarify that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman, or chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chu, we've been going a long time here by now, and a lot of questions have been answered. A lot of them have not been answered. And the primary thing I want to do is just share some thoughts of what I've seen, learned today, been exposed to. First of all, I've got to compliment you on having a product that's impressive. It is a very influential tool. It is addictive. That's what you want users to be exposed to, something addictive, and it is a data gathering masterpiece. So clearly, it's got the potential to sell products, connected like-minded people with that artificial intelligence capability in a viral fashion, and perhaps spread information quicker, better than anything else that's been developed out there. Now, I'm just going to tell you, I'm not a subscriber, at least a willing subscriber.
Where at least I try to be free musical.
Probably in that database somewhere is my preferences with colors or foods or who I've spoken to or what I've said or my favorite newspapers. I don't know. But that's available to be sold.
I know that'd be hard to believe because you gotta like me. Why? Let's say you didn't, or your company didn't. For whatever reason, I became an app target. That artificial intelligence algorithm could be shared or spread selectively to a targeted audience that, with negative information that maybe has been paired up with that knowledge in that app to make me look really, really bad. Or to the converse. Same thing could be done to make me look really, really good. Here's the problem.
Thank you, Martin, for that super chat, buddy. Thank you.
Some artificial intelligence algorithm that has inordinate power to subjectively combine strategic data with strategic audiences to shape whatever thoughts and news they want. And I've equipped it, not even knowing it. That process could apply to anyone or anything. There's the danger. It could be the President of the United States. It could be their kids. It could be a company. It could be a political party. It could be a news outlet. Anything could be targeted for that selective viral spread of just some information. Mr. Chu, this may be, that doesn't make it fair, make it good, and make it accountable. I wouldn't want my government to have that ability. I wouldn't want a company or a political party or my friend August here or my mother to have that capability. I certainly don't want that to be accessible to anyone in China. Now, there's no question it's got immense value. And as proof of that, you're here. Because this hasn't been a fun day. I know that. It hasn't been a fun day for us. Artificial intelligence is difficult to manage once it's on auto cruise control, and it's, as we've talked about, nearly impossible to wall off data. I know the idea, know a little bit about databases, and know a little bit about corruption of those databases. It's very difficult to wall things off. And unfortunately, there's this thing called human nature where there's some dark components from time to time. There's always a temptation to monetize things or perhaps use some of these tools for nefarious purposes, and they can have absolutely devastating consequences. Mr. Chu, I'm going to wrap up my comments and just say that this is so attractive. TikTok poses as a Mr. Rogers neighborhood, that it acts like Big Brother. And that's got to stop. Madam Chair,
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman yield.
Oh, gentleman yields.
Yield to Mr. Morgan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chu, earlier we had submitted into evidence the TikTok ByteDance and their ties to the Chinese Communist Party report that was filed as an exhibit last week with the Senate in Australia. If you have any comment, I'd like to get it on this paragraph out of their summary. Our research confirms beyond any plausible doubt that TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is a PRC company, and ByteDance is subject to all the influence, guidance, and de facto control to which the Chinese Communist Party now subjects all PRC technology companies. We show in this report how the CCP and the PRC state agencies together, the party state, have extended their ties into ByteDance to the point that the company can no longer be accurately described as a private enterprise. You keep calling it a private enterprise, but all the countries in the world are saying it's not a private enterprise, it's part of the Chinese Communist Party. What say you, sir? Yes or no? Is it part of the Chinese Communist Party, as everybody thinks, or are you still living in some mystical world?
I disagree with many conclusions.
So you're living in the mystical world. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for yielding. Mr. Chu, I'm probably like a lot of parents who are also members of Congress out here. I know a number of us, when you testified earlier today, you mentioned that the over 35 segment was a growing group of potential users. As if over 35 is old, and I realize that my own children think that I'm ancient, our 4 boys, but like a lot of us up here, we understand that there is some potential good, and of course, many of your influencers are doing what they're doing for all the right reasons. But one thing in your testimony you said a lot was safety. But as a mother and as a member of Congress and as someone who's very concerned about drug use in our country, I was surprised that that didn't come up once in your testimony. No real reference to it here today. You know, I've raised my concerns in general about social media platforms serving as an illegal marketplace for drugs in private
talk about drugs.
hearings, and I plan to continue that focus during today's hearing. Mr. Chu, a March 8th, 2023 article in the Washington Post detailed the fact that TikTok has made little progress in combating the sale of illegal drugs on your platform. In fact, Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser said that getting drugs on a platform like yours was nearly as convenient as using a phone to order a pizza or call an Uber. That same article mentions that law enforcement agents by TikTok's away from posts selling drugs to a community resources page. As if a teenager looking for drugs is going to look for them at hashtag drugs. Drug dealers have easily worked their way around this using emojis and that they have drugs. For anyone to log into your platform and acquire drugs, and the consequence can be. What are you doing to move past these token efforts to prevent accessing drugs? A tech guru, many of us up here may not use the right language, but when our kids are at risk.
16 users to use the right messaging, and the reason is because we wanted to. There was a trade-off here, and we believe that it will protect these younger users better from getting contacts from people trying to push illegal activity. So we will continue to work on it. Again, no company can be perfect at this. We're not saying
Mr. Chu, I, with all due respect, the no company can be perfect line has been used way too much today. I'm going to reclaim my time. Clearly in the 3+ hours you've been before us today, what you're saying about Project Texas just doesn't pass the smell test. My constituents are concerned that TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party are controlling their data and seeing our own vulnerabilities. We could see who your shareholders are. The answer you provide, rather not tell us, what your compensation is, or how it's derived. Well, would like to tell us that, but they have to because they're an American company. So what you're doing down in Texas, it's all well and good, but it is not enough for us. That privacy is not at risk. So how can you say that you're protecting American users' privacy with the CCP being so heavily involved with ByteDance? It's not possible. China won't even carry your product. How is it that our privacy is not at risk? And more than that, our kids' privacy is not at risk in this country.
In my opening statement,
thank you, Madam
Gentlelady's time is going to have
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chief, for being here today. September 2021, Wall Street Journal published an article titled "How TikTok Serves Up Sex and Drug Videos to Minors." This article gives a chilling depiction of the types of content that TikTok's algorithm is curating for our children. This article claims that your application served an account that was registered as a 13-year-old, quote, videos about drug use. It referenced to cocaine, meth addiction, and promotional videos for online sales of drugs. The algorithm was also found to have delivered countless videos depicting, quote, pornography and other adult content to the device of an account that was registered as a 13-year-old. Could you please explain to the members of this committee and parents across the country why your company deems it acceptable for such inappropriate content to be prominently featured on a child's For You page?
a lot of the content that you mentioned, Congressman, are violative of our own policies, and we don't think they're acceptable, and we will remove them when we identify them. We take this very seriously. I mentioned this. This is an industry-wide challenge. We're investing as much as we can. We don't think it represents the majority of the user's experience on TikTok, but it does happen. Some bad actors try and come in and post some of this content, and we're doing our best to invest as much as we can to remove them.
I would say you're not doing enough. I have 14 grandchildren, Mr. Chair. You personally believe that such content is appropriate for minor children to consume?
A lot of the content that you mentioned, like porn, for example, is not allowed on our platform. So, no, I do not think they're acceptable for young people to consume.
Earlier this week, Wall Street Journal published an article titled, quote, TikTok's Chinese partner has another wildly popular app in the U.S. This app is called CapCut. It is a video editing tool to help users go viral on TikTok. While for obvious reasons, most of our attention is focused on TikTok and ByteDance, other companies and their applications are also continuing to exploit the privacy of Americans. TikTok, CapCut, Lark, FaceU, all of these apps are also controlled by ByteDance. Serious concerns. Two has reported that TopBuzz, an international version of ByteDance's censored Chinese news app, was used to spread pro-China messages to Americans. When it comes to the data privacy of Americans, we must have a clear set of guidelines to ensure Americans' data is protected and not passed along to unknown third-party actors who could pose a threat to our security. I urge my colleagues to continue to work together to pass a national data privacy bill, not just one out of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, but also through the House of this Congress. It is the only systematic way we can address privacy concerns. Unfortunately, I've been given no reason to believe that TikTok does not pose a threat and cannot be trusted to follow our laws when they conflict with the desires of the Chinese Communist Party. Your firewall that you're talking about, if you had a bad actor in your, what you call your, could get through that firewall and send any information that they wanted to send anywhere directly to the Chinese Communist party. Would you deny that?
Congressman, this risk that you talk about exists for every company, bad actors.
I'm talking about TikTok, sir.
In fact, the risk is lower for us because these...
It is a risk, correct?
The personnel will be vetted. So the risk is actually lower than most companies in the industry.
Well, that is why we have to deal with your company. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, thanks for being here today. Your testimony discusses an effort your company has named Project Texas, and the investments your company has made in creating a firewall between the United States user data and entities in China susceptible to influence by China's government. An announcement by that CFIUS has instructed TikTok to separate itself from ByteDance or face a ban. TikTok's commitment to retaining this firewall is at a crossroads. So I want to ask you some questions about your company's long-term plans to ensure the safety and security of American data. And this, for me, is the crux of the concern for me about TikTok. First of all, does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for TikTok to agree to it?
Congressman, we have designed Project Texas to move forward in the United States. This is something that we've described at length in the written testimony and in my opening statement. Firewall of American data stored on American soil by an American company overseen by American personnel. This is designed to move forward in the United States.
Does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for you to agree to it?
We do not believe so.
Despite Project Texas's planned positive changes, it does include several broad exceptions that would allow large amounts of U.S. user data to routinely leave the country. I want to know a little bit more about these exceptions so I can understand this can live up to its promise of protecting Americans' user data. I understand that under Project Texas, business data and public data will be permitted to regularly leave the United States. Is that correct?
Almost all the data is under the that's not public, is under the definition of protected data. This accepted data that you mentioned, I can get back to your team on this, is really for interoperability purposes, to make sure that the business can still operate and American users are still getting the benefit.
Can you tell us
global
where the data goes and how it's used by the company?
It will travel outside of the United States, but I can get back to you on the specifics. It's data that it cannot be used to identify users, so it really is data that ensures the interoperability of the platform.
And I understand that. I think we would want to have some understanding of how we would distinguish that by definition, and then also how it would be enforced.
I can get back to you on those specifics.
How is the U.S. data used to promote certain content back in the United States market, for instance?
I'm sorry?
So, you'll have U.S. data feed the right. Can you discuss where the data goes and how it's used by the company? How and at what points of data transfer does the U.S. data feed the PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok? How would the data that you're talking about?
TikTok is not available in China.
The PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok, how does U.S. data get fed by that?
The algorithm that leads to the US app is in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and is trained by US and global data. Again, TikTok is not available in mainland China.
How can we trust that these exceptions for Project Texas won't be abused by China's government or by foreign adversaries?
This is the fourth commitment: transparency, third-party monitors, including the definitions of these exceptions, and we can be very transparent on how they're used.
Okay, I guess my question will be that you want to get back to me in writing, that's fine, but how we would distinguish between the data or interoperability that you suggest needs to be shared with what data would it be shared?
It's first of all, public data is not part of the protected data definition, because public data is what users want to share globally. So if you post a video and you want someone in France to see it, just by definition it has to leave the United States, otherwise the world cannot see it. Now there are certain aggregated and anonymized data sets that's useful for interoperability for advertising, for example. And that is part of what we're talking about.
Right.
I can get back to you on the specifics, but
I think we'd also want to know how it's anonymized, what oversight and enforcement we can count on.
Okay, I can get back to you on specifics.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I got to hand it to you. You've actually done something that in the last 3 to 4 years has not happened, except for the exception of maybe Vladimir Putin. You have unified Republicans and Democrats. And if only for a day, we're actually unified because we have serious concerns. Does TikTok support good? I mean, is TikTok a platform for good? Just yes or no?
I believe yes.
These people are stupid.
Does TikTok support freedom of speech?
Yes, it's one of the commitments I've given this committee.
Do you personally support the First Amendment?
Congressman, I'm here to talk about
As the CEO of TikTok?
I'm here to talk about TikTok.
As the CEO of TikTok, do you support
TikTok supports freedom of speech.
Thank you. Does TikTok support genocide?
Again, Congressman, I'm here to talk about TikTok.
Does TikTok support genocide? Does TikTok?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm going to go to a video now, and it's from Inez Cantor Freedom. And I'd like you to see Inez Cantor Freedom, who has spent his entire career post-MBA fighting against human rights violations within the Chinese Communist Party. Go ahead and play this video, which highlights a situation that allegedly shows some human rights violations inside China. Please play. Mr. Chu, this was a video that was posted on TikTok by Inez Cantor Freedom. Are you familiar with this basketball player?
Not familiar with the specifics of this, but I can tell you that...
Are you familiar with the player Inez Cantor Freedom?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with this. You just have to open TikTok and just search for this kind of content. It really exists.
I've read the moderation policy. Let me just quote what you've talked about: content moderation. TikTok has a moderation policy, yes?
We do have community guidelines.
One of the guidelines says material that in the sole judgment of TikTok is objectionable. Is this an example? Banning Inez Cantor Freedom, is that an example of objectionable material inside the Chinese Communist Party in mainland China?
We do not take down content simply because it's critical of China.
He was banned 1 week after this video.
We do not do that. And I can check
if you need a note, go ahead.
The note says he's not banned.
His account was taken off 1 week after.
We can check on the specifics.
We can check. Yeah. So let's get to some other questions. Thank you for the slide. Your privacy policy states that you collect a great array of data.
Is this truck on fire or what?
Patterns, app file names and types, sometimes approximate location, GPS location. Are keystroke patterns and rhythms part of TikTok gathering, the data that is gathered by TikTok?
If you're talking, Congressman, specifically about keystrokes, keystrokes, we do not engage in keystroke logging to monitor what the users say. It's to identify bots. Okay. It's for security purposes, and this is a standard industry practice.
You gather a lot of data, it's safe to say.
We don't believe we gather more than any other social media company.
TikTok gathers a lot of data because your value proposition, as you sat in my office and told me, was to connect people to each other around the world. You told me this in my office. So you gather data on what they like and what they don't like, and then you show them things that they don't know they like, but eventually they may. You told me this.
I think that's I don't think that's what I said. What I said is that we connect people together, yes. These are interest signals, and that doesn't mean that we collect more data.
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media on the platform?
We will label them clearly for users to understand that.
Do you disagree with FBI Director Wray and NSA Director Nakasone when they said that the CCP could have the capability to manipulate data and send it to the United States? Do you disagree with their statement?
Their statement says could.
So do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so it is possible that the CCP under the auspices of ByteDance, which is your parent company, which you get paid from, has the ability to manipulate content that is being shared with 130 million Americans, yes?
Congressman, I just want to make sure I'm understanding all these questions. I don't disagree with them that there are data risks in general. That's what I meant.
There's a big data risk.
But on us specifically.
Are there engineers located inside mainland China that work on TikTok? Not Douyin, but TikTok.
We are not the only company that has that.
Are there engineers inside mainland China currently working on the algorithm for TikTok?
Congressman, like I said,
as you told me in my office.
There are other companies that, as I told you in your office, there are
By the way, I'm going to reclaim my time. Please rename your project. Texas is not the appropriate name. We stand for freedom and transparency, and we don't want your project. I yield back.
They don't let him answer anything. I find it incredibly annoying.
Recognized for 5 minutes, Mrs. Hirschberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chu, for being here today. Both President Trump and now President Biden have back forcing TikTok to sell to an American company. However, the Chinese Communist Party has put export controls on algorithms, ByteDance that power TikTok. And of course, this has created a gauntlet of regulatory hurdles in China and the U.S. that prevented the sale of TikTok. Now, as a longtime business owner, I want to tell you, Mr. Chu, that waiting until your hands are forced will only drive down the price of your app. And right now, both your hands are tied. And you're going to have to make a decision about whether you choose freedom from the CCP or you continue to be an agent of the CCP. And I'll tell you why I say it that way. As a former member of Homeland Security, I point blank asked FBI Director Wray, is TikTok a national security threat? And without hesitation, sir, he looked at me and said, yes, Congresswoman, it is. Now, how much data is ByteDance collecting through TikTok that's worth continuing to fight this regulatory gauntlet?
I'm in Tennessee
why not take
currently.
The money and run like any other company
About 30 miles maybe from Nashville.
Congressman, we built Project Texas.
40 miles
to
from
safeguard,
Nashville.
and we listened to the concerns that have been raised, and we're building something that's unprecedented that no other company is offering to protect U.S. user interests. And we believe it is rigorous and robust. And we're even offering third-party transparency and monitors to come in to verify this. Frankly, I haven't heard any good reason why this doesn't work. I've heard a lot of rhetoric around this, but I haven't heard a good reason why it doesn't work.
Well,
look forward to these conversations.
Absolutely. Well, let me go down this road. When TikTok was unveiled to the public, its business model was solely based on generating revenue from advertising. Of course, ByteDance operated a separate app called Douyin for the Chinese marketplace. TikTok is embarking on becoming a so-called super app. In other words, it's a one-stop shop with everything you do, as Representative Fulcher said. It's reported that TikTok's algorithms are so powerful that owner ByteDance has begun to license it to other companies. TikTok's recommendation engine drives usage on the platform. This leads to promises of quick exposure and fame that leads to even more people joining. And when you sign up, TikTok starts collecting data about you, your location, your gender, your age, your facial data. The user never gets to the end of the content, and that's by design. And obviously, that makes you a lot of money. Now, I know that the Chinese Communist Party is preventing ByteDance from selling TikTok due to export restrictions on the technology, and this causes me to question, how are you going to power TikTok with your Oracle servers located in the U.S. with that Texas project? With ByteDance technology, if it can't leave China, how's that going to happen? I just want you to explain how it's going to happen.
Congressman, the way that we designed this is so that any piece of software that is impactful to the code that enters, the TikTok, that some technical details around this will be reviewed by a third party or a few third-party monitors, just to make sure that we're all comfortable with the code. I want to say this again. I don't know of any other company in my industry who's offering this level of transparency.
Well, why are there two different versions of apps, one in China and one in the United States?
It's just a different business.
Well, I think we all know the reason that the Chinese get a different version, because ByteDance puts China first and America last. And, TikTok has with everything we've heard today, sir, when you see 13-year-olds, 16-year-olds, you see the degradation that's happening to our youth and our society. You know, it's deceptive and it's destructive comment and it's comments. And the worst thing is that it's deliberate, sir. And that's not acceptable. With that, Chairwoman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just like to thank our witness, Mr. Chu, having been in the hot seat, so to speak, before when I was in State Senate. I know how challenging this can be, and thank you for your demeanor throughout all of this. But certainly, as you can see, in a bipartisan way, we have concerns, and those concerns are valid. And this is a yes or no question. Does TikTok track users' individual keystrokes?
Only for security purposes, for example, detecting bots, but we don't monitor. What many other companies in the industry does.
So the keystroke monitoring does not go beyond what common industry practice in comparison to platforms like Facebook or Instagram use.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And does TikTok keep records of users' credit cards and passwords?
I'm not aware of that. You don't need that to log in. Of course, I can get back to you on specifics if you make a transaction on the e-commerce platform. But regardless, all that US data will be stored within the Project Texas firewall, within the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and overseen by American personnel.
So you would store credit card and password information?
I need to check on the specifics. We are launching a pilot e-commerce plan, and we're making sure that that data is very secure within the Oracle Cloud infrastructure.
I think you've made a point of saying that your platform is not different than other platforms on social media, and therefore are no more responsible than Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or the other social media platforms. The concern, however, comes with where the technology is susceptible to the laws of the Chinese Communist Party, which has access to all of that data and information. And I understand that TikTok has just reinstated Enos Kanter's account recently. So our concern, and the question I have for you is, why would China or the Chinese Communist Party be opposed to a forced sale of TikTok?
I cannot speak on behalf of the Chinese government. I can say that we designed Project Texas to take it forward here in the United States. And I believe it offers unprecedented.
To do. So you are migrating all storage of U.S. user data to the Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and you think that that will be done by the end of the year. Is that right?
Again, I can get back to you on the technical. We have access to that. We have begun this operations already.
Okay, but the app itself has access to the data, correct?
Only through them. Any employees that have the data are
what I mean is, like, if I lose my iPhone and I reinstall the app and I put in my username and password, my app will reconnect to the mothership and download some of that data. My settings.
That's not the way it works. that's not the way it works. It will go through the Oracle cloud infrastructure and that team that looks after this.
Yes, I realize that. So let me ask you this. What would prevent then someone with detailed technical knowledge of the way the app is constructed from creating an almost identical version of the app that could also access that data?
That's what we are giving you third-party monitors and transparency.
Yeah, but they're monitoring the source code for your app. I mean, ByteDance, these engineers have been working on this app for years. What would prevent them from making an app that could also access that data?
Congressman, I think we're going into the area where, what if there's a hacker? What if there's this? This is a common industry problem, as you know.
Well, I mean, I see my time's expired. It illustrates the point.
Okay.
I'm just skeptical that you're technically
Gentleman's time is expired. Gentlelady's time is expired. Mr. Chu, I recognize that we have run over. I appreciate your time. We have just a few members left, and I would appreciate the chance for them to get to answer or ask their 5 minutes worth of questions. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffiths, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, you share legal counsel lawyers with ByteDance, yes or no?
Yes, we do.
And you testified that you prepared extensively with your legal team for this hearing, yes or no?
With my team in DC,
including some of your legal counsel.
Yes.
Okay. And did they tell you about the report to the Australian Senate of March 14th that I referenced earlier? Did they tell you that that report was out there, yes or no?
I cannot recall how I found out about the report.
But you know about the report?
I can check it, yeah.
And did they tell you to favorably cite the Citizens Lab in your written testimony today, yes or no?
Congressman, I need to get back to you on specifics.
They helped you with the preparation of your written statement, though, didn't they?
The team prepares, yes.
Yes. And did they tell you that the director of Citizen Lab says he has called out your company for misrepresenting their report repeatedly and did so as late as yesterday? Did they tell you about that, yes or no?
Congressman, the Citizen Lab is saying they cannot prove a negative, which is what I've been trying to do for the last 4 hours.
All right. But you cited it favorably as saying that it did positive things for you. That being said, let me ask you this. You keep talking about transparency, but you haven't been transparent with us here today. You were asked earlier by Mr. Hudson if you own stock in ByteDance. You said you didn't want to reveal that. Well, we're trying to figure out what the ties are between ByteDance and TikTok. I'm not going to ask you how many shares you own, but do you own shares in ByteDance, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, there you go. How about in TikTok?
Right now, all employees own shares in...
Yeah, sure. I expected that. I just don't understand why you didn't tell Mr. Hudson that and were transparent earlier. Instead, you made us drag it out of you. All right. Now, let's talk about the kids. You told several of our folks that there was a 60-minute deadline. You also told us that if you were under the age of 18, you couldn't access the live section, the live option. So I texted my 17-year-old and my 15-year-old, and I basically got scoffs back, when I said, are you all limited to 60 minutes? My older son said, well, there is a notice I get from time to time that says I shouldn't be on more than 60 minutes, but it never has kicked me off. And my younger son said, oh, I'm on as long as I want to be. So I'm just informing you, whoever told you, particularly if it was your legal team, that that's not accurate. That they're on for more than 60 minutes and they can access the live section. I believe it was Mr. Carter that you said they couldn't, under 18, access the live, being on live section. He's done it. So whatever it is you think you're doing, it ain't getting done. Now, let's talk about the law for a minute. You share a legal team, but you keep talking about how you got a firewall between you and ByteDance. You can't have an effective firewall under the United States interpretation of such if you're sharing legal counsel, because anything that you say to your legal counsel, they can share internally.
It's not a fucking firewall, you fucking
maybe you have two different teams of lawyers in the law firm, but that's
firewall
not what you said
is software,
it's
technology.
Lawyers. There is no firewall legally. I'm just telling you. So if you want to clean it up and be transparent, you need to do something about that. Wouldn't you agree? Yes or no? That you need to do something about that.
Congressman,
you'll look into it. You'll look into it. You've been looking into it all the time. All right. You told Dr. Burgess when asked if your employees, if if your employees who were members of the Chinese Communist Party had access to TikTok data from the U.S., you said you didn't know who was a member of the Communist Party. But then to Congressman Wahlberg, you said that the CEO of TikTok was not a member of the Chinese Communist Party. And to Congressman Kelly, you said the founder of TikTok was not a member of the Communist Chinese Party. Sir, either you know who is and isn't a member of the Chinese Communist Party or you don't. Which one is it? I submit that you know, and you just aren't giving us the straight story. Clearly, you know, but you denied that to Dr. Burgess.
I can ask one or two people, but we have no policy to ask them. I can ask one or two people, like, you know, who are
but it's reasonable to assume that with a significant number of members of the country of China being members of the Chinese Communist Party, logic would tell us, you're a logical man, I assume, logic would tell us that there are a fair number of your employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party, at least a dozen or so, who have access to this data. Isn't that so?
Again, like I said, I can ask one or two people. We don't have a policy to ask everybody.
I said earlier, you're living in some kind of a cloud world. Because either you know or you don't know. I yield back. Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Chair recognizes for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what's been revealed today, there's not a degree of separation between ByteDance and TikTok. I'd like to enter in the record Heritage Foundation document, TikTok generation, a CCP official in every pocket.
Without objections, order.
And I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Kelly Armstrong from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, the TikTok privacy policy details extensive data collection on users. One line states that we may collect information about you from other publicly available sources. What publicly available data is TikTok collecting and adding to the profiles of users?
It will be publicly available, but I can get back to you on specifics.
Okay, what is the purpose of obtaining even more data on your users beyond the data collected from the platform?
We collect data. We want to give our users, by the way, a lot of transparency on what data we collect. We give them choices on the controls of their own privacy settings. And it really is to serve them a better experience. This is the reason why so many people love the app. It's a great experience.
So how does the non-TikTok related data service provider relate to the service provided?
I need to check the specifics and understand the question and get back to you.
Okay. Do you think the average TikTok user knows that you are and understands that TikTok's data collection extends to information outside the use of the app?
We do give transparent information on this, and like I said, I don't believe we collect more information than most of the social media platforms out there.
Well, and the reason I ask this is because I'm going to go back into the corporate structure. You described that TikTok is a subsidiary of ByteDance. Mr. Griffith just said that you guys share the same lawyers. You have stated that your direct report is the CEO of ByteDance, but you've also stated that at certain levels TikTok operates without direct daily control from ByteDance. You have used content moderation as an example for that. TikTok's privacy policy states that you may share user data within your corporate group. Does that corporate group include ByteDance?
If you are talking about that one entity that has the share for Chinese media licensing purposes, I think it's called Beijing Douyin Services. If you talk about that entity, the government share, the answer is, we have cut off all access of U.S. data sets to that.
So
employees of the entity.
But your user privacy, so your corporate group, ByteDance is part of your corporate group.
ByteDance is the top company. So yeah, you're talking about the other entities within the group.
So you just testified that you firewalled this. Does that statement? So you're saying the TikTok's executives that operate independently of ByteDance, but does that statement not hold for sharing of access to data?
Well, I was talking about that one entity that has that many of you have raised some concerns. That's the entity that I'm talking about. The entity with the Chinese government's investment that is for the purpose of Chinese internet licensing for the Chinese business.
Let me ask it a different way. What other entities have access to TikTok user data?
Well, after Project Texas, we're going to move it so that only TikTok user data security has controlled the access of that data.
Okay, so, and we could bring you back either after Project Texas is done, but right now, what other entities have access to TikTok's user data today?
only by requirement. It's really only by requirement. Certain employees may require some access of data to help build the product. But for US, we have moved it from Project Texas, and by the end of this year, it will be firewall.
But this is your privacy policy today. Like, I understand what you're telling us, what's potentially going to happen in the future. I have concerns again about CFIUS and government involvement, private organization, all of that. I'm just saying this is your user agreement today. So your user agreement says that you share access with your corporate group. You're telling me what's going to happen whenever Project Texas gets done. I'm asking you today, who has access to TikTok's user data?
In our user agreement, Congressman, in our privacy policy, we also added a link so that our users in the US can be informed about Project Texas. The link is there.
So the link is there to private, but I understand what you're trying to do moving forward. I have my own concerns about that, but we're sitting here today in a hearing, and your privacy policy is different than your testimony. Your privacy policy specifically says that you can share user data within your corporate group. So you're saying even though your privacy policy says that, you're not doing it?
Like I said, I don't think there's any contradiction. Like I said, Project Texas, when it's done, we firewall off the data. We still have some legacy data in Virginia and Singapore that we started deleting. It will be done by the end of this year.
So at the end of this year, then you won't share it. Does that mean you're sharing it today?
I don't believe so, but there is some data.
And why haven't you changed your privacy policy? Why haven't you updated?
We did update it, and we gave our users more information on Project Texas. We did update it.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas. Chair recognizes for 5 minutes Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chief, for bringing Republicans and Democrats together. Appreciate that. I want to get right to the critical point of concern. So TikTok is able to collect massive amounts of personal data. We all know that. That means it could, if it desired, to use this data to influence narratives and trends, create misinformation campaigns, encourage self-destructive behavior, purposefully allow drug cartels to communicate freely and organize human and drug trafficking. And to be fair, all social media companies could do that. Here's the difference. It is only TikTok that is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. All these other social media companies are not. Mr. Chu, do you agree that TikTok is controlled by the CCP?
No.
Okay, I thought you'd say that. I disagree, as you thought I might say. Here's why I disagree. Your parent company is ByteDance, right?
That's correct.
It is correct. So, many of the workers who work at ByteDance, they're Communist Party members, right?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I think, for example, the chief editor at ByteDance, Zhang Buping, is the Communist Party secretary, correct?
He works on the Chinese business, not on TikTok.
Right. He works for ByteDance. Parent
works
company.
on the Chinese business.
Right. The parent company of TikTok.
The Chinese business is called Douyin.
Yeah, but it's all associated with ByteDance, right?
So ByteDance owns a number of businesses.
Right. You all report to ByteDance. Everybody's part of ByteDance. Okay. And do you know of any other employees that work for ByteDance that are part of the Chinese Communist Party?
Like I said, ByteDance owns Chinese businesses and they operate in China.
You don't know how many, but you acknowledge many must be card-carrying members of the CCP, right?
In the Chinese business, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the CCP holds what's called a golden share in ByteDance that allows the CCP to control one board seat in ByteDance. That's publicly
That's not correct.
It's not correct. It's been publicly reported. They admitted to it.
You can, on our website, we have updated it so we can give people more transparent information on this. We have a share in a subsidiary that is only for the Chinese business. It has nothing to do with TikTok. And it's for the purposes of content licensing in China.
So there's not an internal CCP committee, which is a regular thing that happens in China. They have a CCP committee internally inside the company.
I run TikTok. I cannot represent the Chinese business.
Talking about ByteDance. No arrangement in ByteDance. So here's the main point of concern. China's 2017 national intelligence law states very clearly that, quote, any organization or citizen shall support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law and maintain the secrecy of all knowledge of state intelligence work. In other words, ByteDance and also your TikTok employees that live in China, they must cooperate with Chinese intelligence whenever they are called upon. And if they are called upon, they're bound to secrecy. That would include you. Mr. Chu, if the CCP tells ByteDance to turn over all data that TikTok has collected inside the U.S., even within Project Texas, do they
try to avoid them or trivialize them. We build something where we take the data and put it out of reach. This is what we did. We put it out of reach.
Out of reach, but they own you.
No, we put it out of reach by storing them.
ByteDance owns TikTok. If ByteDance is and the CCP owns ByteDance because the CCP owns everybody in China. And so by law, they can make them do whatever they want, and they say that by law, you can't tell anyone about it. So they can make you hand over that data. Is that correct?
Data is stored here in American soil by an American company.
We thought that, but leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings shows that U.S. user data has been repeatedly accessed from China when you said it hasn't been. And here's the other thing, following back on my colleague's line of questioning, in your own privacy policy, it says that you may share information within your so-called corporate group. Is ByteDance part of that corporate group?
If you're talking about the share of the entity with the share, like I shared with the previous...
is ByteDance part of the corporate group?
ByteDance as a holding company is part of the corporate group, yes.
It's part of the corporate group. Yeah. Okay, so your own privacy policy says you have to share data with ByteDance. And if the CCP says, hey, ByteDance, you're going to do what we say, and you can't tell anyone about it because by law, according to that 2017 national intelligence law, they have to do it. That's our concern. Maybe you haven't done it yet, but my point is that you might have to. And that's where our concerns come from. I mean, over 300 TikTok employees have worked for China's state-run propaganda media. That's just from looking at their LinkedIn profiles. Okay, so and my last point is this. I want to say this to all the teenagers out there and then TikTok influencers who think we're just old and out of touch and don't know what we're talking about, trying to take away your favorite app. You may not care that your data is being accessed now, but it will be one day when you do care about it. And here's the real problem. With data comes power. They can choose what you see and how you see it. They can make you believe things that are not true. They can encourage you to engage in behavior that will destroy your life. Even if it is not happening yet, it could in the future. The long-term goal of the Chinese Communist Party is the demise of the American power, and that starts with our youth. At any moment, they could demand that all of TikTok's data be used to design an AI algorithm with the sole purpose of promoting Chinese interests and destroying our society from within. You want to know why Democrats and Republicans have come together on this? That's why we are so concerned. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gay!
Gentleman yields back. I remind the members they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record. I ask our witness to respond to the questions promptly. Pursuant to committee rules, I ask unanimous consent to enter the documents from the staff list into the record without objection. So ordered. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on April 6th. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
Wow, they ended that shit quick, yo. They were like, fuck off. I hate the fact that these committee meetings are such a joke. They don't actually want to get to the bottom of anything, because if they did, they would actually let them continue to speak. They don't. They don't want to know what's really going on. They don't want to ask any questions. They all go for the sound bites so they can be like, look, to our constituents, look, we grilled the TikTok CEO. And then they chop it up so he doesn't get to answer anything, and then they pretend like, oh, it's the enemy of the people. I don't know, man. I've always thought TikTok was a little iffy in terms of state security and state secrets and all that, but I'll be completely honest with you, 100% honest with you right now. I am more interested in TikTok now than I was 4 hours ago. And not because I'm worried that they're a national security risk, no. Because here's the thing, listen to a lot of the arguments that the GOP and the Republican and the Democrats made. They made arguments saying, oh, well, TikTok, censored what was happening with Russia, right? Or didn't censor Russian TikTok accounts. They wanted them to censor them and get that misinformation, as they say out there. You have to understand, they are saying that TikTok is censoring to push a political agenda. You may not remember, but what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine? United States media, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, they all blocked Russian communications. They all blocked what was actually transpiring over there. You weren't able to find anything. They blocked all those accounts. They kicked off the RT news. They suspended the radio stations. They did all that. It's the same shit. So, like, we are being critical of China for doing the same exact thing that we do here. It doesn't make any damn sense. It doesn't make any damn sense. And he kept saying all social media companies do that. He's right. They all sell our data. Hell, even the biggest conservative news outlets, the Daily Wire, Daily Caller,
Look at their terms and conditions. They sell your information. They sell your names and information. They actually don't even just sell them. They rent them, so they keep making money off your contact information. You wonder how you get 17 emails from the Trump team? It's because they're buying your information from all the other websites. They're buying your mailing list. That's what it is. It's so annoying. It's so annoying that these hearings, you don't get a congressman or a congresswoman that actually asks a real question. And when they do ask a real question, when he tries to give the real answer, the witness tries to give the real answer, they censor it and they shut him up and don't allow him to continue talking. It's so stupid. And they all do it. And they all do it. You know, God Rides Harley said anything Chinese needs to go. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't really give a shit either. I just feel like if our United States government is trying so hard to keep us from doing something, I have to really ask why. Is it a national security issue, or is the government trying to, interfere with our rights to be individuals? Look at what they're doing to Donald Trump. You can use that as an example too. You know, and my movement towards Donald Trump and saying that I'm going to vote for him now, when just a week ago I wasn't, because I came to the realization that if the GOP and the Democrats are going to fight so hard to try to, make it so he can't be president, so we can't hear his message, then I have to go under the assumption that his message is the one that I actually want to listen to the most. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just weird. The whole thing's weird. That hearing pissed me off because I just know they're lying to everybody. You know? And I don't even know what they're lying about. I just know they're lying. You know? Whoa, Tennessee does the "Don't Tread on Me" flag on their plates? I didn't know that. No shit. I thought it was just Virginia that did it. Because I got them on my car. But God, I'm just so tired of everybody else trying to tell people what they can and can't do. You try to say you're pro-First Amendment while you're trying to infringe on other people's speeches because they disagree with you. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're not pro-First Amendment if you're trying to limit other people's speech. It's fucking stupid. And to say, well, China censors what happened with the Uyghurs. We censor what happened in Ukraine. The United States United States media complex literally did. On Twitter saying that they're Russian media. They do all that in an effort to discredit them, and yet we're being critical of the art of another country doing we're being critical of another country that's doing the same thing. It's so stupid. It's hypocritical is what it is, and I just hate it, you know. And I wish during the hearings that there was a rule or a requirement that when someone says I would like to answer that question, they have the full right to do it. Like they should not be allowed to ask a question, you know, it's a yes or no. It's not a yes or no question. The person tries to give an answer. Because here's the thing: 4.5 hours worth of that hearing, what did we learn? Nothing. We didn't learn shit. There's not a thing that came out of that hearing because they didn't want us to learn anything. They wanted to push their agenda. They wanted to keep saying, "Oh, this is a bipartisan attack," bipartisan, and that's all they want to do. You know, it's stupid. I hate them. I hate them all. Hate them all. But how are you guys doing? I can't really see anything. Can't see the chat because I'm driving. But the Arby's is sitting like a fucking brick in my stomach. It's not feeling good. And the sandwich wasn't even that good either. I was pretty not impressed. I got the chicken bacon Swiss. And I don't know, it's not sitting good. And then even though I was having stomach aches, I just ate the fries too, and I only got like half of the thing done. And I'm like, ugh, just fucking feel like crap. I feel bloated. Bloated as all hell. Bloated to hell. Yeah, you think TikTok's the only one that's selling data? Come on, get the fuck out of here. Google sells data. That's how they make all their money. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. That's how they make a living. That's how they all do it. Rumble, that's how everybody does it. They collect your data and they sell it out and they use targeted advertising to maximize their profitability. That's what they all do. for anybody to pretend like, oh, it's different because they're, you know, they're owned by a company that's, you know, from China or CCP or whatever. It doesn't matter. Look at our news outlets here, you know, or look at our news outlets here. We want to talk about state-run media. Every single one of our mainstream media outlets is a state-run media news organization here in the United States. Fox News is a state-run media organization by the GOP. CNN, state-run media organization by the Biden administration. MSNBC, state-run media organization by racists. Because MSNBC is a news station for racists. And that's the truth. That's the truth. You may not like it, but that's the truth. Don't look at me, you fucker. I'm doing 75 miles an hour. Want to stare at me, pass me, get the fuck out of her. That's it. Pissed off Steve's coming. And I know we got traffic sitting ahead too. Because I see it on the GPS. We got traffic ahead and it's red, which means it's going to probably be stopped. You know what I should have done? I should have brought some sugar. Use some sugar. Get off your fucking phone. Someone else is speeding up. There's traffic ahead. This is how accidents happen. When you got yuppie shitbags. You know what I mean? The yuppie shitbags. But I like to throw on my hazards. Holy fuck. So these cars behind me, hopefully they're looking ahead so they don't crash into each other. Or me, you know what I'm saying? I wish I had a reverse camera so you could have seen how fast that car behind me just slammed on their brakes. Just scared the shit out of every single one of you watching. It would have been like hell to the no. I tried to find a dash camera that has like a reverse facing camera with a clean HDMI out, but they don't make them apparently. Because then I could use a clean HDMI out just like I am with the action cam now and run that out. So I'd have the dash cam up, one with the location so you could see the GPS location of where I am too, because I think that would be cool. But yeah, I can't do that. But right now this is Nashville, Tennessee that you're seeing here. This is South College up on your left. I don't know what it is. Is it a college of the South or is it just a business name? I am not quite sure. On the right you got Pipe Wrench. This is welcome to Pipe Wrench country, it says. Shout out to Pipe Wrench over there. You know, doing big things here in the old Nashville. It's getting hot in here. Got to turn on the AC, turn it up a little bit. It's starting to get a little hot. I don't know what South College is. Find it peculiar, weird name. Kimberly-Clark Corporation up on your left here. See, I should just do that. Just buy a big bus and just start doing tours. There's a sign, it's for the Flying J. Up ahead on the right-hand side, you're going to have a, what appears to be a driving range. That's why you see those big telephone poles way up in the air with the nets in between them. That's what they use to stop the golf balls from going at the highway. Fun fact number one of the day. Someone said I'm 3 hours from Memphis. I'm making pretty good time, except I still have a shit ton. I didn't realize I lived 6 hours away from Nashville. Which is pretty impressive. And considering I've never really walked around in Nashville, you know? But yeah, I'm, never knew that. It's very interesting. But now, see, now people are starting to come in because I'm going to have good internet when we're in Nashville. Probably what I'm going to do is after Nashville, once the internet starts getting a little finicky again, I'll probably just end my live stream for a little bit so I can detox from not doing the live stream. Or from live streaming all day. I may relax, you know, stretch, call my wife, see how she's doing. She's not home yet, and do that kind of stuff. I want to give a shout out to Martin G. I don't know how to say your last name on YouTube. He gave 2 super chats today. I've been live now for about 5 hours, and his 2 super chats break down, so I am making exactly $2 an hour. But that's unfortunately before YouTube fees. After you take YouTube fees, I'm making approximately about 75 cents an hour right now doing this, which is, it's pretty cool. But I want to give a shout out to Martin. Shout out to you, buddy, for your 2 $5 super chats. I appreciate you. But I know it wasn't the best show prior to this because we were dropping internet like crazy. Oh, fuck, I may need new brakes, dude. May need new brakes. I'm doing a little bit of vibration, a little bit when I'm braking. which I've never seen before. Clear the cache, someone said. Yeah, there's an RV place on the right, everybody. It's called Buddy Greg. They, not just RVs and motorhomes, they also do parts sales and service, if you're unfamiliar. Never heard of them before. Kind of wish I had my motorhome right now, although I'd still be about 200 miles back and I would have been broke and had to turn around already because fuel is expensive. But I couldn't stop and take a nap because I could actually go for a nap, a good nap right now. Like I could go for a good nap, I'll be honest with you. But I can't take a nap because this car is uncomfortable as shit to sleep in. But I may. God Rides a Harley was talking about the Harley that passed by on the left a little bit earlier and said that the handlebars were too low for that guy. Yes. Yes, I agree. He's probably one of those, like the lip resters, you know? So he likes the handlebars low. You know? You gotta have that forearm for the apes. My old, well, my Harley didn't have ape hangers either, but, oh yes it did. My Harley did have ape hangers. But but those were like shoulder level. I think they were just 12-inch with risers. However, I had a bobber that I built, that I bought rather, that had 18-inch ape hangers. That was funny. It was a little 650, but it was fun to ride, and it did. And all the screws for the handlebars were loose, so the handlebar after like riding home every day, by the time I got home, I could move the handlebars. So I'd have to try to fix the screws and try to get it so it's tight again every single time. Look at that, A-Can with a $10 super chat. Thank you, bro. I'd prefer, if you guys are doing it today, just do Cash Apps and Venmos. That's really appreciated. I'll give you call outs on the air. The Cash App is Freight Broker Live. The Venmo is just my name, Steve Oatley. Because those go right into it. I can transfer it right to my bank account, 100% of it. And then I can use that for fuel and food and a hotel. But I don't know, depending, because I really wanted to knock out probably the majority of the driving today. Been driving for, I don't know, about 6 hours now. So I would like to get maybe another 4 or 5 hours in. I would have done that. Yeah, YouTube takes a big percentage. That's why we always just try to have people do the Cash App and Venmos. Just better. Just better for me, better for you. I appreciate it. Oh no, now it dropped. I don't know why it would have dropped here. There's a cell tower directly in front of me. I don't know why it would have dropped right there. Someone said I should put a scroll at the bottom. I know I should have. But maybe I'll do that for tomorrow's leg of the trip. I don't know. But we had a good little run through Nashville. I don't know if that was Nashville or there's more Nashville up ahead. I'm assuming that was Nashville, right? Does anybody know? Is there more Nashville ahead, or was that all Nashville right there? Look at that. South 75 toward Chattanooga, where I used to work down there in Chattanooga. But I never came this way, because any time that I was going to Chattanooga, because I didn't live there, I just worked there. I would go and drive up. I would drive up from Florida on a Sunday. It's like an 8-hour drive. And I'd work there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then usually on Thursday, I'd either leave right after work, because I was working in broadcasting, or I would just leave Thursday night. And then I wouldn't make it home. I'd be driving all tired and shit. My wife would yell at me. me a little bit. I don't know. I don't even know if it's coming back yet. That was an oversized load. I don't even know what it was. That metal frame or something like that. Is that metal frame? Yeah, I should be back now. Someone said Steve would know if you went through Nashville. I don't think that was it. I don't know, man. I think that was Nashville. Maybe it wasn't Nashville. I don't know. But tonight when I do go live, because like I said, I'm going to take a couple-hour break in between, just listen to some podcasts and stuff and unwind while driving. But tonight when I do go live, I'll use Discord. So we'll be on a Discord call as well. And that way people can tell me if it drops and I won't have the chat open. So make sure if you're not in our Discord group, you join our Discord because you're going to want to. Because, yeah, that'll be fun. And I don't know, April or God Rides or Harley, is there a way for one of you guys to mod, or not to mod, yeah, to mod, like to like mute people and like unmute people, like with the admin mute and unmute? I don't know. But I know last time we did it, we had a lot of trouble with people talking over it. But
do you have PayPal? I don't have Venmo.
So plus if you were in Discord, yeah. Do I have a PayPal? I do. It's live@freightbrokerlive.com. That's my PayPal. Live@freightbrokerlive.com. God Rides, can you type my PayPal email in there? Live@freightbrokerlive.com on YouTube for Martin. Thank you again, Martin, for that $5 super chat. That's like $3 after YouTube takes their cut. So I appreciate you, bruh. To be honest, we made now with Martin. Martin essentially bought my lunch today. Shout out to Martin. Because he did 3 $5 super chats, my lunch, and then the other one did a $10 one, so I appreciate all that as well. That was my lunch. You guys bought me Arby's and gave me a stomach ache. See, that's an accomplishment, Martin. Now you can be like, damn it, I gave Steve a stomach ache. Hell yeah. But yeah, my PayPal is live@freightbrokerlive.com. If you want to do that, because that's instant as well. So PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of those are perfect. I get 100% of it, so that's good. And yeah, everything I make, I'm using on this trip. So, you know what I'm saying? Oh, look at that! They got a house. There's a house in the road. What? What? You guys can't see it. It's too far ahead right now. But yep, they're hauling a house. Gosh darn it! There's a damn house in the road, Nancy. It's blocking both lanes, though. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get by them. Probably not going to be able to get by. I'm going to probably be stuck behind him. It's bullshit. Get your damn house out. That's not a mobile home. That's a modular home, right? Is that what they're called? I think so. Oh, shit. Look at that. Who was that? Let me give a shout out to that Cash App. Stephanie with a $10 Cash App. Shout out, or Venmo. Thank you, Stephanie. You're a rock star. See? I can't miss those notifications. Hell yeah, Stephanie. Someone said, yo, we're past Nashville. Oh, I guess I'll get by this house. It looked like he was blocking both lanes, but I guess he was just moving on over. Oh, my wife's calling me. Hold on. Hey, Sash, everybody can hear you. You're good?
Yes, I was just calling to say hi and see how you're doing.
I'm good. I'm probably going to stop streaming around 5 o'clock for a couple hours. Can I call you then?
Yeah.
All right. Love you.
I love you too.
Bye. All right. Well, there. You got to hear my wife for the first time on the phone. watching it. What's up, Riley? Just in case you're watching it on your phone, I bet you are. Bet you are, buddy. He wanted to come so bad, dude. He wanted to come for this trip. If he wasn't sick and missed school, uh-oh. If he wasn't sick and missed school for a couple of days, I maybe would have brought him. Maybe. Yep, there's that house up there in the gosh darn road. So that isn't that called a modular home? Because that's like it's part of the module. So there's probably another one ahead of him too. I wonder if it's Clayton Homes. The truck that's behind it kind of looks like that. I think the encoder is what it's called. The encoder's see that shit? Woo-wee. That house just switched lanes quick as shit because it's going around the car. I think that is the Clayton home. Son said you knew Steve's a big old softy. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I am. Big old softy. Come on, man, get the fuck out of the way. Get your home out of the road. Let me drive on through. We're going to Waco and you're making us go slow. Get out of the road. See, that's normally what I do when I drive. You're welcome. Someone said you're correct. I just passed Nashville. I'll tell you what mile marker I'm at. God rides. I'm on I-40, exit 3. In that tail on that truck. Anyone see that? I told you it was Clayton Holmes too. I recognize the color. He's wagging the shit out of the tail on that damn thing. It's crazy. Why you gotta be wagging the tail so much, homie? No, you better get fast. Now I gotta speed up. Go past him. Don't fucking do it, you son of a bitch. He's probably on his phone. Hey, if you're watching my show, get off of the fucking phone, bro. See, like I had to drive entirely too fast to pass him. He's all over the damn road, though. All over the road. I know a buddy of mine, or he's not a buddy, but a guy that I used to dispatch, and then he started his own. He just got big, started dispatching himself. His wife started doing it, but he actually is now out there transporting houses in Texas. That's what he's doing. I saw he took his semi and he took off the fifth wheel and put all that toter shit on there, and now he's out there toting and toting. And I think his wife's doing the pilot car on him, or one of them. But that's what he's doing. I just saw it on Facebook. Hell yeah. What is the Discord link? April will put it in. She'll spam it in all the chats tonight when I do it. I'm not on Discord right now. To be honest, I think my Discord is muted. My son said it's muted. out when I lose service for anyone that's just joining. I do come back. The stream will not die until I turn it off. And like I said, like I just told my wife when she called, I'll probably kill the stream for... I'll probably go live at 9 o'clock because I'll probably drive till at least midnight Eastern tonight. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah. Or maybe I'll just drive all the way there, man. I'd get there at 4:30 in the morning local time. 4:30 in the morning. So it's by I will just we'll do a cash apps for Red Bull, and I'll just chug Red Bull and drive all the way there. The problem is I can't check into the hotel until late, or maybe I could just get enough money, get another room. Who knows, man? Who knows? Someone said keep it on Nashville. I'll keep it on until about 5. I know I'm not that far from Nashville because I saw a sign for it. I think the sign was like 80 miles or something like that. This truck that's right next to me that you guys will see in about 30 seconds from right now. Well, you'll see it now, but yeah. That truck right there, the Tahoes, I want one of the new ones. I like those. And it's got the same tow capacity as my old truck. It would be perfect. And they're nice and they're good looking and they're fucking expensive though. They're like 70 grand for a Tahoe, a new one. Very expensive. Very expensive. No, tomorrow's not the rally. Saturday is the rally. So originally I planned to take 2 days, and I'll probably still take 2 days. I probably won't make it all night tonight because that's not really 4. That's 4 o'clock local time that it would be there. It's 13 more hours until I get there. 13 and a half hours until I get there. But I'm not going to drive the whole way. I'll probably, because it was a 19-hour drive. I left this morning at like 8 o'clock. So I probably won't, and then I had all the internet issues, so I had to keep stopping. So probably what I'll end up doing is drive till maybe 12:30 or 1, and then either get like a really cheap hotel room or just crash out in the car, sleep for a couple hours, and then drive the remainder of the way. And then, because I could check into my room after 3 o'clock in Waco. And I think the only thing I need to get is AAA batteries for a remote for my backpack. Other than that, I'm pretty gravy train. I got everything I need. I'll have to buy some water, but yeah. Beautiful Tennessee right here. That's where we are right now, boys and girls. This is Tennessee. Tennessee whiskey, or however that song goes. GMC Yukons are like the Tahoe, but they're just called Yukons. They're essentially the same thing. Like the new Tahoes, man, the front of them, I don't know why I like them so much. I do, though. I do. I like the Jeeps, too. They have that new Jeep Rubicon, I think that's what they are, where they have the, like, mini pickup bed in the back. It's fucking worthless. I'd still rock one, though. I'd still get one. My wife likes Jeeps. She would like one like that white one I'm right next to right now. She would like that. Because she likes Jeeps. When I met her, she had a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Matter of fact, I had a Jeep too, a Jeep Cherokee. Ah, fuck you, FedEx. Fucking FedEx, dude, I'm coming in hot. You gotta cut me off, bro? Are those packages that time sensitive? Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. You're speeding anyway. I thought your truck has like a forward-facing and reverse-facing camera up in there. You're gonna see you picking your nose, FedEx. Pick your nose, FedEx. Gosh darn it. Does FedEx have reverse-facing cameras? I don't remember. I don't remember. It's sunny. It's sunny here. I believe it's raining up in Northern Virginia now. It was supposed to rain today. They're supposed to get a total, I think in the next 24 hours, it's supposed to get nearly 2 inches of rain, which sucks for our house because it means our backyard, which finally just dried out, is going to get all muddy again for days, and the dogs are going to destroy our house because they just track mud all over the damn place. Normally my wife blocks them out of the rooms, but we'll see. Probably not. You know? Boom, boom, boom. Man, it's beautiful. For anyone watching, I'll act like a tour guide for you. Now we're entering the Tennessee backwoods. This is where they used to... No, that's Kentucky. Never mind. Wait, is it Tennessee whiskey? So where were the moonshiners? Was that in Tennessee or was that in Kentucky? Where they used to run away in those Model T Fords to get police chases and stuff? Truck has seen better days. He's going slow as crap. I know, it just made it look like I was going really fast passing that old Penske truck there, but I wasn't. It was both. People said it was both Tennessee and Kentucky. No shit, I didn't know that. So you think there's anybody out in these woods out there, out yonder, as they say in these parts? Think there's anyone out yonder that's sitting there brewing up a hot, fresh batch of, what the hell is it called? Moonshine. Yeah. 100 proof. I've never had moonshine. Someone offered it to me once, and I said no. Because I didn't want to try that crap. I barely even like whiskey. Or because I don't like the alcohol. The burn. That's why, when I do drink whiskey, I like Jameson Black or the Black Barrel, those ones, because they're a little bit, they're softer. They're better. I guess the more expensive the whiskey, the less of that whiskey burn. But that's really all I like right there. Making good time. Pictures, knock on wood. The picture's doing okay so far. Uh-oh, speed limit reduced. Stupid. If my kid is watching, which you may be, you should not be watching. Haha! Now I dropped the signal anyway, so whatever. Damn, bro, that guy's... Not even refreshing, it's just pause, it's just frozen, but I can tell by my star. I used to one of the better, like if you're ever going to get involved in the freight industry as like a freight broker or dispatcher, really, Landstar is one of the better companies to do that with, because for one, their variety of tools, they've been in business for a long time. Unfortunately, a lot of brokers kind of ruined it, but they got a lot of tools. You can add your own fleet of trucks on there, which is really nice too, because they're asset based or light asset based, because they don't own their trucks. They're owner operator based, and you can dispatch all the company owned trucks or all the owner operators yourself. So it allows you to make a lot of money. It's good. Look at that oversized load on the left. The hell is that? A big old, damn, that shit's heavy. See how many axles were on that shit? That was an old bulldozer that was half disassembled. But he had, I don't know how many axles he had on that fucking trailer. Probably 8 on the back, another 8 on the front, plus the 3 on the truck. Damn, bro. I wonder how heavy that thing was. Because it was missing the blade and all that. Of course, I got to take the blade off, because the blade is probably even wider than the damn bulldozer. That blade was probably, because that bulldozer was a wide load, and he had 2 escorts, so he's probably over 12 foot. So you got to figure his blade was probably 18 foot, 20 foot. We may see another truck with his blade on it. But that truck's probably there, because that truck wouldn't be oversized. They'll put the blade on sideways. Yeah, the internet will keep dropping in and out as we just keep driving, but the feed will stay alive because I've got it on the fallback. So the feed will stay alive. Staying alive, staying alive. The feed will stay alive. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. I heard you say you changed your mind about Trump earlier. Hell yeah. It wasn't really that I changed my mind. I just realized, listen, if everybody is going to try to cancel this dude so much, they're not going to let up. I got to look at why, all right? And the only thing I can surmise is that his path for America is not the path that the globalists want. And I don't want the path that the globalists want, so I have to assume that the path that Trump wants is more towards the path and the type of America that I want, and therefore I will support him. I will campaign for him. I will elect him. Hell yeah. The mountains are calling, said that RV. The mountains are calling. The British are calling. Do the turnip voice on the road. I don't have the buttons, so I can't do that. That would be funny though, right? I did the whole show as a freaking turnip while driving. Haha. Okay, here you are right there. That shit's funny. As a reminder, if you feel so inclined, you can send Cash Apps, Venmos, or even PayPals during the show. You'll get a nice call out from me as you're going, and you can know your money is going to hotels and gas and food and fuel. Well, gas and fuel, same thing. But no, actually, no, gas is because I get gas after eating fast food. So, yeah. Gas and fuel. So if you send, like if you send a $10 Cash App, you're contributing to my gas and fuel. You're contributing to both. Sassy said, I would vote for Trump, but I don't vote for old men. What? Are you a feminist, Sassy? Yeah, but who are you going to vote for? There's nobody else. Ron DeSantis? Ron DeSantis is likely going to be Trump's running mate. Or Ron DeSantis, or Donald Trump may pick a woman. I don't know, because that would really throw it. Like if he gets a Republican, you know what would really, really drive a fucking huge wedge, but it would also unify America, and it would confuse the shit out of everyone. If Donald Trump elected a black woman Democrat, or not elected, but ran, and that was his vice president. Like, I don't know why anybody hasn't done that. Like, you get the Republican nod, right? So you know you're going to be the Republican vote, and then you get a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard, she was a Democrat, now she's an independent. Get Tulsi. She's not black though. But, you know, I was just trying to cover, I didn't cover all the bases, sorry. Get a black woman that used to be a man, Democrat, that used to be, like, you know what I mean? To unify that whole base. Like, damn, bro. Like, sheesh. Like, if I was going to run for where both the lieutenant governor, well, I think that's probably every race, but lieutenant governor and the governor, so you can have a Democrat governor and a Republican lieutenant governor, or a Democrat lieutenant governor and a Republican governor. And I think that's better. It would be a way to unify America, right? To bring America together. Hell yeah, that's what we all want to do. Unify America. Bring them all together. Can you imagine? Like, let's just think about who Donald Trump could nominate. Man, if I could get Donald Trump's ear, that's what I would tell him to do. I would say, listen, you know you're going to get you're going to win the primary. That's what I believe. I believe that anyway. Even before I believe Donald Trump will win the primary. Once he wins the primary, I would start interviewing people. But I would do it so freaking quiet. Like, I would make people sign non-disclosures and I would give them, like, secret codes. So if they leaked, I would be able to know who leaked it. But that's what I would do. If I ran for president, I would run, so my running mate would be a Democrat. It would be someone on the opposing aisle. Because that's the only way you actually unify America. That's the only way. Someone that you can bounce ideas off of and try to get the Democrat perspective. Because otherwise, that's all we're doing, is we're just arguing back and forth. And every 4 years, we flip it up and we switch, and then we erase all the policies that the last party did, and then we put our own policies in, and then when the next party comes in, they kick out all the policies that we enacted, and then they do their own. That would endorse it. A guerrilla hail event? Really? In Waco? I hope not. I don't want my car to get hail damage. Is this gonna change into a storm chase? I mean, shit. If it's got a way of shit, I don't care. I'll go chase some fucking tornadoes. I've got enough technology in here to do it. I probably got more technology than Reed Timmer. I got a freaking laptop. I got a tablet. I got the encoder. I got, more Wi-Fi. Like, I'm probably gonna have like cancer when I get out of this freaking car because the amount of radiation that's coming off all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah! I got 4 different internet connections in this car alone right now. Someone said there's a storm coming today. Oh well, it's coming today. So I'm not gonna be in Texas tonight. Because what do I do, guys? I go through Tennessee, and then what's after Tennessee? Arkansas, right? Or because I don't go into Oklahoma. Oklahoma's north, isn't it? Let me know. God rides. So I take 40, but 40 goes right down to Arkansas, doesn't it? Little Rock, something like that. I don't know. I'm not looking at a map, so I don't know. Shit. I'm not going to hit Oklahoma, because that Oklahoma's up by, like, the Panhandle and all that. I'd rather hit that side of Texas. That'd be better. Storm is coming Friday. Well, maybe I'll catch it on Friday, tomorrow. Someone said, nope, no Oklahoma. Okay, yeah. So I go through Tennessee to Arkansas to Texas, I believe. I think that's all I do. Little Rock to Texarkana, right, yeah. Yes, sir. And then I go down to Dallas. At some point, I don't know where, but at some point, I'll get off this, which is 40, get on to 30, and I follow 30 into Dallas, and then I take some other road down to Waco from there. Hell yeah. I don't know why I keep saying hell yeah. I think it's a Tennessee thing.
Tennessee?
Isn't Cletus McFarland from up here somewhere? Martin with a $5 YouTube super chat saying, what did Tennessee? You know what's weird is I don't know why it's not showing. Oh yeah, it does show. Is it reading it? When you type the comment, is it reading it, Martin, or anyone in the chat? Like, is it saying it? I don't know. I-30 starts in Little Rock, someone said. Gotcha. Well, where the fuck is Nashville? It is reading it, cool.
Open mouth smile.
I just don't have April. April, are you in the chat still? Do you have the link for the Streamlabs directly? So my Streamlabs, it's not the F Antifa, but I don't know if you're, because with that Streamlabs link, they can go in. It's not a website though, I don't believe. But they can do it, and then they can type messages, and it will read it out on the screen as well. And it's not just YouTube, so that way everyone on Facebook and all that shit can do it. Someone said you can kind of hear it. It's muffled. Yeah. Maybe a little bit quiet up in there. Right lane ends at 1,500 feet. Martin with another one. Said same thing, Arkansas. Oh, I see what he said. What did Tennessee? Same thing, Arkansas. Get it? Because what did Tennessee? Arkansas. Oh man, you got jokes. Can't believe you paid $10 for those dad jokes. And I'll be honest, when I end this live stream and talk to my wife and kids, I'm gonna tell them that joke. I'm gonna be like, hey, babe, what did Tennessee? She's gonna be like, what? What did Tennessee? What are you talking about? I'm gonna say, same thing, Arkansas. That is kind of funny. When you say it like with an accent, like a redneck, then it's funny. Then I like it. That was funny. Took me a while. I had to keep saying it over and over before it finally really kicked in. You know? 69 people watching on the main YouTube channel, which is pretty awesome, considering we've been live for, I don't know, 6 hours now. Our connection has been shit for the majority of it, but so far right now it's looking good. And I think typically when it rains, we get really good reception. Well, actually, internet's gonna drop. Probably right about now. Just weird, it cuts in and out. Yo-Yo 7 something 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 said, gotta be careful, I'm coming by your house. Oh really? You live out this way? April, oh yeah, thank you. There's a Streamlabs link, so anybody that wants to make a contribution or donation through that link, you can type a message and it'll read it right out. And I think you can also choose PayPal. I don't know. I think you could choose PayPal as one of the checkouts as well. But that's an easy way to just pay with a credit card or PayPal, and then it will read your message right on the screen, which is pretty cool. And if you choose PayPal, I get it right away, which is helpful for the trip. If you do the credit card, it's still, I get it, and I get all of it. It just takes a couple of days. But I can't read the little comments. What I'll do tonight is, if you guys have the jokes, maybe we'll do like a Streamlabs joke. So you can type the joke in there and it'll read the joke. And then, someone can have it and tell me the joke in Discord or something like that. Can't play the audio in Discord, because then it will be weird, because I'll be listening to myself, but that'll be funny. Oh, hell yeah, Elizabeth. Shout out to you with the Cash App, $20. Holy shit, you almost bought me a whole tank of gas with that Cash App. Thank you, Elizabeth. Last time I filled up, it cost $29. It filled up, because it's got a small-ass tank on it. It's like a 10-gallon tank on the car. But it still gets almost, I think it's, what do I got? I'm at just over half a tank right now. I'm getting, what am I getting right now? 31 miles to the gallon for highway driving right now. Last 50 miles, 31 miles to the gallon. In the motorhome, no joke. I mean, I've gone 871 miles, so I've gone 500 miles so far today, and I would have gone through 2 tanks of gas in the motorhome, which would have cost me 160 bucks, or 130 bucks each, so 260 bucks of fuel. Now do you guys understand why I took this? Like, it's nice for the motorhome if you're going a long time and you're going to do a lot of hotels, but just doing a one drive, you know what I mean? But now you guys understand, because a lot of you guys are like, Steve, you got a motorhome, why aren't you taking the motorhome? This is why. Because it literally, to get to Texas, it's probably going to cost me 100 bucks. With this, the last time I went to Texas in the motorhome, granted fuel was way higher, but I went down to Conroe, Texas, and I think it cost me over $1,000 in fuel one way. One way. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Someone said, damn, GR, that's cheap. Gas is $2.59 in Texas. Oh shit. You in a truck? No, I'm in a car. Chevy Malibu. I sold my truck a long time ago, actually. So we bought our house, I bought a truck, and then 2 months later, the dealership called. And so oh no, the dealership didn't. When we ended up buying this car, because I thought I was going to be driving more doing this. Well, I am going to be driving more. That's why I bought it, because gas was getting expensive. The truck was not getting good gas mileage, and I knew I was going to be driving a lot more. So I sold the truck, and I ended up getting, I don't know, I got more than I paid for it, for the truck. And that's the second truck I did that to in the past 2 years, that I sold for more than I paid for it. Brand new truck. But now used car values are leveling out, and interest rates skyrocketing. You had a 250 with a V10, you liked it, could pull like a diesel. Yeah, but gas would kill you now. It depends where you are. I mean, when gas was over 4, sheesh, you know, as the kids say. But the crazy thing is, my motorhome, when it's pulling the trailer, it still doesn't, it doesn't bog down. It doesn't even realize the trailer's down there, and the gas mileage doesn't change either, you know? But the gas, like in the motorhome, I probably get 7 to 8. So I get between 7 and 9 miles per gallon, depending on where I'm going in the motorhome. So that's why, like, for me, it just makes sense for me taking the car, because for one, I could drive, you know, faster, knock on wood, 80 miles an hour. I can't do that in the motorhome at all, not safely. And then just the fuel cost. But you know, when I take the motorhome, I save a bunch of money, because I don't buy, well, not really, I spend it on fuel. But I don't buy takeout and stuff like that, like I just did for lunch. I buy hot dogs and macaroni and cheese and breakfast and cereal. And that's what I eat pretty much the whole time. April knows from when I was in Conroe, Texas. Conroe, Texas. That's what I ate the whole time. Hot dogs. I kept running into the motorhome eating hot dogs. That's what I ate when I was out in Iowa too, with the motorhome. Just hot dogs. They're easy. You can just nuke them for 35 seconds, put some cheese on them. Cheese dogs. Yeehaw! weird because the live stream is a good 15 seconds or so behind. It's kind of annoying. What's this? This turn off? Yeah. What in the hell? It's not charging my tablet anymore. Whatever. Whatever. Someone said, right there where I-30 starts, there's a new bridge going up. You missed the worst part. What? I didn't get on I-30 yet. I don't get on I-30 till way... Oh, so I-30's still running? Oh. No, I don't get on I-30 for quite a while. At least another 100 miles. At least. Where the fuck is Nashville, dude? I thought I was going to be passing Nashville soon. Oh, I just changed time zones too. Now it's 3:30. Because I was looking at the clock. I'm like, wait a second. How did my wife call me an hour ago? It kind of confused me for a little bit. So the time zones just changed. Now we are in... What? It's not Central Time. What's this one? Wait, is it no, Central's 2 hours behind. So what time zone is this? Mountain Time. There we go. Mountain Time. Mountain Time. That's where we are now. Central Time. It's not Central Time. Oh, shit, it is. Oh, so it's only 1 hour behind right now? Wait, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. So Mountain Time is further west then. I'm really confused. I thought Central was behind 2 hours. Yeah, because now it says my GPS says I'm going to be... No, you guys are all fucking wrong. Because my GPS says I'm going to be there in 13 hours. At 4 o'clock. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. So Texas is Central Time too. I just traveled time. So, did I already pass Nashville? Was that Nashville back there? Or is Nashville up ahead still? Because, like, is there anything that you guys want to see in the next half an hour? Or should I just, like, turn off the live stream now and then just come back around 9 o'clock tonight? I'll probably listen to Tucker Carlson and then I'll come back on right after his show's done. Mountain Time is the Rockies. Gotcha. That's where it's 2 hours behind. But doesn't one state not do the 2 hours? Is that Arizona? Where they don't go 2 hours? I don't remember. The whole frickin' thing is stupid. So Nashville is coming. Nashville's big, right? Big cities. I don't remember Nashville. I'll be honest with you. So am I going to hit Nashville in traffic? Oh, fuck. Can't zoom in and out of that. Am I going to hit Nashville in Nashville in rush hour? Hope not. Arizona does not change their time. So what time is it in Arizona right now? Nashville is very big, someone said. So what time is it? What time is it in Arizona? Is that so? That's Mountain Time and it stays in Mountain Time, or is that West Coast Pacific Time? I don't know. Are we there yet? Someone says nope. We ain't even close. Still have another 13 hours. Same as Pacific for the summer. So what about in the winter? What happens in the winter? So you said it's 128 in Arizona right now. Wait, so they're only oh no, because I'm already, so they're Pacific time. So they just don't change their time. They stay Pacific the whole time. That seems smarter. Seems more smart. What do you do, like, if you live right where the time zone is? Like, what do you do if you work in one town and you live in the other? You know what I mean? Like if you live in one town where it's right now it would be 428, but you work in a town where it's 328. Do you end up having to work longer every day, or you lose that time? That's interesting. I've never thought about that before. Like what happens at that point? What time zone do you follow? Wouldn't that get confusing? Nashville rush hour is a nightmare. Oh, is it? Fun. That's what time I'm going to be going through. I mean, you guys may not get to see it, to be honest. Or maybe I'll test it and mute, see if I can mute it, and then just keep the camera live. But if it doesn't work and you still hear it because I can unplug this microphone and then maybe it won't pick up audio. And if that works and you don't pick up audio, then I'll leave the camera on while I just drive. Do you know what I'm saying? Someone said you would stay in the works time zone. Yeah, but that would be confusing because what if you bank in your hometown and you try to get to the bank? Oh, that's a good one. What if you work until 4:30 Central Time, but you live in Eastern Time and the banks close at 5:30 every day? How are you supposed to make it to the fucking bank? Because you're working till 4:30 when the bank's closed. So you can't even get to the bank any day. But if you got a time-pressing thing that you got to go to the bank for, that means you got to leave work early and drive an hour, even though it's only like 5 minutes away or 5 miles away. Still, technically, you're driving for an hour. See what I did there? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's fucking loony. It really makes you think. Like, who fucking thought daylight savings was a good idea? It's so fucking stupid. What about all those poor people that live on that border? On the border between the Central Time and Eastern Time. Their lives are fucking chaotic as shit. It's not fair. It's not fair. We got to abolish daylight savings times because it's stupid. Well, no, those are time zones. That's different than daylight savings times. Let's abolish everything. Let's just live a world where everything's abolished. All laws, regulations, time zones. Like, fuck that shit. Doesn't even matter. I don't care. Someone said online banking. Yeah, but it doesn't work. Don't you remember what happened in year 2000 when they said all the banks were going to crash out? That's the same shit that happens every time you try to log into your bank. Your bank says it's 5:30, but it's really 4:30, and your mind goes nuts, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? It's 4:30, but your bank says 5:30. It's not right. It's not right at all. We're going to have to, I think we should start a protest about it. I think we should march up and down the streets demanding equal time. Seriously, equal time zones. Get rid of time zones. It's fucking stupid. Like, what time is it in Alaska? Does Alaska have, never mind. Doesn't Alaska have, like, months where it's, like, all daylight all the time? I heard it's not, like, actual daylight. It's just, like, this weird, like, yellowy thing. I don't know. The weird yellowy thing. You know what I'm trying to say. Think that, like, if Alaska was light all the time, that people would be sunburned all the time. You know what I mean? If it's always sunny in Alaska for like 5 or 6 months at a time, do they have like chronic sunburn in Alaska? I don't know. That's a question. That's a real one. That's a real question. Do people in Alaska have to worry about sunburn because it's light for like 3 months at a time. Fuck, dude. It's crazy how you think of weird shit when you're driving down the road by yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then think about that. Mary Grace made a good point, because it also gets dark for 6 months. Think about that, where it's dark for 6 months. They must get pale as shit. Pale as shit. They don't get any sun. They don't get any melatonin. No, that's not what it is. Well, yeah, it is, isn't it? I don't know. No, is melatonin what you get from? What is the shit that you get from the sun? Vitamin B, vitamin something. Yoga said you're very invested in this stream. I know, we're hitting the hard-hitting topics right now. Like, this is fucking... Like, everybody that's not in this live stream right now is completely and utterly missing out on the groundbreaking work that we're doing here at Citizen Stringer. Because just in case you didn't know, Citizen Stringer is back. I am Citizen Stringer. You are Citizen Stringer. We are Citizen Stringer. Yes, there is going to be a video. Eventually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bribe people to make videos like where they're standing, you know, very close to the camera, and they say, I am Citizen Stringer. Exactly like that. Because I'm going to make a promotional video for the release of the Citizen Stringer 2.0. And we're just not going to do any of the shit that we did before. Not any of that fancy, you know, live streaming shit. We'll use all the infrastructure that we currently have, so it doesn't cost us any fucking money. You know what I mean? Because that was the stupidest thing. No memberships. I may do like something where like there's a chat on there on the main page all day long, and that you like pay $2 to be able to chat or something like that. Hell yeah. But everything else is gonna be there. Someone said not these trucks again. What do you mean not these trucks? These truckers are making a living. These truckers are putting down that miles. Again, I don't even know what is the per mileage pay for an over-the-road company driver now. I have no idea. I really don't. I don't even know what it is. I don't know what the mileage pay for truck drivers is now. Interesting to see, because I know back when I first entered trucking, they were making like 37 cents an hour to start, or I'm sorry, 37 cents a mile to start. That was what a company driver that had experience, like a company driver with a couple of years experience that went out on their own, no team driving shit, it was 37 cents per mile. But then again, cost was cheaper. Diesel fuel was like $2 a gallon or even cheaper than that. You know, the trucks weren't as expensive. Truck insurance wasn't as expensive. None of that shit was as expensive. Now it's a whole different thing. You know, just like this truck right here. You know, the truck and trailer alone, easy. Well, that truck is probably 30 grand. The trailer itself, probably 15, 20 grand, because it was a nicer trailer. Truck was beat. Old Freightliner. But then the insurance on that thing, on that rig, depending on how old the guy was and his record and all that shit driving, the insurance on that truck is probably 10 grand a year. On the low end, it's probably closer to 14, 15 grand a year for the insurance on that truck. You know, there's a big oversized load right there. Big old fucking transformer on the left. You guys see that? Big old thing coming onto the bridge. Look at all the traffic. It's all backed up because that big old son bitch right there. Yep. Looks like my chat has stopped working, or nobody's chatting, one or the other. God Rides a Harley said, when I said, how much do truckers make? He said, not enough. That's the last comment I see on YouTube. But I only see the YouTube chat. Tonight it will be better. Yeah, you said the other side's the parking lot. I just saw that comment too. Yeah. Damn it, dude. I need new brakes. I'm vibrating a bit when I touch the brakes. I didn't even notice that till today. That guy's, look, he's carrying an oversized load. He doesn't even have a placard on or nothing saying he's oversized. He's probably fucking 9 feet wide, maybe even 10. And he didn't even have, he wasn't running any oversized signs or nothing. Come on, bruh. Follow the rules, bruh. No one's chatting. They said, oh, gotcha. Everyone's tired. You've all been here all day. 6-hour live stream. Then the internet drops out like it just did. Then it comes back. Now we stay live. But my tablet's not working. But you know, it's crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. It's a nice road, though. It's a fun drive, to be honest. It keeps you kind of engaged. You know when the roads are not windy and they're just long and boring? Those are where it's kind of annoying. Because this one's kind of fun, because it kind of keeps you engaged as you're driving. Looking around. There's not a lot to sightsee, though, unfortunately. Your phone is doing... The internet's good. That's why, like, the video is all choppy. I can't tell if it. I don't believe that's my stream. I believe that's the my tablet. Oh shit! Oh no! Motorhome was hitting his brakes. See that motorhome way up there? That's what I do when I'm driving. I watch the traffic way the hell ahead. I don't watch these trucks. Screw these guys. I watch the traffic way up ahead. I saw that motorhome braking really hard. You can't even. Yeah, that motorhome right there. The little Class C bad boy that I'd be driving right now if I did listen to you guys and brought that. Except I wouldn't be. I'd still be in Virginia likely if I took my motorhome. I also don't have a window in the back of mine. Mine's bigger than that. I can already tell by looking at it. That's a small one. She's a good like 18-footer right there. She's a small little girl right there. Mine's bigger. That's what she said. Oh, maybe it's the same size. I don't know. It's got no slide outs. Mine doesn't have any slide outs either. I think that was like a 16-footer. Mine is called a 28. I think it's a 28-footer or a 28 front to back or something like that. I don't know. Ooh, shit. There's a copper. There's a copper. Gotta slow down. Don't want to speed. Don't want to speed. Tennessee Highway Patrol. Don't want to do it. No speeding here. No way, Jose. Shit's just completely frozen. I don't know, man. So I guess on my cell phone, it says 5G, but the video is completely frozen. On my mobile device, on my tablet. If I can refresh. Let's see. Refresh. Yeah, see, it's still, I'm still driving on that one, but it just froze. There we go. Now it's live again. I don't know why it did that. Oh, did it go out for you guys as well? That's weird. Oh, see, now it's dropping. Yeah, I don't know. I was just talking about my tablet wasn't working. Oh yeah, where that video is, that's a while ago. So the video is quite delayed because I passed that, like the video that I'm seeing right now, where I'm passing the motorhome, like because I have the video playing next to me. That was, I don't know, a couple of minutes ago, because then you'll see the cop on the right-hand side. Because I was cruising. Since slowed down. Driving too fast. Everyone, I got a question for you. Press 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Everybody watching, press 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Everybody in the club, press 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I don't want a ticket. Someone said it'd make good content getting a ticket. I don't want a ticket. Some of you, so you guys can hear it. So there's a big delay. So you hear where I'm talking right now. That's when you guys just started typing 1 in the chat. So I'm going to run another test in a minute. And the other test is going to be, I'm going to unplug the microphone and I'm going to say another number. And I'm going to see if you guys can still hear that number. Because I'm curious if it'll still do it. So when I do that, type the number in the chat if you can hear me say that number, please. And yeah, because then I'll leave the camera on because I'm gonna take like a 3-hour break, but I'll leave the camera on. So I'll keep the live stream up so that way you guys can still see Nashville and all that stuff. But I want to talk to my wife. I want to listen to some podcasts, the news for a little bit. I haven't listened to the news all day. That kind of stuff, and I can't play that. So I'll leave the stream up, and then before I start a night show tonight, I'll come back on and tell everybody, and I'll kill all the streams. Keep in mind too, if you're watching, and then I'll start new streams. Excuse me. Keep in mind, if you're watching on Facebook, the Facebook streams are gonna die at 6 o'clock. They're gonna die at 6 o'clock Eastern time, I believe, because it's after 8 hours. So you can go over and finish watching on Rumble or YouTube or even Twitch. And I'll make sure that I kill the YouTube by 8 p.m. And so the feeds will probably all be shut down by 8 p.m. so that way people can watch this back if they care about. And then we'll go from there. But I'm gonna test unplugging this and then saying the number. So if you can hear that number, press the number that I say after I unplug it. And otherwise, I will see all of you guys back around 9 p.m. Eastern time. So some of the feeds will just end at random. Like Facebook will end at 6. YouTube, I'll end it at 8. I'll probably end all the feeds at 8 o'clock. All right? But I will see all of you guys by 9. But as long as this works, I will I'll keep this live stream going the entire time. All right? But let's see. Here's the real.
price was increasing at a much faster rate than incomes, going up by around 123%. Between July of 2012 and last summer, Council member Bernie Aaron is sponsoring the legislation that says the dashboard would be a way for national citizens to see the progress being made in providing more cost-effective residences. Sports, a new mock draft is out.
58. That's 800.
Oh boy.
1758.
This traffic is something else. Oh, look, the sound.
That's 800.
Oh boy. The sound does pick up a little bit. Anyway, what's going on, everybody? This traffic is something else. Let me tell you what. I'm using the wireless Go now, so the audio should be much, much better than I was before. I should have just used this one before. I just didn't know how well it would pick up the radio. But there is quite a lot of traffic. There are no wrecks. All of the police activity before was there was something going on with the two cars, or with the car, because they had a woman that was sitting in between the police cars. I don't know if you guys could see it. There was one cop that was on the left. He was in the median. And then there were three cops that were behind the car. The car was pulled over. There was a woman sitting in between she didn't look like she had shoes on. She was sitting in between, on the ground, in between the two police cars. And then in the front of the third police car that was on the right, there was a man that was there being talked to by a bunch of police officers, Someone said, you told me rush hour sucked. Yeah, you did. And you wasn't lying, playa. This traffic sucks. So I'm on my way to the Save America rally in Waco, Texas. I am currently in between Nashville and Memphis, just west of Nashville on Interstate 40, sitting in traffic. Sucks. I hate it, but whatever. It says it's that traffic is adding 8 minutes of traffic, or 8 minutes of travel. So, I don't know. It's very, very annoying. Safe following distance. Come on now. We're not moving, bro. When I was just driving, what you saw a minute ago, that was 2 miles an hour. So, it's just crazy. It's crazy. Someone said Lowell rush hour, come to Southern California. Yeah, I know Southern California is probably quite a bit worse than this. I'm just complaining because I'm going to have to stop for fuel in a little bit, and I'm not really hungry, but I probably should eat something, but I don't want to eat fast food, so I'm like, what do I eat? And then I'm like, well, I talked a lot of shit about Subway earlier, but Subway's kind of sounding a little bit appetizing right now. I'm also feeding for some caffeine because when I went to Arby's for lunch, they didn't have any caffeine. Well, they did. They had Coca-Cola, which has caffeine, but I don't like Coca-Cola. So I ended up just grabbing a root beer. Someone said go to Waffle House. No, I'm not going to do a sit down because I'm trying to put down the miles today. Because I would like to not drive for 10 hours tomorrow, you know what I mean, or even 8 hours. I'd like to have like 6 hours of driving tomorrow, so I'm not all gassed, because it takes me a couple of days to recover from when I'm driving 14-15 hour days. It takes me a couple of days to recover, and because I'm going to the hotel tomorrow, check into the hotel tomorrow, and then I am going to go to the Save America rally on Saturday. And, I'm just going to probably get there around 11:30. I'll go live at 12, do some interviews and stuff for a couple of hours, and then I'm just getting back in the car and starting to drive back. And, like, a lot of people are like, oh, why would you go just for that? Well, it's kind of something I do, because, one, I like driving. It clears my mind of, like, the work stuff. It really, I don't know why. It's hard to explain. It's like therapeutic for me, I think, which is one of the reasons why I like to do it. And I like going to the Save America rallies just because
because of how they feel. Like it's you probably don't know what I mean if you haven't been to one, but it's kind of cool to be around so many people that are kind of like-minded. I mean, granted, not everyone shares all the same beliefs that I do, but it is kind of cool to be around those rallies where they have so many people that, you know, love this country. You know, American flags are flying and people are happy and smiling, and I don't know, it's a different thing. Even when there's divisiveness in the country, it is kind of therapeutic. Just like I said earlier, the media is going to be there. The media is going to portray everything in a negative light like they always do. They'll find the one person that has one tooth, wearing a tank top that's all cut off, looking like a crackhead, and they'll interview that person, you know, and they'll try to make that the representation for everybody. I thought about ambushing RSBN and asking them if they believe in free speech and why they fired their contractor, but then I decided I don't want to be that guy. That's more Project Veritas style stuff. It's not what I like to do. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Someone said west side of Nashville. Yeah, that's where I am. West side of Nashville. I can't really read the chat right now because I'm driving and that's dangerous and stuff. I need some caffeine bad. Caffeine and water and gummy bears. I like those Lifesaver rings, the soft ones, the gummies. Those are good. Someone said, you hope you don't lose a tooth. That would suck to be that guy. Yeah. Yeah, because you only got 2 teeth in your mouth. Yeah, but you know what I mean, because the mainstream media does it. They always do it. They'll go to these rallies. They'll find, like, when we were in, oh shit, I don't know. I think we were in Iowa or maybe Texas, but we were sitting down and this guy came over and he had written a book about his, you know, the Trump cult or something like that. And he was getting followed around by CNN. CNN actually did like a 15-minute segment on him. And I was on CNN, believe it or not, me. Because he walked over and he's like, hey, you know, because he saw that I had all the camera equipment up. He's like, do you want to interview me? I did a book. And he's like, likely you'll be on CNN. And I said, no. I said, because what you're doing out here and the reason why you're getting followed around by CNN is you're making a mockery of everything else. You're just being an idiot. And, you know, and I told CNN that, like, and I was on camera saying that, you know, because I'm like, no, you're just going to make the rest of everybody else look stupid because of what you're trying to do. You know, it's stupid. The whole thing's just dumb. Someone said, too bad you couldn't brought some Pure Truth coffee. I know, I brewed a pot yesterday because we were open in the coffee shop. So I brewed a pot and a Frank 01, so that was good. But yeah, well, and we lost it. It'll come back. I don't even know what I was just saying before we lost it. Like I said too, I've got another. I started streaming 8 hours ago. Oh, a little coyote dead on the side of the road. That sucks. Facebook is probably cut off by now. Facebook cuts off after 8 hours. And I know I'm still live on all the other platforms. What I'm going to end up doing, and everyone that is watching on Rumble, if there is anybody on Rumble, I won't be back on Rumble tonight. I will, however, for the second part of the drive tomorrow. But I won't be back on Rumble tonight because I can't set up the Rumble live stream from my phone. It's just, I could if I really tried, but I don't want to. Because you got to take you got to set it up and then you got to take those links and put it in a restream. It's just too much of a pain in the ass. So probably what I'll do is the next time I stop, I'll kill the live stream and let everything all my equipment like cool down because it's been on for 8 hours and just chill for a little bit. And then around 9 p.m. Eastern time, I'll go live again and I'll go with the same mic setup so it works pretty well. And then we will, I'll also do Discord, and I'll have Discord open on like a Discord call open on my phone. So, and we'll just kind of do like a call-in show, I guess. But you got to use Discord in order to do it. But everyone in the chat will be able to help you. But that'll be a whole new live stream right at 9 o'clock Eastern time when I keep driving. But Katniss said you hate traffic on the highway. I do too. Oh, also, Martin, I got your $20 PayPal. Thank you, dude. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, like the Cash Apps, PayPal, Venmo, those are the best right now because I get them right away. So I use that for gas and fuel and food and possibly. I don't think I'm going to get a hotel room tonight, but I think I'll get one. I already have one for tomorrow, but I think I'll get one Saturday night because I'm going to be tired after walking around all day. Probably north of Dallas. Guy's going to pop his tire. Yeah, so I'll be north of Dallas, so I'll probably get a hotel room then. Oh, this is why it's all backed up. There was a big accident here. What rolled? Oh, the truck's already gone. Whatever rolled is gone. That's what all the traffic was, because they're doing a cleanup. Or it's down, or whatever rolled is down in that ravine, because they got the rotator out there. Yeah, they got a rotator out there. How is the road noise on this microphone? Is it better when because I always like having the window cracked a little bit. Is it better or is it too loud? It's probably too loud. Found the bottleneck. That was it, good sir. That was it. Also, if you guys do the Cash Apps or the Venmos, I see them live. PayPal's not so much. But the Cash App and Venmo, I see them live when you do send it. So I'll give shout outs when you do it. Not overly bad, someone said. Maybe better, sounds good. Well, now it's probably loud. Or what I could, yeah, that's loud. I could open the back one and then it's not as bad. I just like air circulating inside. Even in the dead of winter, I always have a window cracked. It just circulates the air. I hate Melton truck lines, those blue trucks that I just passed. I hate them. I don't know, just the name itself, Melton. I've always hated them. They've been around a long time, though. They've been around since, I don't know, since I was traveling, back when I was like 17. And you know that's a good company to do that. They're all over the place out west, though. Melton truck lines. I saw you guys in the chat when I had the audio off. I saw you all in the chat being like, why is he muted? That's what I do. I wanted a break. Because when you're unmuted, you feel the obligation to talk or cough or whatever. Plus, I was talking to my wife for a little bit. Because apparently we submitted an application for a mortgage to try to see about getting a new house, selling our house and getting another one. But we're not quite there yet. But they apparently sold her phone number. They sold it to everybody. So she's been getting 30, 40 phone calls a day, which is, you know, it's kind of ticked her off a little bit. But it's really kind of annoying, you know. I don't know if there's been any new news about Donald Trump. I've kind of been not paying attention to it all day, so I don't know. I heard that the grand jury was sent home today as well, or told not to come in. I don't know whether they were sent home or told not to come in, just like yesterday. And now they're apparently going to reconvene on Monday. I don't know if the paperwork that came forward yesterday from 2018 from Michael Cohen's attorneys, if that has anything to do with it. I can only assume that they already had those documents. You know. Yo-Yo said you heard it's dropped for nowish. Really? That little Ranger was carrying entirely too much shit. Had the trailer, it had a bunch of other stuff. He was too heavy. Yeah, I don't know if it's dropped. The sunglasses just fell and it creeped me out. maybe we'll see one of the famous Arkansas police chases when we're driving through there. We've watched a couple of those when I do the Night Crew episodes. So I wonder if we'll see one of those out there. Probably not, though. You know. I'm trying to decide if I even want to do the shoulder mount camera tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm going to have to test it in my hotel room once I find AAA batteries. I'm going to have to test it and make sure I can use the remote through the backpack, because then I could switch from the big camera to that camera to the shoulder mount camera. Because I like the shoulder mount camera, so when I walk around, granted, the picture's a little crooked, but I like that a lot better, because then you can walk around, I can talk to people. It's just better. They will pit quick here. Yeah, in Arkansas, they're like the kings of police chases. Like, if you want to put an end to all the police chases in Los Angeles, send some Arkansas state troopers to California. Like, they don't mess around. They'll pit the shit out of you. And they should. You know? I've never understood why people run from police. Like, if you did something wrong, just pull over. Deal with the consequences. Like, running from police is just so dangerous. It puts so many other innocent lives at risk, let alone your own. You know what I mean? Unless you're trying to off yourself, but I doubt that. It just puts so many lives at risk to drive like a moron. Isn't the speed limit in Texas like 80 miles an hour? I think it is. I don't know. Uh-oh, it looks like it froze. Looks like I am frozen. I'm probably going to freeze again, because I can't imagine Arkansas has a lot of internet. It's kind of, isn't Arkansas like boonies? The only time I've been to Arkansas is just passing by. I spent a little time here in Tennessee, but I think it was in Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't really remember. It was so long ago. And then we went to Asheville, North Carolina, I believe, some hippie town. And then I told you it was going to happen. I can tell because I can see the bandwidth on the encoder. I can see that to start to drop down. I don't even know what the speed limit is here, to be honest, where I am now. I'm just going with the flow. I'm actually going a little bit slower than the flow. It looks like someone said it was 3 hours to Memphis. So it looks like I'll probably go live right around that time, right as I pass through Memphis, which is good because I should have pretty good cell service when I'm there, you know, which is good. But Jesse Waters' prime time is on in 17 minutes. So I'll probably end up muting myself again when that comes on, because I can't play that audio. I'll get copywritten strikes and they'll take it down. But I'll be honest, maybe I'll just shut the live stream off right then and just keep it off for 2 hours, let all my equipment kind of cool down. Because there's nothing, right? There's no big cities or nothing worth seeing between Nashville and Memphis, I don't believe. And I'm not going to be stopping in Memphis because I don't want to get shot. Memphis is not, it's not what it is. I mean, maybe if I was here, like, what? Actually, they didn't really riot. I thought they would have rioted more for that body camera footage, the killing death of, what was his name? Tyree Nichols, I think, something like that. I thought they would have rioted there. Like, that at that point, you actually had a reason to riot, you know, there. Because that was bad. Try not to go down there getting shot. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm good with that, as the kids say. I'm good with that. I just saw a car hauler that had a box truck on it, on the back, like a small one of those Isuzu box trucks. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. A car hauler, like one of those big, like the kind Dan drives. Like a 11 car, 12 car hauler. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Crazy stuff. It's been a pretty good drive. Once we got through like the Virginia like no internet zone, I mean, for the most part, I've only lost it a couple of times. It sucks though, because like I emailed the guy that runs the server, and I was like, yeah, you know, something's not working. SRT's not working. The audio's all screwed up with the SRT, so I'll try to fix that later. I may run some tests when I get back and run, because if I use the SRT hookup, I can actually do the show from anywhere and just send it via SRT in, as long as we get the audio thing fixed. And I have this little backpack. I can literally just take a microphone and a camera and do a show from anywhere, and it will still kick in. I can still do all the overlays and all that same stuff. I could just do it extremely remote, which would be pretty neat, you know, to me at least. But for anyone just tuning in, we are on our way to Waco, Texas. Still got a ways to go. 10 hours and 50 minutes, 50 minutes. Still got quite a while before we're going to be there. But we've made good time. We're about halfway there. Almost halfway. Another hour, it'll be halfway there. So, not too shabby. You know, if I made more money, I would have probably left yesterday and just got a hotel somewhere around here. And that way I wouldn't have had to drive so much in like one sitting. I'm doing fine. My body's not used to driving this long though, I'll be honest with you. Like I can feel my left leg buttocks area. It's sore from sitting. It's crazy. Got a bunch of bikes coming up on the left here in a minute. They're cruising. They all got, almost all of them. That guy's got flannel underneath. They're the flannel gang. Flannel crew. Their bike's nice, man. I miss Harleys. I miss my Harley. My Harley didn't do good at high speeds on the internet, though. It got pushed all over the place. I like that orange bike or that red bike. It's a nice looking bike there. He's driving like a moron though. Putting his foot on the ground. Just catch a divot and you break your leg right off. I always rode like really safe. I didn't really showboat or do anything stupid. I did have a Triumph, like a Triumph ST, a 1996 Triumph Sprint ST. Man, I love that bike. I would, like, if I could find that bike, I would try to buy it again. Granted, I'm broke as shit, but like, if I had the extra, like, couple of grand to buy it, I would buy that bike. I love that bike because it was such a top-heavy motorcycle. It falls into like a sport cruiser category, so it's very comfortable. You know, you kind of, even though your legs are kind of like up, like they would be on a sport bike, they're not as bad, and you sit up straight when you ride it. So it's a really comfortable bike, super top heavy, so you could put it into corners, just give it a tiny bit of throttle, and it would stand itself right back up. Such a great bike. It was on that bike that I hit the fastest mile per hour that I've ever been. And I kind of did it on accident. I just got tired of traffic, so I split lanes on 208 in Oakland, or 208, well, yeah, Oakland, New Jersey. I think it was Route 208 or 202, something like that. I don't know. But I split lanes and hit like a $140. But I was flying. But I got through that traffic fast as food, you know? It's fast as hell. Fuck, I gotta get gas. What am I doing? What am I doing? You had a few Honda Shadows. I've had a lot of bikes. I had a Honda Shadow. I had a Suzuki Boulevard. I hated that bike. That had no top end. Like if you're sitting going 60 miles an hour, I think it was a shaft drive bike, and that could have been why. But if you're doing like 60 miles an hour on the interstate and you tried to like accelerate fast, it wouldn't do it. Like the Harley, if I was doing 60 miles an hour and I laid on the throttle, I'd be doing 90 or 100 before I knew what I was doing. But yeah, the Boulevards were slow. They were fast early. Shaft drive bikes are fast, like getting off of a line, but they're slow, dude. I wasn't digging it. Digging it. Just like the chat says, if you want to support the stream, like if you've been watching all day, you know, and you don't mind, and you haven't yet, throw a little Cash App or Venmo or whatever. It helps pay for the fuel. It's going to pay for this internet to keep this live stream going all day. If you've been hanging out all day and you can afford it, if you can afford it, do that. Tomorrow I'm going to be running a big sweatshirt sale again in the store. It's going to be a big one, 20% off all hoodies in the store. It's not on, or not tomorrow, for the rally. But, so that'll be Saturday. 20% off all the hoodies. And still free shipping, which I'm going to lose my ass on, but whatever. I don't care. Maybe I'll do 15%. I gotta crunch the numbers first. Someone said, it's a while before another good exit. I like truck stops because they have food typically at the same one. So I'll probably just look for a truck stop that has food, you know, if I could find one. Because like Paula said, she said it's a while before another one. Hopefully it's not too long. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so what I'll probably do tomorrow is I'm going to run from Saturday, from the big camera. I'll use the microphone that I was using earlier today, because that's like a boom one. Or I think they call it a shotgun mic. So I'll use that for when I'm doing the big camera, the high def stuff, and the shoulder mount camera. In theory, that is. Paula said you lived in Dixon. disclosure too. Whatever music, like when I lose the internet briefly. Oh, see, there's a Love's right here, and a Subway. Hopefully, a Subway's there. Yeah, it is. When I was stuck in traffic earlier, I forgot what I was saying. Whatever. So probably what I'm going to do once I get to this gas station is I'm going to kill the feed for a little bit, and I'll go back live at 9 p.m. Eastern time, so another, 2 hours? Yeah, about 2 hours, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'll go live, and I'll be on Discord as well, so if you want to call in, you can do that. And then I'll just leave it live until I go. But I'm going to stop here, get some fuel, use the bathroom, probably try to buy some food because I'm a little hungry again. I think I'm getting Subway. I think I may get the Philly cheesesteak deluxe here. That's what I'm feeling. But I'm going to try to turn off some of these electronics and let it kind of relax. Because they've been running, now for, 9 hours? Which is pretty good, man. Someone said 8 o'clock your current time. Yeah, I know. Because I don't give a shit about listening to Sean Hannity. I'll listen to the Tucker, and I'll listen to, what's his face now, in 5 minutes. Jesse Waters. Because I like Jesse Waters. I think he's funny. But, yep, that's the plan. Try the new chicken. No, I'm not going to try any chicken. I'm going to try what I know. But that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. You know what I'm saying? This place is hopping. Hopping. Hop, hop, hop. Hopping. He's washing that one, so I'll give him a little space. And they're leaving, so that's good. Alright, so I'm gonna kill all the feeds, guys. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me for this, and I'll see you back in 2 hours, give or take a little bit. About 2 hours. Alright, let's see.